Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. Today we're gonna play 14 Days with you. So we played days 1 for 4, and day 5 just came out. But I was thinking, why don't I replay days 4 and then put day 5 and combine them all? Because we're supposed to delete the saves, and I kind of forgot what route I did. So I just thought it'd be fun. So it'll be a longer video, and I'll probably take a couple, not a couple. So probably 1 day each, so 5 days probably to fit fully make this. But let's begin. Enable streaming mode? Yes. Name. Lion. She. She, her, and we're good. Lion. You're back? I can't wait to see you again, Angel. And in our news, the remains of a Yandere body has been pulled out from a Lake Moss, making it a total of 4 unidentified victims this past year. Authorities believe that stripping a groan with the rim of my coffee cup, I fish around for the remote lodge between the cushions and turn off the TV. I wasn't about to let some morbid headline damper the start of my cheerful morning, especially considering how today was going to be my first day at work after finally getting that hard-earned promotion. I mean, sure, stacking and sorting through books at the library might not have been my dream job. Technically, it was my dream job, or even my first choice of places to work after moving back. But the pay was nice, my coworkers were friendly, and the building was located within the perfect walking distance from my apartment. There was even an adorable little bakery along the way that served the best shortcakes and croissants known to mankind, and the manager there always loved to hand out small freebies whenever I stopped by. It still beats living in the city, though, honestly. I wasn't even sure why I left my hometown in the first place. The fast-paced hustle and bustle lifestyle in the city just wasn't what I was longing for whenever I stared out of my window on sleepless nights, and the people there were always rude and indulgent. It was nothing like Coral Bay, where everyone felt like a close-knit family, and the air smelled like the sea rather than pollution. And sure, the local crime rate might be getting out of hand as of late, and there might be fewer things for me to do here. But my new job keeps me busy, and I prefer spending time alone at the beach over visiting shady bars with people I barely consider friends. In fact, sitting my mug onto the table, I reach into my pocket and pull out my phone. A notification from Moth, my online friend, pops up, so I tap the screen to read their message. What greets me is an adorable sticker, some anime character giving a thumbs up, as well as a short message that says, "Good luck today," underneath. Moth had always been adamant about showing their endless support for me, even after 5 years of friendship, curse memes, and late-night video calls. And even though I could never admit it out loud, I was truly grateful to have someone like them in my life. Pulling up the keyboard, I begin to type a response to their message. Send back in their sticker. Send a meme with zero contents. Without missing a beat, I open my image gallery with practice fingers and send back a bored picture of a worm in a bag of chips, crisp, with the word sexy written in glitter font. Not even 5 seconds pass before Moth quits back with a response of their own, this time sending their own cryptic meme of a frog sitting on a slice of bread. Is that butter? Before I could ask, a gray chat bubble pops up once more, indicating that Moth was still typing their message. BTWWW, did you see the latest AOG rep? I heard Hanaku got an outfit change. Spoil it for me. Did he really change his hairstyle as well? Or was it really just his sorcerer outfit? Attack on Giants, or AOG, as Moth like to call it. A pun on Attack on Giants is a popular anime series that we recently become obsessed with, and Hanaku is one of the main characters from the show. Has to be a better main character than Aaron. Unless he's Aaron, Aaron is a sorcerer. He's a sorcerer known for his shy and airhead demeanor, and as of late, his hairstyle has become a trending topic within the community. Now that I thought about it, what hairstyle did Hanako have in the latest episode? Hanako's hair is short now. Hanako's hair is mid-length. Hanako's hair is long. His hair is still the same. This one depends on literally what he's gonna be as, so I'm gonna go with his hair still the same. And I mean, we're our Yandere Rin. Oh, for real? Hanako never changed his hairstyle. I guess that makes sense. Hell ho. I was probably looking at some fake news or something. BTW, I don't mean to change the subject, but didn't you say last night that you were gonna head to work at 8 p.m.? Cause it's like almost 9:30. Where you are now, RN, right? Or am I just dumb and got the time zones mixed up again? LOL. Look at the time displayed on my phone, immediately let out a string of curses and leap to my feet. Crap! Grabbing the coat that I had carelessly strewn across the back of the sofa earlier, I quickly shrug it on before making a beeline towards the front door. Before I could leave, however, I spare myself one final glance in the pearly hung mirror in the hallway. Hopefully the outfit I choose was appropriate for my job. Something cutesy, something comfy, something alternative, something professional, something trendy, something casual. I'm going with something comfy. Oh please, climbing shelves and carrying stacks of books while wearing something stiff and uncomfortable? Yeah, no thanks. That's why I'd be worried. I put the sleeves of my sweater down to smooth out all the folds and give myself an appreciative nod in the mirror. But enough of that. I could check myself out on their time. Hastily, I smooth out the wrinkles and pick up any stray pieces of lint from my sleeves before I finally head out the front door and almost catch my coat on the door handle in the process. With a grumble, I tug at the fabric of my coat before slamming the door shut with a little bit too much force than necessary. Even trying to insert my key came with a bit of a shrug, and I had to fight the urge to yell in frustration as I attempt to lock my door. Seriously? Once will this lazy bum of a landlord do something about this? Is our landlord the same as the one for Big Bang Theory? I swear, I've complained about this at least 4 times this month. Oh, hey there, Ryan. Looking good. My neighbor, Violet, practically beams at me while she fishes through her pockets for her own partner key. Resting on her hip was an airpod plant, and I found myself wondering where she was going to put it this time. I was almost entirely convinced that her whole apartment has been turned into a greenhouse at this point, considering how her balcony was practically filled to the brim with various kinds of plants, greenery, and other various kinds of flora. But I wasn't about to complain or anything. The fragrance that wafted in with the wind always smelled far and earthy, and it did well to mask the smell of smoke and burnt food whenever I tried to cook. Love the shoes, by the way. The color really complements your aura this morning. Me wearing black Converse. Oh, thank you. You have to let me peek inside your closet one day. I've been looking for some new inspiration lately. Especially with winter right around the corner. I'm getting excited just thinking about it. Oh. But back to you. I was wondering what the symbol does. Okay, what is it? Oh yeah. Type something. Angel X Hanako. Is my house spouse era? Don't at me. Oh yeah, we could I think they changed everything. A little bit of stuff, so. Her voice pulls me away from my thoughts, and I knows how the growing smile on her face doesn't seem to falter. Wow, Violet sure has extra wow, Violet sure was extra chirpy this morning. Chirpy this morning. I wonder if she'll let me borrow some of that energy. In response, I shoot my neighbor a grin of my own. It was apparent enough to brighten her mood even more than was already. What exactly are you holding? It's nice to see you again. Yeah, it's nice to see you too. I usually still be at the flower shop at this time, so it's nice to finally be able to catch up with you like this, especially when our schedules align. Speaking of, you should stop by my place the next time you're free. I'd love to introduce you to this little guy's family. Oh, I almost forgot. I've been meaning to ask you this, but when were you going to tell me that you were seeing someone? Well, I'm not seeing him yet. Huh? A knowing look pulls her features as Violet continues to fiddle with the lock on her drawer. What are you talking about? Come on, don't act like you didn't just have a guy over last night. I saw him leaving when I took Kathy out for a walk. I'll be more worried about my neighbor taking her named plants, out on a walk at night. But the thoughts of someone leaving my apartment seemed to set off way more alarm bells. I mean, she's eccentric. We have a stalker, and then there's a stalker. A stalker's a little bit more worrisome, even though we're gonna be going on a date with the guy. I give Violet a concerned look, and she picks up on it almost immediately. You don't remember? Don't tell me you were drunk last night. With a huff, she gives up on trying to unlock her door. It seems as though we both share the same problem with our apartment locks. placed her potted plant on the ground before slowly making her way towards me. Tall guy, wearing dark slasher hoodie. Does it have ghost face on it? Really into archer fashion with the crazy belts and loops wrapped around his leg. Well, because I know who it is. No? Never seen him in my life. Ring any bells? No, last night I was just catching up on some TV shows and talking with my friend. No one came here. Even if they did, I would have heard them. My place isn't really that big anyway. Really, but I was so sure it was your door. A hand rests on her cheek in a thinking manner before she pouts up at me, seemingly giving in for now. Well, alright then. Maybe it was someone else's apartment. I mean, it's always so dark in these hallways at night. Honestly, what is our landlord doing? I don't know. I think they went to I think they took some notes from Big Bang Theory about like the elevator and all that. Would you mind if I check in with the scary downstairs later? It'll give me some peace of mind. Yeah, that's fine. Alright then, thank you, Ian. Yep, I got some plants to water and some MMOs to raid in. So, she's our friend. She should be our friend too. Violet lets out in the one last huff before she picks up her plant. What did she name this one again? And goes back to unlocking her door. Good talk, I guess, even if it was kind of awkward. Yeah, sure. See you later, V. Slipping past my neighbor and into the cramped hallway. I quickly make for the stairs. When will they fix the broken elevator? I'm sure we're in the same complex as the Big Fairy Pier, even though that's probably Portland or Seattle. I think it was Seattle. And break into a slight jog. Thankfully, the weather was rather cool today, and the shoes I chose weren't going to leave me with blisters by the time I reached the library. I'll be walking with Converse. The smell of old papers, coffee, and soft incense floods my senses as I step through the library's glass doors. The chimes alert the woman in the reception desk of my arrival, and I watch as she tucks a strand of blonde hair behind her ear as she turns around to greet me. Good evening, Eleanor. Oh! She looks surprised for some reason before her expression morphs into a soft smile as she beckons me closer with a nod of her head. Eleanor is one of my coworkers here at Coralland Bay Library, and one of the very few people here who actually gets work done. Like, I think we only have 3 staff members now, so do I not get work done? Although she's notorious for being rather scatterbrained, she is more than makes up for it with her caring and doting attitude towards everyone. But her nurturing personality can be rather overbearing at times, and I often find myself having to step away to get some breathing room. Nevertheless, she's charming to work with, and I appreciate her always looking out for me. After all, who knows what my sleep schedule would look like without her help. Lion, just 1 minute. I printed out your... Wait, where did I... Her expression turns to a slight panic as she spins on her heels. I slightly watch her with amusement as she shuffles through the various books and stacks of paper lining your desk. Where did I leave it? Here it is. Spinning around once more, Eleanor comes back and hands me a sheet of paper with the word schedule printed in it. Bold letters. I take it from her grasp and give the sheet a once-over. Well, it looks like I'm going to be busy for the next few weeks, but I guess Eleanor doesn't seem to share the same disdain as me, judging from the playful look plastered on her face. So how does it feel to no longer be the one in charge of stacking books all day long? I would love to be the one that just stacks books all day long. Although you still have to work at the front desk from time to time, though, unfortunately. I offer a weak smile at her words before rounding the corner and placing my bag on her desk, and I begin to pull out some of my belongings. The front door chimes again, letting everyone know that another patron has come in. Figuring Eleanor has it covered, I leave the customer to her as I go back to preparing everything for the day. But as I turn around to check on her, I notice that she's already finished greeting the customer and was on her way back to her desk across from me. As if sensing my gaze, she spins around her office chair and flashes me a teasing grin. Look, it looks like he's back again. Eleanor gives a soft chuckle as she inclines her head to the direction of the person that she was talking about. You know, the guy, that new guy. I don't know when he started showing up here in the Bay, but he comes in and rents out the books you recommend on this blanket window. And if I didn't know any better, I would say he has a little crush on you. Especially with the outfit you got on. It makes you look rather beautiful. So I can't really fault him for staring. Because he was staring. A lot. Well, I kind of figure he's our Yandere, so. Snorting, I push Eleanor's office chair so that she's facing their way and focus my attention back at the papers in front of me. What was with everyone today? Always smiling, gossiping about other people, and meddling in business that wasn't their own. It was bad enough that I had to deal with a potential intruder, but I doubt my deadbeat landlord was going to do anything about it. I mean, if it was Don, he would do everything in his power. I might need to buy a stronger lock on my way home from work. Maybe even some kind of alarm system. But would the stores still be open by then? All of a sudden, I get pulled backwards as Eleanor's playful wheels my chair around and leans over my shoulder to softly speak into my ear. Would you look at that? Lover boy is in aisle 8. Eight needs some help. It seems. She nods in the direction of the red light flashing above the bookshelves, signaling the staff that someone in that role needs assistance. With a sigh, I quickly stand up and make my way over. I already knew for a fact that Eleanor wasn't going to go help wasn't going to go help them herself. So I began to make my way towards the aisle 8 alone. I knew better than to glance back at her, though, knowing full well that that my teasing coworker would be sprouting the biggest grin on her face at my misfortune. Ducking around the corner into the aisle, I was immediately met with a broad backside that was covered by what had to be the cuffiest looking cardigan I've ever seen. The person whom it belonged to, however, hasn't seemed to notice me yet, so I awkwardly clear my throat and absentmindedly shift my weight from one foot to the other. There he is. Ah! He seemed to jump at the sudden noise before sheepishly turning around to face me. Immediately, I was taken back by his soft manner, doe-like eyes, and imposing height. So this is the guy who was always reading out my recommend books on the display window, huh? He definitely fits the aesthetic of a cozy literature lover, needing a good book. And he's also our stalker that was in our traitor, and our stalker, and our future boyfriend. His pink hair reminded me of Hanako, an anime character I had recently been obsessing over with Moth during our late night video calls. In fact, even the overall cut and style seemed to vaguely similar to his. But then again, the hairstyle could have been trending right now or something. I just so happened to be the last to know about it. But now that I really had a good look at him, which proved difficult considering his towering height, the stranger also seemed to bear a near picture-perfect resemblance to the male lead from the webcomic I was reading. It was called Always With You, and it involved the main character meeting the love of her life at a bookstore. And he's also Yandere. As if noticing my spaced out look, the stranger absentmindedly scratches at his jaw, while he waits for me to snap out my thoughts. In fact, I had been so distracted I didn't even realize that he's been muttering quietly to himself. I knew you prefer softer looking clothing. I made the right choice with this outfit. Sorry, I hope that I didn't bother you. Rin, you're giving out your secrets already that you're a stalker. I was just looking for, his voice pulls me back to the present. I hastily tried to make sense of what was spilling from his cherry-tinted lips. Watching him struggle with his words would have made anyone feel bad, so I offered him a reassuring smile in return, and an encouraging nod of my head. At that, he takes a steady inhale of air before trying again. I need some help. I'm looking for a specific book, you see, but... And now he's playing with the ends of his sleeves. I felt the sudden urge to reach out and stop him. But did I find the action annoying, endearing, relatable? Who knows? But instead, I held back and waited for him to find the words to speak. But wow, even his mannerisms were easily similar to Hanako's. The endearing awkwardness and sleeve-tugging gave me a sense of deja vu, and it honestly felt like he walked straight out of anime into this very library. Man, Moth is gonna freak out when I tell them about this later. The stranger above me takes in another shaky inhale before he tries to speak once more. This time, with a lot more confidence in his tone and fire in his eye. Do you have any books on native flora? The best I've found are generic wildlife, but nothing about coral land bathed plants. Or maybe I'm just in the wrong aisle. He was looking for a book about native flora. Perhaps I could introduce him to Violet. Chuckling to myself at the thought, I stepped closer to the tall man and began scanning the contents of the shelf beside him. He got the wrong apartment. It was actually Violet's. He almost seems to flinch at the sudden closeness between us, but showed no sign of moving away. In fact, he seemed to almost lean closer and incline his head towards mine. And had I not been too preoccupied with finding that book, I would have noticed how his breath hitched in his throat at my foot as my scent from his senses. No, you're definitely in the right aisle. Those kinds of books are just more hidden, I guess. I stepped past him, then this time, and made my way over the lower parts of the shelf. Absentmindedly, I run my finger against the spines of each book until I come into contact with one in particular. Then, bending over slightly, I pull the book from the shelf and give the cover a once-over before offering it to the man behind me. Is this what you're looking for? Too preoccupied with my misplaced book on the bookshelf, who brings up cookbooks to nature aisle? I barely knows how his blue eyes troll across from mine before landing on the book, held out in my overstretched hand. Was it just me, or did he have a certain glint in his eyes? Was the book really that interesting, or perhaps the tall man, a stranger, was just into nature? Well, not that mattered, because he was already taking an attentive step forward and revealing more of his hand from the depths of his long sleeves. With shaky fingers, I watch as the stranger reaches out and takes it from my grasp. He flips through the few pages to take its contents before finally settling on the book with an inferred nod. Yes, this was exactly what I was looking for. Thank you. I'm glad. You're still angel sent down from heaven or something. You're so helpful, kind too. What? What? Oh, I didn't. Did I say that out loud? I didn't mean to. That must be so weird. I'm sorry. He looks as though he was lost, about to cry now, so I hastily threw my hands in a comforting manner and shot him a reassuring smile. Hey, it's fine. No need to freak out. I just wasn't expecting someone to say that about me, is all. Really? Well, I guess it's true. True for what it's worth. You really are like an angel. Thanks. Figuring out that it was my cue to leave before things got awkward, I gave him one last friendly smile and suddenly glanced back towards the front desk. But the eccentric man showed no signs of moving. Instead, he just looked down at me suspiciously. Did he want to continue the conversation, or it seemed unlikely, as he didn't say anything. He simply stared at me. Luckily, I cleared my throat for what had to be the middle of time today, and gestured vaguely at the reception desk behind me. Well, if you don't need any more help, I should. This is just getting too weird now. Should I even attempt to continue this conversation or just leave? I mean, it would seem rude to just walk away abruptly, especially considering how he's apparently a regular patron in the library I worked at. But he wasn't making much of an effort either, so what should I do? Why end the conversation? Keep talking to him. So, do you come here often? Seriously, Ryan, this is the best you could come up with. Dang it. Now he probably thinks I'm the weird one. Yes, actually. I like visiting whenever I have some free time. Free time not stalking me. Although, I usually end up coming here just to hide away in the corner somewhere and look at you. Your book collection, ha! You have a lot of interesting books here. Lots and lots of books. Yeah, I mean it. It is a library after all. But sure, whenever you say, mister. It's like, he just comes in here to stalk us. Actually, now that I think about it, he's really just telling us. Actually, now that I think about it, you haven't really told me your name yet. Oh yeah, I guess you're right. You could call me Reacted. What? Was it really? What? What? It's like he said something, but his voice was delayed. Was that even his voice? Was he speaking English? It almost felt like something that came out of a dream. How did you do that? Do what? In a way, you can just call me Rin if you like. If it's alright, if I call you Ryan. Although, Angel does suit you just as well, in my personal opinion at least. Seriously, what the heck just happened? Was I just imagining things? And was he really flirting with me right now? Are you okay? Yeah, I think, but how do you know my name? I don't remember telling you. Silly, it's on your name tag. As if to prove a point, Rin reaches out and gently flickers the name tag that I somehow forgot that I had put on this morning. Yeah, mine says, under it says, powered by Red Bull. Oh, at my actual job. So, you'll be on there as canon. Mine says, powered by Red Bull. YN, powered by Red Bull. YN is a cute name, though. I thought it was funny when I did it. And it really, really, really fun to say. Especially over and over again. Right, anyway... Say, are you busy later? I'd love to thank you for helping me find this book. Seriously? What was with this guy? One minute he's shy, and the next he's bold. It was almost like he's putting up several fonts to see which one I respond to better. Which, that's exactly what he's doing. Actually, I'll be busy this afternoon. I have to buy a new lock for my apartment. A new lock? Doesn't sound good. Can I ask why? You? I guess it would. It wouldn't hurt to tell him. I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna tell him. I'm just gonna put the new lock on. I guess it wouldn't hurt to tell him. I mean, what was he gonna do? Personally show up at my door and test the new lock himself? Yes! In dark and term clothes, too. Apparently someone broke into my apartment last night. And I didn't notice. I just think I don't think they stole anything, but still, it's creepy. Figure it'd be better be safe than sorry, you know. Yeah, but sounds like instead of walk, you need to jump the scumbag when they at least expect it. And beat them up to teach them a lesson. Rin, I think you want me to beat you up? Okay. Just like, okay. Stay up all night if you have to. Really get the edge on them. I couldn't help but let out a genuine chuckle and suggestion. If I had the choice, then this would have been the side of him that I preferred. He seems at ease, and his words weren't as forced or awkward. Yeah, and who's gonna be the one to beat the guy up at 3 a.m.? Because last I checked, I'm not really the type to go around throwing punches at people I don't know, and definitely not before the sun is up and shining. Oh, don't put me past you. You get me on the Red Bull, and I'll probably beat him up. All jokes aside, baseball bat. Okay, now I'm done. I could do that. I could do that for you. You? But, I mean, we don't even know each other that well, and that's fine. I could tell you all about myself on the walk there. Ren, you first told me you want me to punch you when you go stalking me in the middle of the night, and now you're saying, can I just stay with you, stay the night? My whole life story and everything. When I was born, the school I went to, how many cute librarians I met. Just one. Which happens to be one so far. Before I even comment on his sudden confidence, Rin seems to pick up on my discomfort. As choice of words, even if it even was discomfort, I had a feeling, and he slid backwards. Backtracks. Hey, or not. I was just messing with around. I don't mean to make you feel uncomfortable. There was again the subtle shift in his personality, but now that he's mentioned it, would it really hurt to invite him to my place for the night? Definitely looked like he could handle himself in a fight. His constructing outfit aside. Yeah. And he was gonna fight himself. So maybe it wasn't so bad of an idea. Just invite him over. Actually, you know what? Would you mind coming over and staying the night? I'd feel a bit safer knowing someone else was around. Oh, you actually want me to come over? I mean, yeah. Sure. Definitely. He seemed a bit too eager for this. If it's not too much trouble, I get... Where is she? Wyatt! Ah! There you are. Someone at the front desk is looking for you, and oh! Sorry, are you busy right now? I can... Impeccable timing, as always, Eleanor. No, it's fine. I think everything is already handled here. Yeah, alright? I get the two of them, a soft smile before making my way towards the reception desk. But as I passed by Eleanor, I gently grasped a hand of her shoulder and shook her playful look out of my own. If you need my help, I'm sure Eleanor here can assist you. She loves helping others, right? And as I turned to leave, I barely missed the way Rin's eyes zoned in on my hand resting on Eleanor's shoulder. Yeah, it's like angry. Hours seemed to pass by in a blur, and soon enough I found myself resting up in the employee's lounge. My head drifted back to the guy from earlier, and I couldn't help but wonder what happened to him afterwards. Did he rent out the book I offered? What about my recommendation novel of the week? Rin surely was strange, to say the least, but I had to admit that he did seem kind of cute, with his oversized cardigan and timid manner. He still gave me off-putting vibes, though, especially with his ever-changing personality. If I had to be completely honest, that shy and timid persona that he displayed felt rather forced to me. That makes me go, Persona! I hear Persona, I will play Persona. It was almost as if he saw it on TV or something, and wanted to try it out himself. It just happened to be one of his first victims. No, I'm this victim because he's trying to get me, he's a Yandere and he's trying to get me to go out with him. But who was I to call him out on it? That was his business if he wanted to act all shy and demure. Why, ain't everything alright? It's not often I see you here at this time. Conan, my boss, startles me as he suddenly appears in entranceway. Everyone saw him as some kind of blessing to this this institution, because the moment he showed up, all forms of trouble seemed to disappear overnight. Those low-life teens started causing chaos everywhere, and the rumored gangs became more few and far between. Elsewhere. At first, I thought he might have been linked with those criminals because of his intimidating gaze and facial scars. But then I got to know him better and found out he's had a massive soft spot for those dear to him. I mean, there's only like one scar on his lip that I could see. Although, much like Eleanor, Conan felt more like a father figure of how much he felt he cared over his staff and their well-being. I mean, he literally installed a new air conditioner and water dispenser last week because one of his employees fainted due to a heat stroke. And here at my work, we give you a water dispenser, but you can't have bottled water anymore. And we live in Arizona. And this is district manager. It literally says on our stuff for heat stroke on that they're required to give us water. And not just put it in the area for just one specific part. It's supposed to be for everyone. It wasn't anything too major, but it was nice to know that our boss was considerate enough about the people he hired. I doubt I could say the same about my job in the city. Conan was nice to chat to whenever I went on my breaks, and I would always encourage him to take as much time as I needed back before I returned to my desk. But after realizing that I had once again been spacing out, I pulled myself away from my thoughts and turned to offer my boss a acknowledging smile. Yeah, I'm fine. Just taking a short break. I'll be back out there soon. Take as long as you need. Don't overwork yourself. He seems hesitant to leave. If the way he was shifting from one foot to the other. I mean that is the rumor about that it was the district manager. Not sure, because everything you don't know what's actually going on. But yeah, we're supposed to have water. He seems hesitant to leave. If the way he was shifting from one foot to another was any indication, he shoots me a concerned look before opening his mouth, only to close it once more. Have you seen Eleanor? I asked her to come see me regarding an unsorted novels in the storage room, but she has yet to show up. Eleanor? Last I saw her, she was talking to one of our patrons in aisle 8. Maybe she's still there? I have to check her again, then. Thank you. And with that, he disappeared, just as quietly as he came. But that was odd. It wasn't like Eleanor to suddenly go missing. Was she still occupied with Ren? It's been a while, so I figured she would have finished helping him and left by now. Oh, well, I'm sure she'll turn up sooner or later. Ren didn't seem much like a talkative person anyway. Geez, why did my thoughts keep returning to that eccentric man? Decided I wasn't going to waste my time thinking about any more pink-haired guys. My beloved Hanaku aside, I get up from my lodging and mingle my way back towards the front desk again. But once I arrived, I immediately noticed that my chatty coworker was still nowhere to be found. It was like my boss had said Eleanor wasn't anywhere to be seen, and it wasn't like her to leave the reception desk unattended for so long. Maybe she managed to knock over a pile of books again and was busy cleaning up. It was certainly wouldn't be anything out of the ordinary for her. Well, whatever. I'm sure she'll turn up again soon. Like, at least we know she like, when I first played it last time, I thought she was his first victim. The impact from my plopping down into my office chair causes some of the papers around me to rustle, and the bright pink sticky note flutter around captures my attention. Something was from here left by Eleanor. I peeled the folded note off my computer screen and read it. Angel. Unfolding it, it read the following. I'll be waiting for you after work. But if you change your mind about my art deal, just keep walking. I'll take the hint. Don't worry. That stuttering guy from aisle 8. Art. The stuttering guy from aisle 8. I couldn't help but crack a smile at the name Rin chose for himself. I mean, I'm the stuttering girl from aisle 8. Or the stuttering person from aisle 8. And before I could allow Eleanor the chance to manifest behind me and tease me, to keep him calm, I pocket the note and go back to sorting through the stack of returned books left on the desk. True to his word, I caught a glimpse of Rin patiently waiting for me on one of the benches as I pack up for the day and leave the library. From far, he looked like an oversized puppy, waiting for his owner to return from work. I immediately found it rather cute, especially with how he figurative tail started to wag upon my arrival. Rin seems too happy to see me, but before I could call him out on it, he offered me a bottle of water that I assumed he bought from one of the convenience stores down the street. You worked hard today. Now you can find rest, huh? He looks down at me again with a glimmer in his eyes, so I hastily take the bottle of water from his grasp and give him a firm nod of my head. Thanks. No problem. Did you head off now, or do you want to rest for a bit? I mean, you were standing a lot today. He seems almost lost in his thoughts now, and I wondered how he knew what I'd been doing all day. After all, I figured he would have left after he found that book, but maybe he stayed a bit longer to read it. Oh no, I'm fine. But do you think we could go make a quick detour on the way? I still need to. And her still says she's in the... I do like this. So it really tells you where everyone is. Oh no, I'm fine. But do you think we could make a quick detour on the way? I still need to. Why in? Hey. Oh, I could recognize these boisterous voices anywhere. The first one belonged to I'm not gonna pronounce his name. Jaehoon, a guy I had met at university. He sat next to me during the first few days of orientation, and even offered to lend me his phone charger when my battery started to run out. He's a fun guy to be around, though his extroverted and energetic personality was often hard to keep up with. But Leon, the other guy awkwardly hanging off his arm, was a different story. We practically knew each other since we were babies, but he moved away from Coralland Bay when we were still in elementary school. I wasn't sure when he moved back to the Bay, but it was great knowing I'll be able to see him again. I just wish I could find the time to hang out with him, just like we used to. But I was always busy with work, and he was always busy playing volleyball and taking care of his sick mother in the hospital. Before I knew it, I was being pulled out from my thoughts by his bubbling laughter. Hey, did you hear us? Hey, stay with us. Hey, Ryan, finally finished with your work? Oh, and who's this? This is Rin. We're actually met at work today. Maybe it wasn't a good idea to tell Leon, the human personification of overprotective, that I had just met the guy today. But what would he think if he found out I was bringing home a complete stranger? Go, you're bringing home a Yandere, I just know it. I like my Yanderes. Hey, he usually rents out my recommended books at recommend books at the library anyway. You in? Oh yeah, I named him Jay. Jay, this is Rin. Because I can't pronounce his name. Rin, this is Leon, and unfortunately these guys are my friends. It's truly unfortunate, no, a handsome bloke such as myself. Leon dramatically clutches the spot between his heart as he leans forward into Jay's shoulder. So you're in. Are you new here? I like to think I know everyone here in Bay, but seems you're proving me wrong. Yes, I recently moved here a couple months ago. Oh, same as YN, because he followed me. I'm pretty sure she moved back here, 2 months ago, right? Leon looks at me for confirmation, and I meekly nod my head. Strange how I've only been back here for 2 months, and I yet to find enough time to catch up with all my friends. What coincidence. Yeah, because you did stalk me. Anyway, talking about moving is boring. Do you want to come hang out with us? I barely noticed the way Rin gets shoved to side. Intentionally or not, nor could I make out the skull in his face as soon as the excitable man leans a bit too close to my personal bubble. We were just about to head over to the club, Shoreline. Do you want to come? I'm sure Leon wouldn't mind paying for you as well. Oh wait, I don't mind paying for her, but who said anything about paying for you? I did, just now. Thanks, Leon. You're the best. I don't miss the way Leon rolls his eyes at Jay's antics before settling his gaze on me once more. Do you want to tag along? I don't mind paying if you do. Sorry guys, I'm actually already made plans. And do these plans have something to do with this lackey fellow? Yes, my name's Rin. Actually, yeah, I promised to hang out with him today. You can come clubbing with us too. There's more the merrier. I'd rather not. Sorry, but maybe another time. I'm kind of drained from work anyway, so... Hey, no worries, Darryl. Just make sure you take it easy when you get back home, yeah? He shoots me a considerate smile before throwing an arm around Jay's shoulder. Well, then, if he excuse us, I gotta find a way to kick this knucklehead to cover his own entry fee. Entry fees. We can all catch up on our time, okay? And if you need help with anything, just give me a ring, yeah? I'll watch my phone like a hawk tonight. It was nice catching up with you again, Darryl. And nice meeting you too, Ron. That's Rin. Just as they leave, I notice the way Leon looks at Rin up and down, almost as if he was sizing him up. But Jay, like always, ignores the mood and thumps Leon on the back to encourage him to walk faster. I watch as they both row the carefully wave over their shoulders as they both head off to the direction of the nightclub a few blocks down the street. So, that wasn't awkward at all. I turned to look at Rin, but his eyes seemed to be fixed on two retreating figures. He doesn't seem to snap out of it, so I gently call out his name again. Oh, sorry. Do you wanna head back now? All right, home now? And then we made a quick detour to the local locksmith's before heading back to my apartment. So this is my place. If excuse the mess, I was expecting to have anyone over. Hey, don't worry about it. I know you're not a messy person. I mean, for what I could tell, you don't really seem the type. Oh, you should see my room. Books everywhere. Yeah, well, I need to organize my bookshelf. Yeah, well, I hope you can still keep the image of me after you see the state of my place. His soft laughter echoes down the hallway and almost drowns out the sound of my neighbor opening her door. Oh! Though it seems embarrassed as she jumps behind her door, clearly not expecting someone to be around at this time, but she brushes off with a soft smile and steps outside. Hello again, Ryan. We seem to be bumping into each other a lot, yeah? Oh, who's this? Oh, how do I explain to my neighbor that Rin wasn't some guy I just met at work today? I certain she'd chew me out for bringing home a complete stranger, but still, he didn't exactly seem like a type to murder me in my sleep. No, he seems like the type to murder everyone else in sleep, and then go in the covers and snuggle with you. In fact, he seems more like a type of guy to ask me to return his order because he asked for no pickles or something. That was my way. What I just said. He's like the person that would burn everyone else, and then just cuddle with you. I'm Rin. Emily, his large frame blocks my view as he steps in front of my neighbor and me, almost as he wanted to put as much distance between us as possible. One of her hands shoots out from inside his pocket. One of his hands shoots out from inside his pocket, and he gruffly offers it to Violet for a shake. Concerned about his abrupt actions, I sidestep him and look up to gouge his expression. I'm a friend of Ryan's. I see. I haven't seen you around before. Though, are you new to this area? Relax, Faye. He's not a serial killer or anything that I know of. At least, I sure hope he wasn't. And why didn't I feel the sudden urge to defend him? It wasn't like I could constantly say he was some holy being that flew down from heaven or something. But he is. He keeps calling me Angel. Maybe he was the one who needed to be called Angel instead. Oh well, it didn't really matter. Early Rin actually offered to stay at my place for the night in case that creep decides to come back. Oh well, I mean, he certainly has the height for it. I get that a lot. But don't worry, she's safe in my hands. Well, yeah, then a friend of Ryan's is a friend of mine. Okay, can we see where everyone else is? Okay, they're right there. We're right here. And they're still in the library. Well, alright then. A friend of Wyan's is a friend of mine. But I have an eye on you, Mr. Totally not a serial killer. She whispers the next part to Rin under her breath, but Curly had the intention of letting me hear it all as well. It's like, I know. Just remember that I know what you look like now, so don't complain if you see your face plastered all over milk cartons soon enough. Isn't that for, well, missing people? Oh, alrighty then. Enjoy your night. No funny business, you two. I'm off for my walk now. Toodles. An ore, please. Alright. So why is she carrying a plant? Okay, but I gotta ask. Was she holding a pod plant on a walk? Yes, she was. Dropping my keys into the bowl, I shrug out my coat and drape it over one of the chairs near the entrance. Well, make yourself at home. Turning to Rin, I watch as he awkwardly shuffles back in the hallway, almost uncertain if he should come inside or not. He moves to take off his shoes, and I watch in awe as he neatly stacks them next to the umbrella rack. Oh, are you the type to leave your shoes at home? I'm sorry, all. No, you're fine. He really was adorable, but now that he was here, I wasn't quite sure what to do next. I would say leave the shoes out of the home, though. Depends on the culture. I would leave the shoes. I would still leave the shoes not in the house. Usually I pop on a TV show or some anime, but I chow down on some takeaway food, or even just talk with Moth until some unreasonable hour in the morning. But now that I had company over, I wasn't quite sure what to do. I didn't even know what Rin liked to do in his free time. Turning to face the pink-haired man once more, I almost jumped back in fright. Clearly, I was expecting him to get so close to me while I was lost in thought. I could almost feel the heat radiating from his large frame, and feel the small puffs of air leave his nostrils as he shyly leans down to look at me. Oh, I'm sorry. Breathe, Lion, breathe. Was there anything you wanted to do? Or because I usually just... Dang it. It was hard to think straight when he was standing so close to me, waving his stupidly strong scent of mint and fresh linen in my direction. Was I even so attentive to the way Rin smelled? Well, I'm beginning to sound like a creep. Nah, I don't really have anything I need to do. You can just go about your normal routine if you want. I'll try not to get in your way. Or you can just put me in the corner somewhere and pretend I'm not here and I'm not there, whatever works for you. No offense, but you take so much room than you think, so I doubt that would work. Touche. Once again, I found myself being drawn to his soft laughter, and I couldn't help but chuckle along with him. Was he always this easy to talk to? It was like we were childhood friends reminiscing about old times or something. Except the only one making it awkward was me. I'll tackle him too. 'Cause we know. Glancing down at Rin, I noticed how he's still looking at me with those inspected eyes of his as he looms over me in the entryway. He obviously didn't want to do something I was uncomfortable with. He couldn't really suggest anything since it wasn't his home, so I guess the choice was up to me after all. We can watch some TV, make a late night snack, suggest getting ready for bed, ask him to leave. Well, we're gonna suggest getting ready for bed. It's getting rather late, isn't it? Did you just want to get ready for bed? I could show you the bathroom while I get the air mattress out. It's fine. I don't want to be a bother. I just could sleep on the floor or something. I don't mind, honest. Hey, don't worry about it. It's not a bother at all. Besides, I have a timber flooring. I'll just be 2 seconds. I turn to make a beeline for my closet before he can respond. And yet I barely get 3 meters away before I could hear the heavy, telltale footsteps of Rin falling close behind me. Once more, almost like a lost puppy. It was honestly kind of cute. Shaking my head to dismiss those thoughts, I put out my trusty air mattress from the closet and began sitting up in the lounge room. Then it's broken. That's until I found out there had a massive gaping hole on the side. Those dang rats. I swear it. I swear. If I had a chance to move apartments, I'll take it in a heartbeat. Well, we have a Yandere. It might take us up on the offer. But until then, I'll continue to send complaint after complaint to a good-for-nothing landlord. Really, I don't mind sleeping on the floor. Like I said, I have an uncomfortable timber flooring, unless you can share my bed. You can sleep on the couch. My Holly has carpet. Maybe I could stack up some blankets on the floor. You can share my bed. That's what we're gonna have to do. Whoa, did I really just suggest that? And where did I suddenly get so much confidence from? Because I'm playing. And I want Yandere. At that, I could feel my entire face flush. I could barely space a glance at Rin to notice that he was spotting a similar demeanor. You're... Sorry, I didn't know why I... No, I don't mind. It's just... Is it really okay with you? Yes. Just to see your blushing face. I don't want to make you uncomfortable by invading your personal space. I really don't mind sleeping on the floor. No, it's fine. I'm the one who asked you to do this favor in the first place, so I owe you. After showing Rin to the bathroom to freshen up, changing into my own pajamas in the laundry room, I meet him in the middle, and we both made our way to my bedroom. I didn't bother flickering the lights, knowing full well that I'll be busy ignoring his presence until next to mine by pretending to be asleep. So instead, I artfully led him in before turning to face him in the darkness. You can just pick whatever side you prefer. You first. Oh, but maybe I should be the one closest to the door, just in case. We closest to the window so I could jump out. Okay, no. He really didn't need to be considerate. But nevertheless, I took my side on the left and slowly slip underneath the sheets. It must have looked forced, but I artfully pat the empty space next to me and scoot Rin a crooked smile. He slowly makes his way over and joins me underneath the covers. Before he could even say anything, I slammed down a pillow between us. Just in case I roll over or something, I'm known to be a cuddler in my sleep. That's fine. I'm the same, I think. You think? I mean, no one's told me yet, but I've woken up to my limbs tangled around my pillow more times than I can count. Mine are covered the same with sheets. I see. Yeah. Great, now I'm awkward again. But being this close to Rin, I could smell his scent once more. It felt almost comforting. I had to fight the urge to roll over onto my side and face him, or rather the pillow once more. The bed dips and Rin moves around to get comfortable. I find myself wondering what he might be looking at right now. Was it my ceiling, the pillow between us, or was he laying on his side to face the wardrobe? I'm pretty sure he's facing the pillow. Why was I concerned in the first place? Sure, I suppose I did find him very interesting, but that didn't really explain why I wanted to look at his face one more time. Do I want to get closer to him, or was I just curious about what the stranger was currently doing in my bed? Call out to him. Rin? His response is almost immediate, and it felt as though he was waiting with bated breath for me to talk. The bed dips under his weight before its crown of pink hair comes into view. I slowly stare back at him in the dark. There seemed to be some unspoken tension between us, and I had to fight the urge to act upon it. What exactly was I feeling, and why did I want to find out? Leaning over and kiss him. Before I could think, I found myself leaning over and drawing my face closer to his. Rin seems to be on the same wavelength of me, and I feel his warm breath fan against my cheeks, and his own face draws near to close distance. One of my hands shoots out to rest against his chest, and before I could stop myself, I immediately lean the rest away. Almost immediately, I was met with a pair of soft lips and a taste of cherry on my mouth. My eyelids flutter shut in the sensation, and I let Rin overwhelm my presence engulf my entire being. The smell of fresh mint, masculine deodorant, and something that was wholly Rin flooded my senses. I felt myself becoming intoxicated by it all. It was like two pieces of puzzle spotted together, with how perfectly our lips seemed to mend with each other. I couldn't help pull myself away. One of his hands rise up to cut my cheek, and I find myself kneeling softly as Rin tilts his head to deepen the kiss. He takes my bottom lip into his own and gently bites down before his tongue joins in, curiously popping against my lips as if to test the waters. When I meet him halfway with my own, he seems to have finally found the reassurance he needed before dipping the kiss even more. His other hand rests on my waist before gently pulling me closer, clearly not laying any distance between us. Rin won this just as much as I did. I could feel just how eager he was as he kissed me with more desperation and fever than anything I could ever experience in my life. But we could only go so far, so long before one of us needed air, and that someone happened to be me. When I pulled away, Rin practically whined at the loss of content, and I watched with a sight amusement, and his lips constantly fall to seek out mine once more before his eyes flutter open. A beat passes as we just stare at each other, taking the moment and process what just occurred. His hands are still in mine, and it was only then when I noticed that he was tracing faint stars on my cheek with his thumb. Did that really happen? His voice is soft, so soft I could barely make out what he was saying. He started staring at me with much overwhelming adoration. His eyes that couldn't help but look away. And that was when I saw just how hard the kiss affected him. As if noticing that I was staring at it, noticing what I was staring at, Rin let out an awkward sound. It shifts so that his lower half was obscured by his blankets once more. Sorry, You're really hard to resist. Not that I wanted to resist you or anything. I guess what I was trying to say is that I want you. Taken back by his sudden boldness, I had to allow myself a moment to collect my thoughts. Sorry, what was that? Oh, nothing. Sorry, you probably just want to sleep now, right? I'll let you do that. Good night, Ryan. Giving him a weak reply. Could he even hear me? I awkwardly turned away to my side and settle back into bed as Rin does the same. I feel the mattress shift once more, and a heavy silence lingers in the air. Maybe he fell asleep already, deciding to push my luck. I break the silence once more. I whispered to Rin one final time. Good night, Rin. Good night, Ryan. Sweet dreams. I'll stay up a bit longer just in case anything happens. So don't worry about a thing and just get some sleep, okay? No one's gonna break in on my watch. Yeah, because the guy broke in as my apartment, sleeping in my bed with me. I'll see you in the morning. The flame touch of his hand still lingers on my cheek as I find myself drifting off into a blissful sleep. Onward to day 2. Yes. The sounds of birds chirping happily outside pull me from my slumber as the stakes of sunlight peek from the blinds of my window and cast a warm glow across my skin. Groggily, I turned to my side and smashed my head into the pillow to block out the light, only to hear the faint sound of tapping to my left. Cracking one eye open, I was surprised by the scene in front of me. Rin was already awake, perched up against the headboard as he idly scrolled through his phone. It seems he was waiting for me to wake up, judging by how he immediately puts his phone down as soon as we make eye contact and sends me a soft smile. Almost sheepishly, I shoot him an awkward smile of my own before covering my face with a pillow once more. Had Rin been watching me sleep? I hope I wasn't drooling. Morning, Angel. His voice pulls me from my thoughts, and I couldn't help but notice just how attractive he sounds in the morning. His gruff, sleepy tone was rather pleasant to hear, and I found myself wanting to continue the conversation. Lifting my head from the safety of my pillow, I was greeted with Rin's soft manner once more. I appreciate if you weren't so chipper this early in the morning. You'd be this chipper too if you realized that you weren't murdered in your sleep last night. Well, I did fight my stalker into my bed, which is a running theme. Which can only mean one thing. The creepy guy didn't come back to your apartment last night. Yeah, because the creepy guy was in the bed last night with me. He seems almost smug as he leans closer to me. It was then when I realized just how pretty he looked underneath the morning light coming from my window. It wasn't fair that he got to look so internal and glowing this early in the day, and I wasn't sure if I wanted to praise his looks or throw a pillow at his head. Rin doesn't seem to pick up on my speechless nature, though, as he continues to beam down at me with such a soft look. And I found myself wanting to look away in fear of making things even more awkward. I guess I did a good job, huh? Yes, you did. He was a bit too smug. If you ever need my services again, I'll be more than happy to oblige. For free, of course. Yeah, because you get to stay with the person you're stalking. Okay, you can stay. You can stay in the bed. You're really talkative in the mornings, aren't you? I can't help it. I got to wake up next to a real cutie this morning. And I didn't have to stalk him. As if noticing how close he was to me, or maybe realizing that he dropped his usual stutter, which I still have my stutter. Rin immediately pulls back and turns his head away. Anyway, now that you're awake, would you like to go out for breakfast? I think the cafe near the pier is open now. We could go check it out, like a date, but only if you want to. Why did he suddenly switch again? I figured we would at least be a tiny bit closer, especially considering that we shared bed. But maybe I was wrong. You mean the Driftwood Cafe? I didn't even know it was open to the public yet. Really well. What better way to find out than by finding out, I guess. I roll my eyes as a lame attempt to joke around before going into my pillow. Did he seriously want to go out for breakfast this early in the morning? Man, he was seriously a trooper. With a sigh, I currently sit up and stretch my limbs. From the action alone, it was like I could feel Ren's eyes on me. But as soon as I turned my head, he was already staring holes in the blanket with a blush on his cheeks. Shake my head to dismiss those thoughts. I let all my joints pop before breaking the silence once more. So Driftwood Cafe? In the end, Ren and I decided to walk to the cafe together, considering how the weather was perfect and it wasn't that far from my apartment. Turning to my side, I noticed how the pink-haired man tries to nod so subtly, sneak a side glances towards me. The arm at his side practically itches to reach out, and if I knew any better, I would assumed he wanted to hold my hand. But instead, he simply tucked his hand into his pockets, shooting me yet another soft smile. The weather's really nice today, huh? Back to small talk, it seems. It sure is. If I had known it would be this nice and sunny, I would have suggested spending the day at the beach instead. Yeah? Yeah, we could go for a swim, or maybe even check out the rock pools. It's been a while since I've been there. Oh, that does sound fun. Yeah. Why in? At the sound of my name being called, I turned on my heels, only to find Leon running up to me with his sports bag full of what I assumed to be his volleyball gear. Hey, Sunfish! It's good to see you out and about this early. I was just on my way to the beach to meet up with Jae-hoon and Teo. Wanna tag along? I have my Yandere. And hey, it's wrong, right? Nice to see you again, buddy. Oh, it's Rin, actually. Sunfish? Huh? Oh, yeah. Sunfish is a cheesy nickname Leon gave me when we were kids. I don't really get it either, to be honest. So Sunfish and Rin, was it? Sorry about that, bud. I'm not too good with names, faces too sometimes. But hey, it's good to see you both again. Doing anything exciting today? If not, you can tag along with me and Angelfish and I were about to go on a date, actually. Angelfish? A date? That's gonna be a nickname. I don't miss the way Rin suddenly pulls my arm closer to his side, nor the way he clings it onto me as though I'll suddenly disappear. You're going to dates again, Darl? Good for you. I'm glad to see you're coming out of your shell again. Take good care of her for me, won't ya, bud? What do you think I've been doing ever since you moved away? Like me, Leon barely seems to notice Rin's mumbling as he rests an arm over my shoulder and starts tugging me in the direction of the beach. Rin, on the other hand, still latches onto my arm, but doesn't seem to move. I can't believe my little sunfish is out there in the dating scene again. I feel like a proud father. It's like, gives me Tamaki from Owen High School Host Club vibes when he does, like I'm a proud father. You're my age. Oh yeah, oh please, we're basically the same age. I feel like a proud adoptive father. Leon pretends to wipe a tear away from his eyes as he leans forward to my shoulder, and it was only then I realized Rin wasn't following us. I turn around and reach out to grab his hand instead to tug him along. He nearly seems to perk up at the action and interlines his fingers with mine before falling into step. Alright, it was as fun as it is to catch up with my proud adoptive father, who is the same age as me, which makes things kind of weird. And I do need to get going. Oh yeah, of course. I didn't mean to take up so much of your time. I mean, it's not weird for me just automatically think, oh, on high school host club. He unhooks his arm around my shoulder, and inclines his head towards the beach one more time. But my offer still stands if you want to catch up some more. I'll be down at the beach with... Ew. Oi! Speak of the devil. Almost like he appeared from the thin air, Theo emerged from somewhere behind Leon and makes his way towards the three of us. Though unlike most of my friends here in Coral Land Bay, I actually met Theo in the city a few years ago, back when I used to live there. In fact, it was through our mutual friend. Apparently, they both knew each other since the beginning of middle school, but even after graduating and moving on to university, the pair were still practically inseparable. According to him, Theo, I'm gonna say Theo, still Theo, would always show up at campus to pay him a visit. Though if I were to be honest, I'm sure Theo only did it to antagonize some of the students and staff there. It definitely wasn't out of the ordinary for him to do something like that. Plus, it offered me a lot of insight into the whole assertive yet nonchalant attitude he often liked to put on. The first time I ever witnessed it was when Theo found me sitting alone at a cafe. I still remember sitting there, slack-jawed, as he practically shoved my laptop bag onto the side before sitting down and taking a sip of my drink, like it was his own. I would be like looking him straight in the eye and demand him to give me another drink because that's now his. I'll take his wallet and then buying it with his money. The satisfied grin from seeing my displeasure said everything, and had he not offered to buy me another drink, I am almost certain I would have told Theo to get lost and borrow someone else. I'll do that after he got me the drink. But before I could resist any further, I heard the sound of Theo's footsteps. Drawing closer, it puts me back to the present. I watch as he walks up to us with a confident stride before he purposefully bumps into Rin with the sole purpose of sending him tumbling into the metal railing behind him. But luckily Ren manages to catch his footing at the last second, sending Theo annoyed scowl on his own. Oh crap, sorry about that. I'm not sure how I missed such a brightly colored child's mascot. Alright, there's no need for that here. Despite Leon's tone, Theo barely pays the shorter man any mind, simply far more interested in playing Ren instead. Let me guess. You dressed up as Benny the Buttercup? My four-year-old niece would love you. Oh, knock it off, mate. What's your problem? Sorry, what's yours? No, Theo, what is your problem? I'm gonna try to this route because I'm gonna see if I can. Well, don't know what's yours. I could practically feel the tension between the two guys grow, so I decided to step in. Maybe you should introduce each other first before you try glaring each other to death. Theo, this is Ren. He's I'm her boyfriend. Always is not faster beater. Well, that's certainly one way to put it, especially without bringing it up to me beforehand. I mean, I love Peter, but he walked up to the bench and said, "I'm your boyfriend." That's why you're here, right? As words, I shoot Ren a confused glare, but the determined look on his face had me biting back my words. Okay, anyway, this is Theo. Wait, how would I introduce him to Ren? He's a friend from our city. He's my ex-boyfriend. He's a fling. He's just a fling. I've never seen the man in my life. He's a friend from the city. I'm not gonna put him as an ex-boyfriend or a fling. I would not date him. I'll date Yandere before I date this guy. And this is because he comes off as arrogant. He's a friend from the city. And arrogant and would make fun of me for liking anime. That's my vibe. You consider us friends? That's real cute doll. Are we not friends? He always used to show up and sit next to me whenever I visit the cafe near campus. Which was weird because I never told anyone where I was going. Oh, maybe I wanted to say hi before visiting Goldie. It's on my route to his university, you know. So he wanted to spend time with me before visiting Jay. Jane? How uncharacteristically thoughtful of him. It's like, yeah. No, he had a liking to us, probably. Or maybe was bored and wanted to see what someone with a low-class income does in her free time. And that is why I hate him. Which then, never mind. Just kidding, doll. Besides, you're a bit too boring for my taste. I doubt you'd even be worth hiring a private investigator. You'll be surprised. I will say, you never know what's in people's minds. You never know what's going through people's minds. Not me, but I mean, you never know. So just be careful. Okay, enough. Look, why don't you just drop this, yeah? You really need to stop trying to pick fights with everyone, mate. Don't get your panties in a twist. I seriously doubt Buttercup's capable of harming a fly. We'll find out if he's capable of harming a fly or, somebody, let alone able to throw a decent punch. You could drop the nickname. He's already plotting your demise. Theo, already planning your demise. Nah, but I think a doll face over here should drop you instead. Besides, the nickname's kinda cute. Matches your style pretty well, don't you think, Buttercup? I could see Ren's hand clench into the fist as he advances towards Theo, but thankfully, Leon steps in once more. Which reminds me, Kingdom Hearts is on sale, I think. On Steam right now. Last time I played Kingdom Hearts 1, I beat Leon. I beat Angel from Buffy. Because the first Kingdom Hearts, he's voiced by the guy who plays Angel from Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Seriously, why don't we all cool off, yeah? I think we're getting a bit too heated. Look, we're gonna head down to the beach. I don't miss the way Leon sends Theo a sharp glare. Are you sure you don't want to join us, YN? I promise to make sure Theo stays on his best behavior. Sorry, Leon. I already made plans with Ren. And I seriously don't doubt that they'll be able to get along. You know how Theo can get. He's already giving us a death glare. Oh wait, that's his permanent skull. Yeah, but you got a point there. Well, alright then. He leans closer to me, almost as he didn't want therapy to eavesdropping. If anything happens, I'll be in the area. Just come find me, okay? I will, thanks, Leon. Oh wait, I wanna see. Okay, yeah, we're all in the same area. I will, thanks, Leon. I give his arm a soft squeeze, and then I turn my attention back to Ren. But by the way he looks at us, I can only assume he didn't like how close I was standing to my childhood friend. Though that could have been because Theo was still around, and honestly, I couldn't blame him. Theo was a nightmare. Regardless, I reach for his hand once more and tug him towards the calf, making a point of ignoring Theo's class words as we went along. I barely notice how Ren's mood immediately changes from when my attention's back on him, and he follows along like a lost puppy. We eventually arrive at the Driftwood Cafe, and a smell of fresh pastries and brewed coffee flood my senses, as if rifles through the open windows. And just as I had thought, the cafe looked as though it had only recently opened, though it didn't seem as busy or as crowded as I anticipated. Pulling me from my thoughts, Ren ushers me into an empty table before he goes off to make his order with a pleased look on his face. It was a bit strange how he didn't want to look at the menu first, but I chalked it up to him wanting to surprise me. He barely is gone for 5 minutes before he returns once more, taking a seat in front of me with a huff. A comfortable silence washes over us, and I watch as he absentmindedly fiddles with the ends of his hair. Was he still concerned with what Theo said about his appearance earlier? Maybe it's a good idea to take his mind off it. Hey, Ren? Almost immediately, he perks up with wide eyes. How do you manage to keep your hair so fluffy? It's always looked so good. Ren seems to flush instantly in my words. He simply ducks his head lower to hide his reddening cheeks. You like it? I usually just angle a blow dryer below my chin and blast the heat. It's just stays like this afterwards. Oh, so you don't have to use any products or anything? Not really. Just when I thought he's got over his timid personality, his way comes crawling back. Was this really who he was? He's still hiding it. Ren must have taken my silence as a lack of response, seeing as he tries to strike up another conversation. So, work's going good for you, huh? Finally got that promotion? Yeah, I did. I was honestly surprised when I got my promotion, considering how I've only moved back here recently. But Eleanor's been really helpful by showing me the ropes and... Wait, how do you know I got promoted? Oh, your coworker told me about it yesterday after you left. Eleanor, right? She seems really proud of you. Anyway, what were you saying about her showing you the ropes? I barely noticed how he managed to change the conversation back to me, as if I recounted all the times Eleanor helped me through my first week of working at the library. Eventually reached to the point where it felt like I've been talking for hours. It wasn't until something caught my eye did I finally stop. Cute as a puppy. That goth style's so cute. You got something in your hair. Sorry, what are you saying? You got something in your hair. Huh? At my words, Ren seems almost bashful as he simply starts picking at the strands of his pink hair. But he seems to miss a small piece of fluff, no matter how many times he tugs at his roots. Here, let me. I stifle a laugh, and I reach over to the table to pluck a fitting item out of his hair. Ren only seems to lean closer into my touch, while his cheeks flush a light shade of red, and just as I pull the piece of fluff out. Order 25! Yeah, that's us. Right here. I'll be right back. Before I could get a word in, Ren was jumping out of his seat and meandering his way towards the kiosk. It really was a sight to behold, seeing Ren tower over almost most of the other customers who were waiting in line. Even the cashier herself, who seemed to be at least 6 feet tall, had to crane her neck upwards just to look at him. But before I could blink twice, Ren was already on his way back with a large tray full of delicious food. He set himself back in his original spot with a pleased smile and began to lay out the dishes in front of me. Oh, this is a delicious looking scone, a chocolate croissant, a big slice of cake, a sugar cookie. I think the last time I still went with a big slice of cake. Big slice of cake. A generous slice of cake sits next to my beverage. I almost hear my stomach rumble at the sight. How did Ren know that this was my favorite thing to order? A calf? No, I've never had any of that, so... Cake. Granted, it wasn't like I've been to Driftwood Calf before, but was usually what I ordered in our calf. In any other calf. I didn't know we could get a cake in the calf. Honestly. It was honestly like he could read my mind. It's really... I don't know if there's any actual calves that around me anyway that aren't a certain place called Starbucks. And what was even more mind-boggling was that he didn't even need to look at the menu beforehand. It was like he just knew. Don't forget your drink. Rin shoots me another gentle smile of his before placing my drink before me. No way! The drink he placed in front of me, it was Dr. Pepper. It was a Red Bull. A cup of coffee. A steaming latte. A fruit smoothie. I would want ice though, but a steaming latte. I could tell by the scent that he ordered me a nice warm latte. Iced latte, please. Just like the ones I usually bring on my way to work sometimes. I hope that's okay. Unfortunately, the cafe doesn't really have much to offer, judging from the menu I saw online. Ah, so that's how he knew what to order. I even tried asking for napkins earlier, but I don't think they heard me. Maybe I should try again? I almost felt bad for him, but I almost felt grateful for ordering me something that I'd normally eat at CAF. Rin makes sure everything is on the table before putting the tray aside, and it was then that I noticed that he ordered himself. On his plate said strawberry sweet roll, alongside a cup of coffee that was in a alarming shade of black. He seems to pick up on my stare if the innocent tilt to his head was even to go by. Do you want my meal instead? We could swap it if you want, I don't mind. It was supposed to be a date, right? Designed to tease him a little. I shoot Rin a sly grin. That's okay, but you could offer me a bite instead. Rin almost seems to combust on the spot as his cheeks turn red and he almost chokes on his own spit. He looks away at his food before glancing back at me, only to look down once more to scoop up a bite-sized piece of his food. I watch as Rin cheeks turn a deep shade of red while he brings his fork closer to me, and not wanting to be seen as a coward, I lean in to take a bite. His eyes widen almost immediately, and he seems hyper-focused on the way my mouth wrapped around the fork before I lick my lips and let out a pleased hum. It's yummy. Try some. The pink-haired man seems to have an awkward long staring contest with his own fork before scooping up another small piece and taking a bite. You know what he's thinking. That is an indirect kiss. Rin's cheeks are still scarlet red, and he seems almost fidgety with how his legs keep bouncing under the table, so I decide to take a pity on him and not tease him for it. With an annoying smile, I start digging into my food with a pleased hum. Eventually end up finishing our meals and decide to do a bit of window shopping to pass the time. I had nothing else to do today, and Rin seemed insistent on spending the rest of his time with me, so I agreed. We passed by a few clothing stores, ice cream stands, surfboard rentals, and many other interesting buildings, though nothing really caught my interest. But just as I thought I would lose all hope, one store in particular catches my eye. I know this store. In one of the display windows, I spotted a cute little rabbit plushie in the style of Hanako's likeness. I mean, it even came with his limited edition sorcerer outfit and everything. I couldn't believe that they were selling these things here, of all places, and at such a cheap price too. Rin seems to take notice of this, of what I was not so subtly gawking at. But before we could enter the store, the cashier walks in front of the display stand and blocks our view. She drops a box and miscellaneous items on her feet and begins stalking the shelf next to the plushies before she finally notices us and standing by the window. I don't miss the way her eyes widen and Rin, obviously taking immediate likeness to him, and almost shamelessly pushing a strand of hair behind her ears before giving him a small wave. And has a crush at first sight, but the way I'm gonna do this route is probably be the meaner route for everyone else. Like, if we're gonna go for your boyfriend type thing, sneaking a glance at the tall man beside me, I noticed how Ren wasn't even paying attention to her, instead keeping himself busy by scratching at his jaw and kicking at the stray cobblestone rocks by his feet. But the cashier seemed adamant about getting Ren's attention, considering how she felt the need to abandon her spot by the shelves and make her way towards us. And she's trying to, it's funny. What happens if we were actually dating and she just literally tries to play in and ask him out? For me, that seems scummy. Hi there. Welcome to Seaside Trinkets. My name is Olivia. Can I help you with anything? Oh no, we're just looking around, but thanks for... We recently got some new beachwear merch, if you're interested in checking them out. Was she seriously ignoring me? Oh, you kind of look like someone I know. Have we met before? Maybe we went to the same school. Me? No, I don't think so. Really? I definitely would have remembered a face like yours. Actually, now that I got a good look at you, I watch as she shamelessly takes in Rin's appearance before crossing her arms over her chest and lean back. You also remind me of one of those characters from a cartoon that's been gaining a lot of its traction here. Oh, yeah, she's a fan too. Apparently one of the locations from the show is based on Coralland Bay's main beach. Are you talking about Attack on Giant? Is that the name of it? Then yeah. I don't really know much about those cartoons, but our company recently started selling some stuff for it to entice the tourist. Do you want to come inside and take a look? Actually, do you want my number as well? Here. Get spray bottles, start just squirting her like a cat. Like, well, I say that I'm just doing it as a joke. Just squirt. Back. You had this prepared. Here, of course. You always need to be ready in case any cuties walk in the store with someone that might be their girlfriend. Which is why Squirt Butter gets ready. I mean, well, I wouldn't want to sound like a hypocrite or anything. Ren looks at me with a shy, knowing look before he hastily reaches out to take the piece of paper. What did he mean by that? Before I could even get a chance to ask, Rin already answers my silent question with red cheeks and a crooked smile. This is embarrassing, but I also had my number prepared for when we meet at the library yesterday. Here. He reaches into his back pocket and pulls out a folded pink sticky note on his own before handing it to me, alongside Olivia's number as well. Huh? My confusion must have been blatantly obvious since Rin was quick to explain his intentions. With a mischievous grin, he leans closer to whisper in my ear. Maybe we could prank call her later, then teach her not to give her number out to strangers. Smart. But I don't think she's gonna... Well, we'll see. But isn't that what you did with me, Rin? match his teasing smile with his own. I mean, we brought him home that day, so I don't think he's a stranger anymore. Actually, technically he is, but touche. But I haven't received any prank calls from you, though. Psst, don't jinx it. Just as Ren lets out a puff of laughter at my joke, Olivia cuts him off. Hello, I'm still here. Read the room. Read the room. Oh, right, sorry. Well, now that you got my number and I got your attention again, I think it's only fair I show you around the store. I don't do this for just anybody, you know. I don't think you, I really don't think she even knows, is aware of where she's at. Or her surroundings. Ren doesn't seem to answer her question, nor does he seem to outright respond to her. Instead, casts a glance at my direction. It was like he was asking me for my opinion. I can only assume it was because he knew about my interest in anime. It was thoughtful of him to do that, but I kind of wanted him to tell that rude worker off instead. Wait, did I really want him to do that? What was wrong with me? Oh, no, you could tell her off. If she doesn't get the hint that he's with someone and she just ignores the person that he might be dating, then she had it coming. She probably has done it to more than one person already. I'm sure that cashier just took an interest in him, and there was nothing wrong with that. Yeah, but when they're, I don't know, might be dating someone, they're with someone, then it is strongly weird. It's not like we're a couple anyway. But we were supposed to be on a date, right? No. And Ren did declare himself my boyfriend earlier. Like Peter. Which Peter already told her off. But I just assumed he said that in order to get Theo off my back. Quite rudely too. Then again, Ren is like a cinnamon roll. A murder cinnamon roll. Does that mean... Was he feeling the same way as me? Was jealousy on his mind when he talked with Leon and Theo earlier? I wasn't sure how I felt about the new discovery. Weigh in? Huh? Do you want to go look at items? We still got a bit of time to kill. Here, why don't I show you the most recent stock? We haven't shown this to the general public yet. I'm sure you'll love it. Without warning, Olivia, was that her name again, reaches out for Ren and practically drags him inside the store. He lets out a surprised sound before leaning back and trying to grab a hold of my own arm as well, but I was just out of his reach. There was nothing else I could do but watch as Ren helplessly gets pulled into the store, like he's in a horror movie. Please hurry, Yandere. It's back here in the storage rooms. Usually we don't allow customers downstairs, but you're real hottie, so I'll let you take a sneak peek. No, actually, I'm good. Don't worry, we won't get caught. I'm sure your girlfriend won't mind if I borrow you for a bit. So you think I'm his boyfriend. You think I'm Ren's girlfriend, but you're still doing this. She's gonna have it coming. She would have it coming if he goes full Yandere on her. even thrown in some of these cartoon stickers for you. Surely that'll make it worth your time. The way she sends him felt a little excessive, and I also wished Rin would turn around so I could gauge his reaction. But instead, she leans in close to her face. He leans close to her face and whispers in a hushed tone that I could barely hear from my spot outside the store. If she wasn't right now, I would down the stairs without a thought. And honestly, there's nothing more I do. And we know what you're saying. Your reaction? From this current position, it looked as though we were having a really intimate conversation. From their current position, it looked as though they were having a really intimate conversation, and I felt some urge to look away. Why was I getting so bothered over this? I knew we weren't exactly together, but Rin wouldn't be off flirting with other people while on a date with someone else. I would never want to be in a relationship with someone who wasn't considerate of my feelings, and up until now, I honestly thought Rin would have a chance. I guess I was wrong. But still, there was a nagging voice in the back of my head that kept telling me not to give up on him so easily. Rin was only confident. Rin was the only one who confidently stood his ground when Theo got a bit too suggestive. So Theo got a bit suggestive, so maybe I should do the same. Would he be mine? Before I could stop myself, my feet start to move on autopilot as I march towards the two of them to reach for Rin's sleeve. I give it a hesitant tug, and I swear I could almost feel the relief wash over his body because of it. Rin's entire demeanor seems to change in the moment, and he turns to me with a relieved smile on his soft features. I don't really have any interest in this store. Can we go somewhere else? Yeah, of course. Wait, hold on. Rin carelessly shoves Olivia's outstretched hand aside and gently places an arm over my shoulder instead. And just like that, Harry is guiding me out of the store and back to the busy street. I could hear Olivia sputter out confused sounds as she watches the two of us leave. I suddenly felt guilty for causing a rift between them. She was already causing the rift herself. And for not reading the room. No matter how many times I tried to brush it aside, I still couldn't get my mind off just what had occurred earlier. What if Rin was interested in her? Granted, he probably shouldn't have blandly flirted with her while on a date with me. Oh, he didn't. But I could tell myself that. But he wasn't exactly the most confident guy. Because he'd still be able to talk to her again if things didn't work out between us. No, I shouldn't be thinking about it. No, I shouldn't be thinking like that. Peering up to gauge his expression, I noticed how he didn't really look all that upset about leaving her. Oh, he doesn't. He looks happy. If anything, he seemed very content to be walking down the street with his fingers intertwined with mine once more. I could feel him give my hand a protective squeeze as he looks down at me with his soft blue eyes, and all my worries somehow melt away. Maybe I did make the right choice after all. It might have been selfish, but it was worth having Rin look at me with such a gentle expression. Eventually the sun starts to set back in the ocean, behind the ocean, as Rin and I continue to walk along the beach walk. Most of the conversation was geared towards me and my interests again, but every time I tried to learn more about Rin, he only seemed to divert the conversation back to me once more. But the more I focused on the odd behavior, the more I began to pick up on his social habits as well. I learned that Rin would suddenly pick up his sleeves of his cardigan whenever he got nervous, or how he scratched his jaw whenever the conversation stayed down the path he didn't feel comfortable with. His little quirks told me more about himself than the dead-end conversations that only lead back to me, and I was content with knowing more about him than I did yesterday. Rin no longer felt like a stranger I had met at the library, but rather someone I could consider a friend. Or boyfriend material. Except friends aren't supposed to get jealous whenever they see them with someone else. Geez, what was wrong with me? I've barely been 2 days and I was already contemplating whether or not I truly saw Rin in a romantic light. Was I going too fast? All these thoughts were starting to get a bit overwhelming, and... Angel, hello? Huh? You're spacing out again. I'm just a space cadet. That's the look again. He seems peering down at me with so much adoration in his eyes, and if I didn't know any better, I would think that he already is halfway in love with me, or all the way in love with me. But that was very weird thought, and I probably wasn't even true. Sorry, I was just thinking about things. Are you going to share those things with the rest of the class? Nope. He sends me a playful smile and gently nudges into my side. I couldn't help but laugh. When did we become so comfortable with Char? And when did he lose his stutter? And I still kept it. It's nothing really. Maybe a bit embarrassing, but well, I was wondering. How do you feel about... My sentence gets cut short if a drop of rain lands on my cheek. Instinctively, I look up and find myself wondering how I didn't notice these dark clouds into the sky earlier at the Sky Center. All of a sudden, more droplets fall down until it was all but pouring rain and forcing everyone in the area to find cover. Over here! Rin doesn't seem to pay much attention when he grabs me by my hand and pulls me underneath one of the awnings of a nearby building. He shows me from the rain with his body, and I couldn't help but feel tiny with the way his arms cage me as his rests them against the wall. We look at each other in silence for a brief moment before interrupting in laughter. Perhaps it was because of the adrenaline from all the panic running, or the fact that Rin's hair was starting to lose its puffiness. But I couldn't hold back from letting out a fit of giggles. This only seemed to spur Rin on as well, until we both wheezing out on our lungs and gulping down air. I can't remember the last time I ran that fast. Me too. The booming sound of thunder echoes from the far and drowns out our laughter until we were both silent once more. Once we both calm down, Rin moves me further away from the rain before casting a glance behind him. Wait here, I'll buy an umbrella so we can get out of this rain. But you'll get soaked. It's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. I roll my eyes as a corny joke and send him off with a amused smile. He doesn't look back before he makes a mad dash out into the rain and down the street towards the closest convenience store. Though the rain only seemed to get heavier the moment he leaves, I find myself passing even further against the wall behind me to avoid the recoil of the rain bouncing off the pavement. There wasn't much for me to do while I waited for Rin to return, aside from watching people scramble around for shelter. And just like that, the carefully sound of laughter echoing from down the street catches my attention as I watch Leon, Theo, and Jai. I can't pronounce his name. All run to cover like their life depended on it. Well, it seems as though their beach shouting was cut short as well. Glancing back once more, I barely make out the figure of Leon, using his bag as a makeshift umbrella as he ducks under one of the awnings of the ice cream stand. All while Theo and Jay travel behind him in a leisured pace, kicking and splashing of water at each other in the rain. I had to look away for a moment. Theo started to remove his shirt, and I had an irking that it was so that he could show off. Most likely. And knowing him, he follows along without a care in the world because that's what he always does when it comes to his friends. A part of me felt like calling out to the group to see if I could wait out the storm alongside them, but they seemed to be enjoying themselves, so I didn't want to get in between them like that. Plus, I did promise Rin that I'll wait here for him, even if he's taking his sweet time. Was he ever going to return? There was no sign of him or his comfy-looking cardigan. I was beginning to wonder if he really did ditch me. After all, it must have been more than 15 minutes by now. What if he got caught up with something? Or what if he went back to see that cashier lady again? Her store did happen to be on the same street, but after spending the afternoon with Rin and getting to know him, I concluded that he wasn't the type of person to do such a thing. No, he would be such a thing to push her down the flight of stairs and then come back to us like a lost puppy. Plus, that would be a really long blow considering that he was the one who offered to take me out on a date today. Although, if I was being honest with myself, it did seem as though they had chemistry. Especially with how she looked at him and touched his arm as though it was the most natural thing in the world. No, to me it looked like she just had no understanding of personal space and did not know how to read a room. She apparently knew him as well, or at least he looked recognizable enough. Why did that thought make my blood boil? That's jealousy. Thankfully, the rain was there to cool me off, as well as soak the ends of my outfit and make everything feel damp and uncomfortable. Was Rin really coming back? It shouldn't take this long to buy a Norbara. Wait for Rin. Maybe something did come up. I'm sure he'll come back. As if fell cue, I spot a familiar path, a patch of pink hair from within the misty rain, frantically sprinting with an umbrella in one hand and a bag under the other. Angel, why in? Ah! He almost slams into me before stopping just in time. and I could tell by the way he was wheezing that he ran all the way back here without stopping. Sorry, I thought I almost lost you there for a second. It's so hard to see in this weather. Geez, Ren, what took you so long? I almost wanted to cuss him out for taking, well, over 20 minutes just to buy in a single umbrella, but genuinely apologetic look on his features made me hold my tongue. Sorry, I ran into your friends from earlier, which took forever for me to shake them off. And then the convenience store ended up closing earlier to the sudden weather change. And then I had to go to the awful souvenir shop with the notches and cleany cashier and push her down 5 stairs. He was talking about a minute, and I was worried he would end up biting his tongue. Gently, I raise a hand to signal him to calm down, and his intense monologue soon comes to halt. I'm really sorry about taking your time, making you wait so long, but ta-da! I did manage to get you an umbrella, among other things as well. He gives it a small twirl in his hands, singing droplets of water all over the place. We could start heading back home now if you want, unless you want to go somewhere specific. Can we go to my apartment? Can we go to your apartment? Where do you want to go? Forget, I'm going home now. Home alone. Can we go to my apartment? Your apartment? Sure, it's close by anyway. I could walk you home. The image of me taking a nice warm bath after being out of the sweater was too hard to resist, so I ended up eagerly stepping under Ren's umbrella before heading back home. In the end, Ren ended up walking me back home. Yet despite being the one holding the umbrella, he still got wet because he offered most of it to me. Ren really was considerate, but it didn't stop me from feeling bad whenever I saw the wet patch on his shoulder. Eventually enough, my apartment entrance comes into view, and I suddenly wished that time would slow down. I wasn't sure why, but I was enjoying my time with Ren, even though I still didn't know much about him. All that I did know was that he was very attentive when it came to me, and that he was willing to put in effort to get to know me better. It was honestly very sweet seeing Ren to be so considerate. He still came off a bit odd and eccentric at times, but that side of him was slowly starting to grow on me. Glancing back at the pink-haired man beside me once more, I watch as he cautiously twirls the umbrella on his grip and shoots me a playful smile. It seems as though he shares the same sentiment as me, judging by how his feet start slowing down the moment we ascend my apartment staircase. With a smile, I turned to face Ren, only to realize that he was already looking at me with an all too familiar soft grin. So we're here now. So here we are. Thanks for going out with me today. I'm sorry we got short. I'm sorry it got cut short because of the weather. I really should have looked at the weather app before leaving, huh? It's fine. Maybe we could try this again another time, preferably on a day without rain. Yeah, I like that. We stand around the entrance for a while before I lean in and kiss his cheek. Thank him for walking you home into your apartment without a word. Leaning in and kiss him. Before I can stop myself, I take a step closer to Ren and gently pull him closer to the front of his cardigan. He seemed surprised at my actions with how wide his what his eyes get. But it doesn't stop me from leaning forward and pressing a soft kiss against his lips. The taste of cherry lingers when I pull away, and watch his slight amusement as Rin's cheeks instantly flare a deep scarlet. Thanks for walking me home. I could almost see the stream of steam rise from his head as he remains in his slouched over position, so I artfully pat his chest to get him to loosen up. I mean, yeah, of course, don't mention it. He almost bumps his head with the umbrella as he leans back, but remains close to my side. Well then, much like the first time I met him in the library, I artfully gesture to the door behind me as I try and find a way to excuse myself. Sometimes Rin really made these kind of situations difficult. I should head back inside, and you should get out of this ring. Oh yeah, I probably should. He still makes no sign of leaving, which made me wonder if he was waiting to make sure that I made it safely inside my apartment, as if to test the theory. I gave him a small wave and turned on my heel. Oh, before you go, this is for you. Without another word, Rin shoves the bag he was holding into my arms with a forced smile. Peering inside, I noticed the Hanukkah fushie I'd been eyeing earlier. He really went out of his way to get this for me? Wow. Well then, I'll be going. Bye, Angel. Before I could respond, Rin was already turning on his heels and leaving back the way he came. With a warm and fuzzy feeling still inside me, I climbed the flight of stairs until I reached my floor. I highly doubt my landlord had fixed the elevator yet, if the caution tape was even to go by. But it was difficult to focus on those things when all I could think about was Rin's warmth lingering in my lips. But a flash of white managed to pull me from my thoughts. I noticed Violet lingering near the stairwell entrance to the floor. Hey, why in? Hey, I'm guessing the wearer put a fork in your plans too, huh? She moves to unlock her door, and I notice how one of her pod plants has been moved to the busted window at the end of the hallway. I'm guessing Violet had to move it to make use of the free ring and make it easier to water her plants without the effort. Want to come in for a while? The weather is making me feel rather chilly. I could brew you some tea to warm us up if you like. Sorry, V. As much as I love to, my social's battery is kind of drained by now. Oh, that's okay. I totally get it. You just need some time alone to unwind, right? In that case, Carla over here is good company. She won't talk, but she'll listen to your problems without complaint. She hands me a small bouquet made from an assortment of colorful tulips before waving me off and stepping into her apartment. The smell of lavender waves out as she pokes her head out of the door. The scent immediately calms my nerves. My offer still stands if you ever change your mind, though. Just knock and I'll set the kettle running. Enjoy the rest of your evening, Lion. Toodles. Man, Violet really was something, huh? Yeah, sure is. Amazing neighbor, though. Stepping into the comfort of my apartment, I discard my keys into the bowl and take off my shoes. Ignoring the awful squelching sound it makes, I try my best not to leave a puddle of water in my wake as I make my way to the lounge room. I pull out the Hanako plushie from my bag and sit on the couch before I turn the television and prepare myself for a much-needed shower. Breaking news, the body of a young woman has been pulled from the dumpster on Coral Street, no more than 5 feet from the place she worked at. Paramedics say she suffered multiple brute force to her vital organs, as well as showing signs of stress and struggle. Viewer, discretion is advised, as these images contain scenes that may be triggered. All of a sudden, the TV turns into static, and I can only assume that it was because of the storm. Caused by the storm. I didn't need to look outside the window to know that it had only gone worse, and I wondered if Rin was going to be alright on the walk back to his apartment. And we know who that is. That was Olivia. Also, who was that person on the TV? The reporter seemed to be standing outside the hardware store, which wasn't far from the pier Rin and I went to today. Dang, I really want to know more. Despite that, I don't feel like taking any chances with the freak storm, so I quickly raced to the bathroom before the power turns off next. With my body finally free from the smell of rain, I let out a satisfied sigh as I slipped into the comfort of my bed. I even noticed I had brought my new plushie into my bedroom by bringing it closer to my side and burying my face in all of its fluffiness. The faintest hint of cherry emits from the toy. It makes my mind drift to thoughts of that strange pink-haired man once more. He was still as odd as usual, but some parts of him were starting to feel rather endearing. I noticed how he was no longer stuttering as much or acting as shy. I mean, he's still stuttering. And it made me wonder if we were getting closer. Now that I really thought about it, how did I feel about Rin? I'm crushing on him. Okay, so maybe I did find him rather daring and attractive. Rin was very considerate and attentive towards me during our date, and I could see myself wanting to go on their date in the near future. He certainly had a boyfriend material, but I still need to work up the nerve to make it lead towards that direction. He seems far too hesitant to do it himself, but it would have been nice to see him put more effort into it as well. Not knowing Rin wanted to spend the entire day with me is enough. Rolling onto my side, I hugged the plushie closer so I could be surrounded by the comforting scent, slowly drifting off to sleep. Okay, up to day 3. Let's go to day 3. Almost like clockwork, my body reacts to the all too familiar sounds of birds chirping outside my window, and it pulls me from the depths of dreamland. Groggily, I roll onto my side and reach for my phone on the nightstand. I briefly get flashbang from the brightness of my screen before squinting my eyes to make out the time. Glancing at the clock, I noticed that I somehow managed to wake up an hour earlier than usual, and that I received a few messages from Moth at some point last night. Opening them, I casually began to skim through them. Tell me, you seen the newest attack on giant theories? Big, fat, massive spoiler alert! Hanako waves? If Hanako is the main character, Hanako does wave, unless it's actually attacking by it, then I won't spoil it. Our boy really survived that massive blast from the sorcerer. What to say? Main character normally always survives. Normally. There's probably a few times the main character dies. Look at these pics. You can clearly see part of his outfit in one of them. He's clearly still alive. BTW. By the way, let me know when you're awake so I can tell you about something super important. Anyway, back to my Hanako theory that I came up with. Definitely did not steal from some forum online. In this 329-page essay, there still seems to be quite a few more lengthy messages from Moth underneath, but I figured I get the overall gist of things already. In fact, after looking at these messages, I was beginning to think that Moth didn't really have anyone else to talk to about Attack on Giants. I was gonna say Attack on Giant, which it's named after, so which didn't really surprise me. Not the same premise at all. They weren't exactly the best at opening up and getting to know others, let alone with strangers online, so it was a wonder how we managed to become friends in the first place. Back then, we were both new fans who wanted to fawn over Attack on Giants on some online forum, yet we somehow crossed paths and clicked immediately. And even now, the franchise is still insanely popular within the anime community, garnering many fans who love to discuss episodes theories with others online. Yet Moth always seems to come to me before anyone else, and for that I was grateful. I honestly didn't mind in the slightest, and I also got to gush to them about my hyperfixations in return. But man, I just wish our time zones could be more lenient. I always manage to catch Moth as soon as I'm going to bed, and they always seem to message me when I'm halfway through my sleep cycle. Well, there was no use in thinking too much about it. Putting these thoughts aside for now, I decided to spend the rest of my morning going through the rest of Moth's messages instead, and even sending back a few theories of my own before getting ready for work. But before I leave the I begrudgingly leave the warmth confines of my bed in favor of making breakfast. I make sure to give my new Hanako Flushy a squeeze and pat on the head. With a full stomach and a slight bounce in my step, I casually make my way towards Coralland Bay Library. Even from here, I can make out Eleanor's fancy welcome message written on the chalkboard sign, and from the looks of the parking situation outside, it didn't seem that busy yet. What catches my interest, however, is a black sports motorcycle plopped up in one of the parking spots. Is it our certain Yandere? I can make out a ton of small anime decals on the tank, but what really catches my attention were the "Always with You" stickers. Whoever owned that bike must have been a fan of the webcomic. I honestly wanted to be their friend because of it. Well, we're in luck. I'm pretty sure it is written because of, as unfortunate as it is, the only person I had to talk about this was Moth. But it made a lot of sense, considering how Always With You was only published recently, and the fandom was still so small, not many people were aware of its existence, but that was slowly starting to change. Physical copies of the webcomic were starting to appear in stores, and despite my attempts, I had yet to get my hands on one. Oh well, maybe one day. Now wasn't the time to to be dwelling on these things. I would have been late for work if I stayed in my head any longer. Not wasting any more time, I quickly sped up the stairs and entered the library. But barely making it 3 feet inside before a mass of blonde hair enters my field of view and almost knocks me over. Eleanor! There you are, Eleanor. Where were you the other day? Oh, wait. He's there, even though the motorcycle's there. Wait. I know who that is. Olivia, I believe, because she's the one that passed away in this route. Because we're gonna probably do our routes, but Wyan, there you are! Quick, I need your help. Eleanor's anxiety, anxious demand catches me off guard, and I immediately do a sweep of the library for anything out of place. But I hardly give any time to take in my surroundings before Eleanor reaches for my arm and all but drags me behind the reception's counter and towards the mountain of paperwork. Stacks upon stacks of books, files, newspapers, and folders covered the entire expanse of the desk, and for the briefest moment, it almost resembles a messy archive. This archive rather than her workstation. What's all this? This was supposed to be sorted out yesterday. I swear I did it already. In fact, I know I did. Remember leaving it all in Conan's office before I left work yesterday. So you can imagine my surprise when I saw it back at my desk this morning. Eleanor seems genuinely concerned, especially with how she fitted about and paced around back and forth in front of me. It was almost like she's seeing a ghost, and if I didn't know any better, I honestly would have believed it. Please help me. If Cohen finds out I somehow messed up again, I don't know what will happen. Hey, don't worry. I'll help. And I doubt Conan would get mad. You know how he is. I suppose you're right. Her shoulders seem to visibly relax at my words, and she slumps into her chair with a heavy sigh. Thank you so much, Wyan. Do you think you can manage to stack the books? I'll handle all the files. Without missing a beat, at least our boss magically appears somewhere behind us. We immediately get to work. Time flies by quickly when I have my chatty coworker to keep me company. She fills me in how the freak storm caught everyone off guard, and how some of the patrons shared the same idea of staking refuge within the library as well. Apparently, Eleanor was the only one around to keep an eye on things, and from the sounds of it, she seemed to take on the leadership role like a pro. Still discussing her whereabouts had me thinking. That reminds me, where did you go the other day? The other day? What do you mean? You remember Ren, the pink-haired guy? Oh, Loverboy. I like how she's like smiling. Yeah, him. After we had that conversation with Ren, I never saw you afterwards. Let me think. I watch as she inclines her head to the side to think, and all too quickly she snaps her fingers and gives me an affirmative nod. Oh, that's right. Well, this is a bit embarrassing, but I end up going home early. I must have accidentally bumped into something while cleaning this stock room the other day, and before I knew it, one of the shelves came tumbling down on me. And I know it's up. We don't know yet, but I have a feeling that was Rin. She was gonna be his first kill, but she survived. She's just gonna be the final girl. She's gonna be the Cindy Prescott, and I'm gonna be the Gail Weathers. It wasn't, or no, technically I'll be the Cindy and she'll be the Gail. It wasn't until a little while later when Conan found me and pulled me out. You knocked over a tire shelf? Miss Kristen? Knowing I was only teasing, Eleanor sends me a sheepish smile and bows her head, hiding her reddening cheeks. But now that I think about it, the shelves in the storage room had always seemed relatively stable to me. My coworker wasn't known for her strength, so it didn't make much sense for this to topple over that easily. But thankfully Eleanor elaborates more, mostly as if she could hear the gears in my head working overtime. But I suppose it was a tad bit old, I mean. I worked in this library for more than 5 years now, and not once had I heard so much as a creak from the shelves. It does seem strange, yeah. Well, I have no doubt Conan will be installing new storage shelves soon. Oh, speaking of, did you notice the new awnings outside the library? I suppose the sunstorm from yesterday had something to do with it. In that, or perhaps he saw it in the news already. Some poor woman was found. Yeah, that was because we're going for the route that he might. He's gonna go slasher on number 1. I go Yandere on number 1. Our conversation gets cut short as I watch Eleanor's attention drift behind me and towards the flashing red light above one of the shelves. Duty calls, I guess. As soon as she stands, I shoot her a appreciative smile, which she returns with an apologetic one of her own and meanders her way towards the aisle. Now left to my own devices, I go back to sorting through the books and putting them into separate piles. I manage to get a solid 10 minutes to myself before the sudden sense of unease creeps on me. I felt as though someone was watching me. Probably Yandere. So I take a curious sweep across the vicinity to try to locate the source. And I don't think actually it's this time, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Wait, I think it might actually be in there. And everyone else comes up. Some people were studying, others were quietly typing away at the computers, and I could even spot the back of Eleanor's head from her spot near the fantasy section aisle. Nothing was out of place, yet the unnerving feeling of having eyes on the back of my head is still lingering. In fact, now that I thought about it, it was easily similar to the feeling I got when I was walking home a few days ago. Violet's words about someone breaking into my apartment echo my mind before it suddenly dawns upon me. The supposed person watching me, could it be somehow linked? No, definitely not. Might, but then again, we kind of invited the person in our house. No, definitely not. Shaking my head, I try to discuss those unsettling thoughts before they start to develop into something more sinister. There was no one watching me. After all, there was hardly anything impressive about me towards a stalker in the first place. Well, can Ren put that in for? Can Ren put Ren say why he's stalking us? I was as plain as they come, and if some loser really did break into my house, they left empty-handed. That alone could have proved I don't own anything worth stealing, except maybe my limited edition attack on giant figures. But even then, I remember fully inspecting my entire apartment once I got home. Nothing was out of place, nor looked like it had been touched. Everything was as I left it that morning. Maybe some of our clothes went missing. Yeah, it still didn't explain why I was feeling this way. Fear and aberration seemed to overwhelm my senses. so much that my mind barely registered the sound of something wrestling, and I looked down to see that I had been worrying the papers in my hands for the past few minutes. Have I been stressing out that badly? Jeez, I really was letting all the paranoia get to the best of me. Shaking my head once more and decide it's best not to let those thoughts fester and grow into something far bigger than it should be. No one broke into my apartment. No one was watching me right now. I was making a mountain of a molehill, and nothing was going to scare me. Speaking of jump scare, hello? Whoa! Instead of some creepy stalker dressed in all black, I was met with blonde hair and expensive-looking clothing. Was this the person I felt watching me? It was difficult to make out her words over the loud, rapid sounds of my heartbeat, so I tried my best to calm down before responding. Sorry, I didn't know she come in. Welcome to Corwin Bay Library. Can I help you with anything? I hope I sound professional enough, though I was sure there was still a lingering sense of fear in my words, and a facial expression to match. But it starts to dissipate as I take in the woman's appearance. Her green eyes seemed oddly familiar to me, but what gives it all the way is how the woman slightly inclines her head to the side as she looks over me with concern. Surely not. Was that? I don't suppose you're Kyra? Eleanor told me all about you. In the flesh, I'm actually here to visit my darling sister. Would you believe? But now you piqued my interest. She shoots me a harmless wink and rests her hands atop the reception counter. Whoa, even the cleaning of her jewelry sounds expensive, and I can't help but look at her in awe. Tell me, what else has Nori said about me? She really admires you. Oh, really? Where did she say that? When did she say that? It would have been nice to hear it coming from her. Oh, well, I'm sure you're well aware of how shy little Nori can be sometimes. Why in? As if summoning Eleanor herself, she emerges from somewhere behind me and joins us at the front desk. Carl, what are you doing here? There she is. What? Am I not allowed to see my little sis? I'm working right now. You could have texted me in advance. But I wanted to surprise you, and look, I come bearing gifts. And at that, Kara places down a few bags being branded with high-end prints and designer logos. Sorry, darling. If I knew I'll be meeting you here, I would have brought extra. But I'm sure there's something for you in one of the bags as well. Pick whatever Eleanor doesn't want. I genuinely wish I could be rich enough to say something like that. The sisters seem fully endorsed with each other's presence, so I leave them alone so that they can have their moment to catch up. After all, I don't know how long it's been since Eleanor and Kara had seen each other, and the mountain of work in front of me wasn't going to sort itself out in the meantime. But before I can silently slip away and sit back down, a tattooed arm boxes me in and commands my attention. And for the second time today, this expensive smell of wealth and luxury floods my senses. Only this time I knew the person it belonged to. And I'm gonna Joey the next day 4. Because he's gonna go go with because we're gonna do it where what we're doing, Olivia has to die and Theo has to die, so we get a cutscene, mini scene, Dang, who are they? Suddenly out of nowhere, Theo appears with a familiar smirk on his face and unbarred draw in his tone. He absolutely shameless with how his eyes take in both the sisters' appearances before he leans more of his weight onto his arm, shooting me is. And look, don't even think about it, Theo. Trust me, you don't want to know what I'm thinking about right now. Given how he leans down even closer to my side, with a slutty grin, I end up believing his words. After all, I couldn't put it past Theo to think up multiple ways to cause a scene in his free time. Not jealous, are you? Why would you even? Whether or not it was my sudden outburst that catches their attention, Eleanor and Kara finally seem to notice us. I thank my lucky stars for a chance to escape this conversation. Perhaps I should sneak off to the play lounge while everyone was busy talking. I'm sure you work here too. I've got a few questions here that you could check out. Despite my disgust at Theo's planet flirting, Eleanor seems to be eating it up with a slight blush on her cheeks. Oh, actually, I'm just visiting. I don't work here, but little Nori over here does. I'm sure she can help you out. Despite her friendly tone, Kara seems to be passively shutting down Theo's attempts at flirting and rejecting it towards Eleanor instead. Yet Theo doesn't seem to be picking up on it, instead choosing to lean a little more against the counter, so that his muscles flex under his form-fitting shirt and across his ankles. You're not from around here, are you? I remember a face like yours. The name's Theodore, by the way, but cuties like you can call me Theo. I think everyone calls you Theo. Charming, I'm Kara. And no, I'm only in town for a few weeks. I'm visiting some relatives and finding some inspiration before I head back home. Inspiration, huh? I could show you around. Well, aren't you fun? What about my baby sister? Huh? I'm older than you. Come on, with a little Nori, you always tell me how you're holed up at work all the time. I suppose, but looks like you're in need of a bit of fun. Can I help with that? Have either of you been to the aquarium yet? It's open recently. Why do we need an aquarium when we could just go to the ocean? To the beach? Not yet, but I have to I'll have to give you off a pass, I'm afraid. Aquarium's not your style? You're not my style. She's my favorite. Ouch. Despite the low blow to his ego, Theo doesn't look at least a bit offended. In fact, he seems to thrive off it. But as fate felt the urge to intervene, Kara's phone suddenly goes off and startles everyone. Someone just saved her butt from talking to Theo. Sorry, give me a sec. I need to take this call. She slips away before any of us can have the chance to respond, and without missing a beat, Theo immediately takes his previous spot beside Eleanor. And what about you? Me? You don't see anyone else around, princess. Me? But oh, well, I mean, but I won't be talking to Theo. I think it'll be fun, but I suppose it would be a bit awkward if it's just you and me. You heard her, doll. As if finally acknowledging my presence, Theo turns to me with a expecting look on his face. Why don't you tag along? I'll even see if Leon wants to join the fun. It'll be like a double date. At that, Eleanor visibly seems to relax a little bit. I spare a quick glance at her direction, and I pick up on the barest hint of hope in her eyes. Wait, she wanted to go on a date with Theo? I don't know. Oh, what? Got better things to do? Well, first of all, yes, kick Theo where the sun doesn't shine comes to mind. Look, I pay for everything. I can even pick you up as well if you want. Sounds good? Not that I'd ever openly admit it to Theo, but his offer was finally starting to sound tempting. I mean, free food and a free outing. It was too good to refuse, however. It's Theo we're talking about. Fine, but I'm doing this for Eleanor. Eleanor seemed to brighten up at that, and she smiles just about makes it all worth it. Atta girl, knew you weren't going to chicken out on us. No, I'm gonna plot your demise. Then it's settled. Leon and I will meet you both here tomorrow after work. What time do you finish? Around... There you are, YN. I didn't realize you were busy. Finally, it was as if someone had heard my prayers this time. Conan emerges from somewhere behind me, and what was with that today, and offers me escape from the current conversation. And without missing a beat, I turn towards my savior and spare him a thankful glance. I make sure to silently apologize to Eleanor as well, growing uneasy with thoughts of leaving her alone with Theo, but she seems all too happy with how she suddenly shoos me away, with a hand behind her back. Sure, I could slip away for a moment. What do you need? Do you need something? Just need an extra pair of hands to sort through some boxes. But if you're busy, I'll manage it by myself. It's fine. I could use a breather. Okay, so perhaps I didn't need to announce that so joyfully. With warm cheeks, I turned back towards Eleanor and Theo to send them a final apologetic look before following after Conan. No, I sent Eleanor the apologetic look. I sent Theo a death glare. Apologize for this. I didn't mean to steal you away from your friends. This happens to be sorting through all the books a coworker managed to knock over this morning, and making sure they were all in the correct category before putting them back onto the cart. It felt eerily similar to what I had been previously doing with Eleanor, only this time they weren't any Theo-shaped annoyances to keep me company. But man, I swear Conan had to be the only boss who'd be perfectly fine with their employees slacking off to talk with their friends instead. He hadn't said a word about it. Theo, and possibly Carla too, depending on how long he'd been standing behind me. It seemed more than okay with us huddling around the reception desk. Deciding not to push my luck, I returned Conan's soft look with one of my own. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I've been meaning to ask you something, actually. Has everything been going all right with you? I have a stalker that I stalker/boyfriend now. Nothing shady has been happening lately. What do you mean? You haven't seen the news. Someone's body was found in an alleyway near your neighborhood. She was supposedly bludgeoned and being past the point of recognition. It's horrifying to think someone is capable of such crimes. Admittedly, I've been worried for your safety as of late. You live by yourself, correct? Yeah, but I recently had a friend stay with me. Now that I think about it, he's also been concerned for my safety. That's good. I'm glad. Listen, if anything ever happens, he's been concerned for my safety, but he's the one that's stalking us. And well, might have been the reason for the death of the person. Conan awkwardly glances over to his shoulders before returning his gaze back to me. Nothing but sincerity stares back, and I find myself in a stunned silence. Here's my personal number, but due to the lack of clarification, I end up sending him a confused look instead of thanking him. I know you recently moved back to Coralland Bay, but you're yet to put someone down as your emergency contact. I'm worried you won't have anyone to call in case something does happen. I want to make sure you're safe at all times. Oh, thank you, Cohen. Of course. He gives my shoulder a gentle pat before resuming his original task. The conversation falls back into easy, comfortable silence, and I pocket his number before pouring all my focus towards the books laid in front of me. The rest of my shift passed by uneventfully, and at some point, Eleanor informs me that Kara had to leave for work-related matter and wouldn't be coming back for a few days. She even asked Eleanor to give me her number as well, alongside mentioning something about sharing more embarrassing stories about little Nori the next time we talk, whatever that meant. Still, it was really nice to finally meet Eleanor's sister, and it was even kinder of her to give me a fountain pen before she left. Or at least I assumed it was Kara. I found the expensive-looking box sitting at my desk once I returned. I wasted no time to open it and examine the contents. The pen itself appeared to be made from extremely high-quality material, and the cursive Y+R logo looked rare fancy underneath the light. Well, it's YN plus Ren, and so it was Ren. Because I think last time I put Digital Wave and it's a D plus R. The ink was rich, deep red too, which I couldn't wait to use on my papers. I made a mental note to get something for Kara as well, before pocketing the pen next to Cohen's number and packing up my belongings for the day. But as I slipping out of the library's back door, I noticed a familiar broad backside, a pair of blonde hair, and a bright red Hawaiian shirt standing near the alley entrance. As if sensing my presence, Leon turns around and greets me with one of his familiar warm smiles. Good day, Darryl. Been a while. He sees my toothy grin before making space for me within the group. Eleanor greets me with a delicate wave, and Theo looks moderately annoyed as usual. Theo was just introducing me to Eleanor and yearning on about this little outing he has planned. Hey, how come you never told me you never been to aquarium before? Makes sense though. Reckon it was built a bit after you left the bay, right? So I doubt you had time to check it out. Pretty much, most of my free time has been taken up with moving and unpacking boxes. I couldn't help but find myself agreeing with his words. It was crazy how Leon seemed to know me so well, even though we haven't had the chance to speak to each other like this in a while. But I'm curious to see what it is like. What about you, Nori? I couldn't help but let Kara's nickname first slip. Oh, yes, I'm the same. I've been looking forward to tomorrow. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I've never been to aquarium before, so this should be fun. Well, here's hoping the weather will be more lenient tomorrow. It was pouring down buckets yesterday, wasn't it? Did you make it home all right, sunfish? All of a sudden, the eerie feeling comes back, and I resist the urge to turn around and look behind me. Oh yeah, that was Ren. I only noticed that I had my back to the dark alley the entire time. YN? Sorry, What was that? You're right, you look like you've seen a ghost. I watch as Leon looks behind me before glancing at Theo and Eleanor for what seems like reassurance. Well, it's nothing. I just guess I had a long day at work. I get it. Feeling tired? You should head on home then. Please, don't let us keep you longer than we should. Want me to drop you off? Car's out front. No. As much as I appreciate everyone's concern, I honestly want to be left alone right now. To clear my head, and going on a walk would surely do me wonders. Besides, it was still somewhat bright out, and there was people around, so I had no reason to worry about my non-existent stalker. Oh no, we're gonna see our stalker in a little bit. I also heard that some new merchandise arrived at the local manga store, which I had been yearning to check out, so that would surely help me get my mind off things. It was along my route home anyway. What harm could possibly come out of a quick detour? At that thought, I quickly placate everyone's concern before bidding my goodbyes and heading off alone down the street. It wasn't until I got far away from the library that the eerie feeling started to dissipate. Because he's like knows that we're not going to be with them. The nostalgic feeling of comic books and plastic greets me as I enter the all too familiar manga store, and I immediately beeline my way towards the anime aisle. I was set on collecting the last remaining accessories for my mini Attack on Giant display. And I wasn't about to let my paranoia get in the way of that. But as I was passing through a few aisles, I noticed a familiar shade of pink near the cashier. Is that Rin? Yep. With a Hanako hoodie. Even though he was wearing a mask and had his hair tied back, I could easily pick out his large, wacky frame of anywhere. Sneaking closer, I noticed how he appears to be in a hushed conversation with the manager about something confidential, as if their closeness was anything to go by, before he places a thick envelope into her hands and leans back. Oh, I wonder what's inside. Was Ren trading some old manga? Oh, what if it's Attack on Giants? Though, if it is AOG, then I'm not really sure why he wants to trade them in, with how popular the franchise is currently. And there's so much of a high demand. If anything, it's too much consumable media being produced right now. Everywhere I go, all I see is Hanako. I wouldn't have it any other way. Speaking of my beloved Hanako, now that I get a better look at Rin, isn't that a limited edition spring Hanako hoodie? I thought they weren't selling them anymore. But just as I was about to make myself known to ask questions, Rin utterly turning on his heel and slipping behind the large slacks filled with cosplays and gaming themed peel. His height does him no favors though, as I watch his head peek out from the top while he bobs and waves his way towards the side entrance. At the very moment, my phone decides to jump scare me by suddenly going off and startles me enough to temporarily forget about Rin. Laying out a string of curses, I reach into my pocket and pull out, only to see Moth's name flash on the screen. With a grin, I accept the video call and hold the phone up to my face. Hey, listen, now wasn't a really good time to talk, but... Oh no, that's terrible. Get well soon. Or sorry for your loss. Or whatever. Anyway, listen. It's like, I like Bob. Guess who won all paid holiday trip overseas? Me, that too. It's been a while since I last seen Moth's face, but they appeared just as boisterous as I remember them. And for free, too. I mean, okay, yeah, I will need to pay for food and stuff, but... Hey, where are you? I'm in the manga store. Hold on. Can you backtrack for a second? You got free tickets to where? Is that a Hanukkah figure? Can you get it for me? Please, 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 please. Moth? I'll pay you back, promise. I'll pay for shipping, too. It's so cute. Look at his widow outfit. Look at his tiny little jacket, tiny little shoes. With an eye roll, I reach behind for the figure, but not before picking up the accessories I need originally came in for, and slowly making my way to the cash register. Once Moth's hoots and hollers calm down, I gently tried to coax them back into the original topic. Alright, you asked where I'm going. Well, it's actually a surprise. Seriously? A good surprise, though. See you? You're still in Korra? I like how it's just glitching. For a brief moment, their screen starts to lag and the loading logo pops up. Moth? Because I'll be in almost that okay with you. Because they're coming to Corland Bay. Their voice cuts in and out, giving me an almost robotic effect before the screen eventually fades to black. With a heavy sigh, end the call and shoot Moth a text to let them know that they got disconnected yet again. But as I absentmindedly looked out the window, I noticed the blurry outline of Ren's figure sitting on the bench outside, busying himself with what looks like a phone in his hands. Next, the cashier's voice pulls me away from my thoughts, and I quickly pay for my purchases. All well, sparing not so slickerative glances at Ren from beyond the shop window and making sure he's still there. It was strange, but I couldn't help but hope I'll get a chance to catch up with him on my way out. I know it's barely been more than a day since I last saw him, but I still wanted to thank him for staying at my place that day and keeping watch. It was strange to feel safe in the presence of someone I barely knew, but part of me wanted to keep Ren around on the off chance that my non-existent stalker would show their ugly head. The cashier pulls my attention away by handing me a bag and receipt, and I give them my thanks before making a beeline towards exit. But just as the door swung open, I noticed that Ren had already left. He was no longer in the bench where I last saw him, and I couldn't spot him on either end of the street either. It looks like he was never there in the first place, and I almost feel myself wondering if I imagined the whole thing. I was starting to see him everywhere anyway, and it was beginning to come across as creepy. But Corland Bay isn't that big of a coastal town in retrospect, so I'm sure we're bound to run each other again sooner or later. I mean, literally met Ren at my workplace because we shared a few common interests in books. He's just so happened to be about native flora. That kind of stuff wasn't something either of us could control. I was most likely looking too deep into it still. It felt strange all the same. Oh well, there's no use in dwelling on it. Oh, he's stalking us. We were figuring out there's something going on now. I was bound to run into Rin again at some point, regardless if I had a way to contact him or not. It was beginning to get dark once I arrived back at my apartment complex, so I quickly ushered my way up the staircase and onto my floor. But as I make the long trek up the stairs, I bump into someone lingering around the corners and almost lose my footing. Oh yeah, because she... Oof. Whoa! There right before my eyes is my landlord, Biru. But the other person by his side is a complete stranger to me. Wait, I want to check. Because I know that was her. Good morning, good evening, Yan. Finished with the day? There you are. Have you been getting my complaints? Complaints? Huh, what's she talking about? I don't believe either of you have met yet. Shall I introduce you to the two of you? Was he seriously trying to divert the conversation right now? Yan, I want you to meet my daughter. This is my pride and joy, Hanako. Wait. It's Haruka, Haruka. Hanakuka. Ah, yes. You mean like the main protagonist from Attack on Giants? Unfortunately. Hanukkah. Yes. Unfortunately. Your father seriously named you after an anime character. Yeah, so maybe he's a tad bit obsessed with the anime. A tad? That's an understatement. So why did he wears that stupid clips and paints his nails pink? The blue rhinestones were my addition, though. But if you think being named Hanukkah is embarrassing enough, my little sister was named after his favorite. My little sister was named after his favorite character of all time, Hanako. It's arch nemesis. You can't be serious. Wait, no, we're getting off topic again. Biru? Did you or did you not get my complaints? Come again? He looks up from his phone and spares a meager glance at my direction. Sorry, Yan. I've been so distracted lately. So it does change our interactions, because if Olivia survives, we run into Olivia instead of these guys. You see, I've always had interest in renovating old buildings. In fact, I recently bought another apartment complex in New Southwest for this very purpose. I suppose that makes it 28 buildings now? Right, my adorable little munchkin. It's always so hard to keep track of everything. I'm a grown adult, don't call me that. Oh, but you're always been my sweet baby princess. I was gonna say, how long has Attack on Giants been going on? For name his adult daughter or daughters, because I don't know how the other one is. After the main characters, is it like as old as Lupin the Third or like Detective Conan? It's like I'm not even that here. But as soon as Biru reaches out to pinch one of Hanaka's cheeks in an affectionate manner, I take a moment to fully observe their conversation. But my landlord brought another building. Well, that's probably explains why he hardly ever borrows to take care of this apartment. You have too many apartments if you can't take care of one. Well, whatever. I don't have time for this. Or this mushy, tender moment. Without another word, I quietly excuse myself from the conversation and make my way home. Not bothering to turn on the light, I tossed my keys into the tray, shrugging off my jacket and unceremoniously dropping myself onto the couch. Today has been a whirlwind of events and emotions, and the worst part of it was that it still hadn't ended yet. I still had an hour or so left before I could serve any dinner plans, so I figured that I might as well spin the evening winding down in the meantime. All too quickly, an idea pops into my head. I reach over to grab my phone. Invite someone over. Figuring it would be best to catch up with someone instead of stewing in my apartment alone. I pull off my contacts list and idly scroll through it. Conan's number immediately catches my attention, being the newest addition to my contacts and sitting near the top of the list before my curiosity begins to stray once more. Without much of a hesitating, I tap the person's number and bring the phone closer to my ear. We're gonna go with the one that's glitching. Rin! Odd. I don't remember scrolling all the way down to visit his contact details. Nevertheless, I found myself tapping on Rin's number and bring the phone closer to my ear. He picks up almost immediately, and I could practically feel the excitement and flowers expel from the screen and hit me into the face. Before I know it, Rin is agreeing to come over as soon as he can, so I quickly turn the lights back on, and clean the place up a bit, anticipate his arrival. Barely 10 minutes passed by before I heard a loud knocking at my front door. Almost immediately, I leaped to my feet and locked it with a smile. Rin, hey, come on in. Hey, I see you. See, not much has changed since the last time I was here. It was only a couple of days ago. I also brought some takeout with me. Is that okay? I figured you hadn't had a chance to eat yet. Oh, how do you know? It's like you can read minds or something. Barely registering the look on his face, I gently close Rin into my living room. He makes himself at home on my couch and brings a few utensils from my kitchen for the food he kindly brought. Oh, by the way, were you at the manga store earlier today? I thought I saw you there. Yeah, I know you did. I mean, because I saw you as well. After I left, I noticed you through the window. Well, that seems to confirm my thoughts about Rin sitting outside the store. Stabbing my fork into the food, I take a bite and let out a pleased hum from all the delicious flavors dancing from my tongue. Really? You should have said hi. I thought about it, but you seemed really focused on something. And then you got a call, so... Oh, yeah, that's my friend Moth. Oh, that reminds me, Rin. At the thought, his full attention is merely on me. Take out long forgone as the taller male moves in his seat to face me. I remember you saying that you like Attack on Giants too, right? I could introduce you guys. They're a die-hard fan for the anime. I'm sure they wouldn't mind. Oh, Moth is the one who's interested? Almost shyly, he turns his head away and meekly scratches at his jaw. I don't mind, but I was expecting Rin to be so hesitant, and I suddenly feel bad for springing this all onto him without considering how he might feel as well. Hey, no need to force yourself. If you don't want to, that's okay. I just thought it'd be nice to let them have someone else to talk to, you know? Moth has trouble making friends, and most of the time they only talking to me. Yeah, that's too bad. He sends me a sad look, coupled with a frown, before returning to the plate of food before him. Although I was thinking about Mauve, I really didn't want to force Rin into befriending someone if he didn't want to. Besides, maybe he has trouble forming friendships too. As we get older, we all have difficulty forming friendships. At least that's what they say. It was a little difficult trying to keep up with his sudden personality shifts, but at this point in our friendship, I was starting to get used to it. Deciding to lift the mood a little, I tried to change the subject to something more lighthearted. So, the rats, huh? Really, Ryan? That was the first thing you could think of? How was this any less awkward than how we were currently? Actually, I didn't want to say anything, but I think I saw one on my way here. Damn that landlord! Not even listen to me. It probably made itself at home in the busted elevator shaft. Seriously? Seriously, wait. Do you think you could come with me and explain that to my landlord? I swear your landlord isn't doing anything about it? No. I collapsed onto the sofa with a dramatic sigh. I honestly don't know what they're doing, if I'm being honest. I sent too many complaints, but haven't received a reply for any of them, and we just talked to them. Really? Have you considered just moving? Quite a few times, actually, but the location's nice. This place has its charms. My neighbor is friendly. I'm not sure what I like. The location's nice. It was overwhelming at first, but honestly, I think the low rent and location are the only things stopping me from considering other places to live. I see. Then it's not as bad here after all, right? I mean, as long as there's no creep trying to break in and steal all your laundry or something, huh? As I'm talking to the person that might actually do that. Erin, you got a point there. I think I'll take the rats over the laundry stealing intruder any day, but now that I think about it, who would want to break in to just steal dirty clothes? I'm sure Ren only meant it as a joke. It was odd with Pacific. Well, I did a joke, but though that would be the stuff that he would steal. I'm just figured that's what normal creep behavior would be. You should know, Ren. You should know. Resident Yandere, you have a great sense of fashion, and I see your TV is still here too, so yeah, I guess it wouldn't be too difficult to lug that down a stairs case. They probably would have asked the rats for help. Again, with the rats. Just RB rats helping him steal the TV. I couldn't help but let out a laugh as corny inside joke. Wait, since when did we have all our own inside jokes? Now that I really thought about it, the banter I share with Ren seems very easygoing as of late, despite how serious the topics were supposed to be. I have been worrying all day about the supposed stalker, yet here I was, casually brushing it off as a carefree joke. Still, is everything all right with in your neighborhood? I heard about the murders going on recently. Yeah. I know one of them, and I know who did it. Oh, guarantee, 99% sure. The other 1%'s indecisive. Well, no one I know has gone missing. So I suppose that's good, right? We technically met one. I don't lie, though. I won't lie, though. It's kind of scary knowing that there's a killer out there. Yeah, I suppose so. But are you really okay with staying here alone? Doesn't that scare you? I'll sure be fine. Got my neighbor, Violet. If And if it's really necessary, I could stay with Leon for a while, and say, you could always stay with me instead. I rent an apartment not far from here. You're always welcome to stay, especially if it's an emergency. And I'd sleep better knowing you're safe. Oh yeah, because we didn't visit his apartment. I always carry a spare key card with me anyway. If you like, you could hold on to it in case something. I appreciate the offer, Rin, but I can't accept that. It's fine. Besides, you say yourself that living here can be overwhelming. If this can help you in any way, I don't know. Keep it just in case. I mean, you never know. What if that creep breaks into your apartment again? If that happens, you'll be safer in my place. Like I said, it's not far from here. The lobby is full of security, and they won't let anyone upstairs without proper clearance. Plus, I don't have rats. I won't lie, Rin's offer honestly sounds tempting, especially because of the no rats. The idea of having someone to go in case where to go in case things got bad was a comforting thought. But something just didn't sit right with me. I know I've been spending a lot of time with Rin recently, but I still wasn't that familiar with him. And sure, well, we're thinking this now on day 3 when we invite him to sleep in our bed with us on day 1. And sure, I might develop a bit of a crush on that guy, on the tall guy, but I wasn't going to be swayed by my feelings. Where I slept in the same bed as him, guaranteed staying in his apartment wouldn't be that bad. Still, the offer really was tempting, and it wasn't like he was asking me to move in with him or anything. How Decay is gonna be. Now that I thought about it, Rin was the one giving me access to his home. It wasn't like I was the one in danger here. Well, he might tie us up and tie us up into the bed and just kidnap us. He was trusting me enough not to be some kind of crazy killer, much like the one on the news. It's like, yeah, we'll be fine with him. Everyone else might not. I can't help but crack a small smile at the somewhat morbid thought, and Ren seems to take it as a positive sign. And before I could dwell on it further, I watch as he leans over to reach into his back pocket and pulls out something that resembles a plastic card. Ren wastes no time handing it to me, and I take a moment to look it over. His address and unit number are neatly printed on the top, and some kind of obscure barcode on the bottom. However, the apartment name and logo on the top corner are what really captures my attention. Sunshine Hills. He lived in the nicer parts of Corland Bay. There was only one Sunshine Hills, and that was familiar with, and they were known for their high-rise apartments and fancy penthouses. I'm sure Ren never had to worry about rat infestations or deadbeat landlords. Though, the more I thought about it, the more willing I was to accept his offer. Maybe it wouldn't be such a bad idea after all. Even though Ren lived in the more luxurious parts of town, would he really mind if I crashed at such an expensive place? I know he's the one who's offering, but still. If this opportunity meant getting to know him better, maybe it'll be worth it. Snapping out my thoughts, I woke up from the glossy plastic and focused my attention back to Ren. Seriously though, it wouldn't hurt to keep it. And it's a spare key card anyway. I could always get more. I always have a stack of them at home. They're real handy too. I can use them to lock up my office and bedroom without physical key. I always end up misplacing them. Oh, Anne. Sorry, Ryan. I'm rambling again. I don't want you to worry or anything. And you never know what might happen. I seen what's been on the news lately. I just want you to be safe. He wants me to be safe? Be safe from him? Where have I heard that before? Well, I suppose so. Great then. He glances back at the plastic items in my hands with a look, almost as if he was waiting for me to put it away. And when I carefully shove it into my pocket, Rin seems to visibly relax and leans back into his chair once more. Then that settles it. Come by whenever you want. You don't need to call. Thanks. I think I'll still call him in advance, just shoot a text. As lovely as Rin's welcoming hospitality was, I wouldn't want to dispute or intrude on anything. And if pecking up my sudden silence, he clears his throat, gesturing towards the food on the table, scooping up a giant forkful. Anyways, we should finish this before it gets cold. Oh yeah, you're right. Deciding to ease the tension once more, I speak the first thing that comes to mind as I stab my fork into the container as well. Okay, I am going to go. Join the food, can you pass the sauce? You got some crumbs on your face. You look like a hamster. You got crumbs on your face. Before I could stop myself, I reach out towards Rin's face and gently wipe away the crumbs from his cheek. My fingers brush against his bottom lip, and I can't help but a slight ting of pink that blossoms in my cheeks. Just like him, Rin seems to be spotted a familiar look on his face before he awkwardly clears his throat and goes back to eating. Thank you. The casual banter continues throughout the dinner, and soon enough, all the containers were empty and our stomachs were full. I dimmed the lights and switched the TV on at some point to fill the silence between our conversations. And soon enough, Rin and I find ourselves taking interest in a movie that was currently playing. It was an unknown sappy rom-com that came out almost a decade ago, yet Rin didn't seem to mind all that much. I wasn't following the plot too keenly, but from what I could gather, the male lead just confessed his love to the main character in the back of her truck. To top it all off, it seemed raining. As some slow song came in onto the radio. The two characters were too happy to share a sweet kiss with Cher in the romantic moment, but the dinner soon gets cut short once the scene starts to travel down a more heated path. The kiss becomes more passionate, and before I know it, I'm watching the main character leaving across the center console to sit on her lover's lap instead. Clearly, I was expecting this to happen in what I falsely believed was a harmless rom-com, so I dared to glance at Rin's direction to gauge his reaction. So aside from the faint dusting of pink on his cheeks, the rest of him seemed all too relaxed. There's an arm casually thrown over the back of the couch while the rest of his body is slouched into the plushness of the seat. His lacking limbs are stretched out in front of him, while his thighs are spread out slightly, and the empty space between his legs were beginning to look inviting for some reason. Was it because of the movie? Before I could stop myself, I find my mind wandering. Keep watching the movie. What am I thinking? The movie was clearly messing with my head, so I slapped my cheeks and focused my attention back to the TV screen. Ever so often, my gaze flickers back to Rin to see if he was just feeling just as awkward as I was throughout the scene, and it seems I was right. It's almost painful to watch him awkwardly clear his throat a few times until his interest ultimately shifts towards my wall instead. Okay, so let's just do this instead. Change the channel. What am I thinking? The movie was clearly messing with my head. Suddenly I slapped my cheeks and focused my attention back to the TV. Not wanting to let this awkward counter draw out any longer, I reached for the remote and flickered to the local news station instead. A monotone voice droned on about the weather, fills the silence, and I feel the couch move as Ren shifts in his seat. That was, yeah. They were really going at it, huh? Mm-hmm. Ah. Jeez, what? I can't believe it's somehow even more awkward now. It's like it definitely wasn't a Hallmark movie. But just as I'm about to do something about it, Rin awkwardly clears his throat and moves to stand up. It's getting a bit late now, isn't it? I should probably start heading home soon. Oh, are you sure? You could stay a bit longer. No, I really should go. Now that I think about it, you need to wake up early, don't you? Yeah, actually. How do you know about that? Oh, you seem like an early bird type. He doesn't seem to elaborate on that. Instead, starts to pack up his belongings and head towards the hallway. The sign that I walked Rin towards the front door with a soft smile on my face. Today has been a lot of fun thanks to him. I was able to keep my mind off the events that would ultimately transpire tomorrow. I was still unsure about Theo's intentions, but being with Rin helped me to understand maybe it was wrong of me to judge others so quickly. At first I thought Rin was just some shy guy with a stuttering problem, like me, but over the course of a few days, I learned there was more to him than just that. He had his moments of confidence, and was endearing watching him stand up for the things that he wanted. Perhaps I was being a bit too harsh on Theo. Even he deserved a chance to redeem himself. I suppose I'll give him a chance tomorrow. Wyan? Sorry? Crap. I really need to stop spacing out like that. I asked you if you wanted me to lock the door for you. It suddenly hit me like a ton of bricks. I was still standing in the hallway while Rin was already waiting for me at the door, so I quickly rushed over to him with a flushed expression. Sorry, I was just busy thinking. I'll lock it. Thanks though. You do that a lot. It's cute. I almost rolled my eyes as I leaned against the front door and watched Rin awkwardly shuffle on my doormat. Thanks for today, and I'm sorry for taking up too much of your time. No, thanks for coming over. Get home safe, okay? Rin's eyes seemed to light up at the moment I used my concern over him. Yeah, okay. I will. You too. Oh, I mean, you're already at home. Go to bed safe, or sleep safe. Sleep well? What am I? I can't, it's like, you're just adorable. You're adorable. I can't help but chuckle as panic state, and Ren seems to settle once he hears my laughter. Good night, Ren. Good night, Wyan. I'll see you tomorrow. The thought of the sound of the door shutting drowns out the ending of his sentence. Once I had nothing else left to do for the night, I get changed into some comfy pajamas and brush my teeth before setting into bed. The newest chapter with Always With You was going to drop in a few hours, and I figured I might as well stay up and read it before going to bed. But my eyes were starting to get droopy, and all my mind could think about was the double date I planned with Leon, Theo, and Eleanor tomorrow. Man, I sure hope everything will be fine. But I know worrying about it wasn't going to do me any favors, so I let up my pent-up stress out of my pillow by smacking it to make it less lumpy. Though the moment I unceremoniously flopped back down, I noticed the cold draft and the fact that my bedroom window was left wide open. Strange, I don't remember opening it earlier. Ran. With a groan, I get up from my bed and go to close it. But once I lock it shut, something moves from within the shadows and startles me. Squinting, I could barely make out a black mass moving through the gaps in the fire escape balcony. What was that, a person? It certainly wouldn't be strange for someone to take a cigarette break in this hour, but I couldn't smell any telltale signs of smoke. Maybe it was my landlord's cat out for a leisurely midnight stroll. The idea seemed more realistic in my mind. Yet, despite my futile attempts to calm myself down, I felt somehow find the willpower to go back to bed, rather than opening the window once more and taking another curious peek outside. I didn't have a death wish, nor did I have the stupidity of those cliché horror movie characters. But before I could turn away, I double-checked to make sure the window was locked shut and the blinds are fully closed. I didn't want to risk it. Happy with the precautions I put in place, and make a hastily drive towards the warmth and safety of my bed. Snuggled deep inside my blankets, I find it harder and harder to think about someone breaking in, and even more with keeping my eyes open. Before I knew it, a pink-haired sheep slowly fills my mind as it drifts away. Rainbow bandages, a red tunnel, blue eyes. That's all I can seem to recall from my dream. As a blaring buzz, my alarm pulls me from my slumber. Almost groggily, I reached for my phone to turn it off and flopped back into my bed. Curious, I glanced at the screen to check the time, only to get blinded by the brightness of my wallpaper. Wincing at the bright screen, that particularly flashbangs me. I crack open one eye to read numbers on the screen. 9:05 a.m. Oh, so it wasn't too early then. I still had plenty of time to get ready for the day and possibly make some waffles for breakfast. The batter would expire soon anyway, and I didn't really feel like visiting the bakery this morning. With that plan in mind, I let out a sleepy groan and roll out of bed. Muscle memory kicks in, and my immediate reaction is to open the blinds for some much-needed sunshine, but when I glanced at my window, they were already pulled back. Sunlight had been pouring into my room for who knows how long. Did I even notice? And when did I even open them? I swear I closed the blinds last night. That was Rin probably visiting us. In fact, I was confident I did, because there was no way I'll be getting any sleep after finding out a potential stalker was creeping outside my window. Don't tell me someone broke in again. I try not to focus on the feeling of dread slowly building up inside the pit of my stomach. I didn't want to get worked up again. So early in the morning too. This was not what I needed to start my day with. Decide not to dwell on it. For now, I stand up and gradually work out the kinks in my body. No way was I going to let this ruin my outing. I had a plan. I had planned with Theo, Eleanor, and Leon. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. We were supposed to go to the aquarium today. With that in mind, I make a mental note to dress appropriately as I walk over to my closet. Absentmindedly, I run my fingers across some of my clothes before pulling something comfy from the rack. My usual style has never let me down before, so I decide to stick with the theme and wear something similar. I pick out a few more matching pieces and accessories before giving them all a glance. Feeling satisfied with the items I choose, I nod in approval before heading to the bathroom to change. I doubt the hot water would work this early in the morning, so having a nice, refreshing shower was definitely out of the question. Well, not that it really mattered. I still needed to buy some more shampoo anyway, and... Oh, strange. Was my toothbrush holder always this solid black color? I could have sworn it was gray. He's moving himself in. Picking it up from the shelf, I glanced at it, give it a once over. The Hanako print was still there, yet it somehow felt heavier in my hands. But then again, I don't exactly go around meticulously measuring how heavy my items are in the first place. Geez, today was seriously a day of overthinking. Well, whatever. Putting the holder back on the shelf, I focus my attention back on the reflection of myself in the mirror and give an appreciated nod. The outfit I picked looked perfect. And once I put everything on, all I had left to decide how I should style my hair. What should I do? Okay, my hair is short, my hair is mid-length, my hair is long. I don't have hair. My hair is... I'm gonna say long? I have straight hair, I have wavy hair, I have curly hair, I have curly hair, I have braided hair, I have locks. I will say I have wavy hair. An idea comes to mind, I immediately set to work. An hour flies by, and I somehow manage to get dressed, style my hair, and finish breakfast in record time. With nothing else left to do, I decide I might as well kill time in my entryway by picking out which shoes to wear. But just as I stopped in front of the shoe rack, something near the front door catches my eye. A letter? Odd, my door doesn't have a letterbox, so I usually have to visit the front desk to collect my mail. That is, if Violet doesn't bring it up for me. So what was this doing here? Curiosity gets the better of me, and I find myself scooping up the letter and opening it. Inside is nothing more than a full note, written in red ink, and... Was that a lock of light blonde hair? What the? Does this belong to Eleanor? Like, Eleanor, or... yeah, Eleanor's the only one. What are you trying to say, Ren? A chill runs down my spine. Once I realize what exactly this item is, and I hesitantly scan the rest of the note for answers, it simply read, I think she might need a new lock as well. Don't you think? And don't bother warning her about this, I'll know. Let's keep this between us, alright? It's our little secret. What the heck? Was this somehow tied to the loser who broke into my apartment a few days ago? Or was this someone else entirely? Though immediately, whoever it is the stalker was, they were honestly doing a pretty bad job at making their intentions clear. I mean, what exactly were they trying to accomplish by doing this? Did they want me to stay away from Eleanor as well? Or just keep quiet? Keep silent? No, I think they want us to keep away from everyone, except for them. What did they get out of blackmailing me like this? And why target Eleanor specifically? None of this made any sense. And now I've given it more thought. I still wasn't sure what they wanted from me either. Why go through all this trouble in the first place? It wasn't like I was doing anything wrong. Maybe moving back to the Bay wasn't a good idea after all. I mean, I left the hardships and turmoil of the city behind for a reason. I wanted fresh air, new faces, and a more easygoing lifestyle. Things I never get in the city, and now it seems like history is only repeating itself once more. Like, was Rin stalking us in the city too? I thought I could live a peaceful life here with a new job and friends, and now I somehow found myself in more trouble than I ever asked for. And what's worse is that after denying my own paranoia for so long, this was all it took to convince me that my potential intruder really was real after all. Crap, maybe Violet was right. I remember brushing off her concerns, because the idea of a stalker seemed so far-fetched to me, especially given Coral Land Bay's reputation. But now, immediately, a big part of me wanted to see if Violet was still home. Yet another part kept me rooted in place. Would be safe? What if the intruder was still working outside? Suddenly my phone goes off, and the screen it scares the living daylights out of me. So much so that I end up dropping it on the hardwood floor, crumbling to pick it up. In a panic. Crap. With shaky hands, I forgo looking for any dents and cracks in the screen, so I try to discern the reason for the noise instead. The RT shows up where the caller ID should be, alongside a suggestive contact photo of someone's abs that I don't remember taking, which could only mean one thing. Theo was calling. It takes a few failed attempts, but I somehow managed to press the answer button and respond with a shaky tone. Hello? Well, dang, dog. You sound like you just woke up. Not planning on slipping in, are you? No, Good, 'cause I'm outside your apartment right now. Your neighborhood looks like crap, by the way. Smells like it, too. Theo, go home. I'm not gonna hang out with you. Do you seriously call me just to make fun of where I live? I called you to tell you to hurry up, unless you want to walk to the aquarium. In fact, maybe I should just... Ah, dang it. Well, if it isn't little Miss Prissy, all by Rosem. Oops, she looks mad. Theo's voice practically oozes smugness as he taunts whoever it is he's talking to, most likely Violet, before I hear him adjust the phone and continue speaking. Oi, dollface, hurry up, would you? He hangs up before I can mutter out a response. But still, knowing that Theo was downstairs somehow gives me the confidence to leave the safety of my phone, though not before committing the state of my apartment to memory and triple checking my lock. I have half a mind to quickly snap photos of everything to see if anything was touched my absence. I doubt I have enough time. Still, if my stalker does decide to come back again, I want to know. Oh, don't worry, we're going to meet our stalker in the aquarium. But now that I'm thinking about photos, that gives me the perfect opportunity to splurge on some scary cameras. I've been needing them for quite some time now. Anyway, with all that talk of violent crimes, dead bodies, and murder happening on the news lately, and now this intruder, I figure it'd be better be safe than sorry. So decided to let Theo suffer, even after a little bit at the hands of Violet. I pull out my phone to scroll through some home scary bundles on sale as I make my way towards the lobby. Theo ended up being uncharacteristically quiet throughout the drive, and if I were being honest, I appreciate the silence. It was definitely on not having our typical playful banter, but it also wasn't something I needed first thing in the morning. He also doesn't seem in the mood to be disturbed, given how he clutches the wheel with one hand, while the other supports his head against the window ledge like some angsty teen. So I try to settle further into the immediately comfy seat of his electric car and focus my attention on the scenery as it passes by. It wasn't long before the aquarium comes into view as Theo looks through for a decent place to park. We must have picked a busy day to visit, considering the amount of cars parked both outside and in the reserved parking area. Though Theo seems to have somewhere in mind. I watch as he drives straight past a very clearly labeled no-go zone and pulls up into one of the empty spaces without so much as a reaction. And this is why he's one of my least favorite. He would be the one that would park in the handicapped spot. He doesn't even wait for me to get out before he opens his door and walks to the front of the car, not wanting to be left behind. I quickly follow suit. Theo? I was about to question whether he was allowed to park in the party zone in the first place, but given how he shamelessly pulled down one of the warning signs and tosses it into the bush, I figured that was my answer. It doesn't take long before he's right by my side once more and ushers me towards the front entrance. I almost stumble over my feet as Theo pulls me along, but not before almost bowing him over as he abruptly stops in front of me. Hey, look at that, almost like a loyal dog, is he? Glancing in the direction he pointing, I see Leon sitting on one of the benches as he absentmindedly watches people go by. And once he catches sight of us, he immediately leaps to his feet and ushers over with a wave and a warm smile. It's a good thing he doesn't bite. At that snarky comment, I nudge Theo with my elbow and send him a eye roll. I doubt he takes any notice of it, though, since Leon's arrival takes up all our attention. Hey, you look good, sunfish. You're not so bad yourself, or fish. Hello, I'm here too. Owner hasn't arrived yet? Scoffing at our playful dismissal, Theo clacks a joint in his neck and crosses his tattooed arms. However, he doesn't seem to stay from his spot, which meant he still had an interest in our conversation. At his almost childlike reaction, Leon shoots his friend a cheeky, lopsided smile before continuing. I'm sure she's on her way. She said something about wanting to get her steps in our group chat. So what is that? Why she didn't want Theo to pick her up? And actually, I don't know if you realize, but you guys were 50 minutes early. Really? No thanks to the Theo spitting, I guess. And what about you? I'm guessing you had to walk all the way here, right? There's nothing wrong with getting a bit of exercise in the morning. I'm sure Eleanor would agree. And I'm just got here, actually. Really? Because it looked like you were sitting on the bench for a while. I just sat down. Likely story. Long enough to stretch your legs, huh? Okay, yeah. So maybe I did arrive half an hour early. But I was excited. It's been a while since I've been to the aquarium. Even longer since you sing Dollface over here, I bet. Huh? Can you blame me? We've been separated for years. Now we finally reunite again. It must be fate. No, destiny. Playing along with Leon's dramatics, leaning against his side and clenched the spot above my heart. It was written in the stars. You guys are genuinely so embarrassing. And this is what happens when you put two childhood friends together. Hearing Theo's huff once more, Leah and I both watch as he tries to distance himself by looking at the posters on the wall. No doubt a raging interest in it. It wasn't like Theo really cared much for marine life. All his world revolved around was wealth and luxury. Giant tech companies and probably starting fires. Probably more starting fires than the tech companies because he probably doesn't care, just cares about their wealth. Yeah, definitely starting fires. Though, first, a guy who spent most of his time in the shadows of his father's legacy, I had to hand it to him. Theo was seemingly more down to earth than other people I met. He didn't have to spend time with us, but he did. And as much as he often joked about it, about not wanting to affiliate himself with people outside his tax bracket, Theo seemed to like hang out with us. I wonder, does he ever feel lonely? Probably. And he's probably just playing that tax bracket thing as a wall. Before my thoughts can dive any further, I feel a gentle nudge in my side. Looking to my left, I see Leon peering at me with curious expression. I'm really glad you came, but I'm also honestly surprised you agreed to this. Surprised? What do you mean? Well, is Rin okay with this? Well, probably not. Rin? The guy we met at the pier the other day. He seemed something about being your boyfriend. Oh, right, my boyfriend. Whether or not it was because I wanted to stake my claim over Rin, or because he confidently declared himself as my boyfriend a few days ago, I couldn't help but let it slip. But Leon seemed to pick up on my hesitance laced with my words, given how he inquisitively tilts his head and sends me a reassuring smile. Is it still a new thing to you? I'm sure calling someone your boyfriend must take some time to get used to. Take things at your own pace. It was strange hearing that kind of advice from Leon, especially after practically lying to him. But I wasn't going to say anything. We've been friends for so long, yet the topic of dating had never seemed to come between us. Between us, much less something more extreme like settling down or getting married. At that, I recall a fond memory from my youth. A young version of ourselves greeted me as they instantly play a game of pretend on the playground. I could see Leon in all his boyish charm as he promised to marry me from atop the slide before he slides down it and runs to my side in glee. He seems all too happy to run in circles around me while he shouts to the skies about protecting me from bad guys. Yet something else was missing from the scene, something I couldn't fully remember. What was it? Was it Rin stalking us still? As long as he just chill with this, yeah? I wouldn't want any misunderstandings to happen. Great. I had been spacing out again. Not wanting to offend Leon with my silence, I tried to make sense of his words before coming up with a civic response of my own. Oh yeah. He's fine with it. Probably. Besides, I only agreed to this outing because Eleanor generally seemed like she wanted to go. And it's not like this date anyway, so yeah, hey, don't sweat it, Lion. And no need to explain yourself either. I'll get what you're saying. I'm sure everything. Leon cuts himself off when he knows something behind me, and when I turn around to look, I see Eleanor running up to the group with a flushed expression on her face. But she draws near, her clumsily trips on the straight piece of cobble and tumbles forward. Ah! Without thinking, I lurch forward to close the gap between us, but Theo's muscular arm beats me to it. Almost effortlessly, he reaches out to catch her, almost like those romance movies. Except, no, because Theo was allergic to anything romantic. He's also allergic to being a good person, of being nice, in fact, at all. A fact that's it flies by the look of pure disdain on his face as he pulls my coworker to her feet. Eleanor seems to be blissfully enjoying every moment of it, though seeing as she practically clutches onto his bicep while looking up with wide, sparkling eyes. In fact, I doubt she was even aware of our presence with how she strays rude into Theo's awkward embrace. Looks like she's really fallen for him, huh? You're just as bad as he is with those puns. It's like he's already practicing his dad jokes. He's rubbing off on me. Come on, let's see if she's okay. As it turns out, Eleanor really was okay, being cradled against the arms of Theo. Relief washes over me as I take in her grateful desperation. I never thought I'd be happy to see her safe and sound in Theo's embrace. But seeing Eleanor so happy, it meant that my stalker didn't do anything to her, and I couldn't help but let out a comforting sigh at the thought. Still, was it really okay for me to be out in public like this? Now that I think about it, I'll be spending an entire day by my coworker's side. I actually like that. I guess it would be fine. It's not like the note told me otherwise. I suppose it's my stalker's fault for not being more thorough with their passive-aggressive letter to me. Maybe if they weren't more... no, what am I thinking? And where did they suddenly burst into foolhardiness coming from? I have to start taking this seriously, otherwise... I get pulled away from my thoughts the moment Leon gently nudges me forward, and I follow everyone inside as we wait in line to buy admission tickets. Eleanor happily takes photos of us while Theo scrolls through his phone, and Leon stands beside me to look at all the colorful fishes, colorful fish in the small tanks. This is all rather exciting, don't you think? Really? It's just fish. Oh, hey, come on, mate. Show a bit of more physicism, yeah? And I didn't mean to even try the accent. I swear it just came out. If you love them that much, wait till you find out what's at the beach. Fish? Pudge the fish controls the weather. I want to apologize in advance for him. No, it's fine. I'm sure Theo has other interests as I am. Fish just aren't practically one of them. And why he took us to the aquarium then? Wanna know what makes me excited? No. Leon and I both share a look before rolling our eyes. Breaking tail lights and smashing tires. Theo, I wonder why you're not arrested yet. Oh. Wait, slashing tires? Isn't that illegal? Probably. I'm just messing with you, princess. Loosen up a little. All too quickly, the lights. I mean, if he didn't, it wasn't joking. His dad would probably have disowned him. All too quickly, the light-hearted mood gets replaced with something serious as Leon's phone started buzzing. Because I'd definitely disown him if he was slashing tires and breaking tail lights. Recognition flashes across my face. Recognition flashes across my childhood friend's face as he looks at the screen, before he awkwardly scratches the back of his neck and points towards the entrance with his thumb. Sorry guys, give me a sec. Without waiting for a response, Leon makes a beeline for the front door. After a few seconds, I see his figure emerge from outside the large windows, pacing back and forth on the sidewalk as he talks to someone on the phone. Judging by the solemn expression on his face, I can only guess that the call is a good one. I sure hope everything is alright. Too caught up in Leon's shift in demeanor, I barely notice how Eleanor's hand gently pushes Theo and I forward so we could speak to the clerk in the front desk. Broad, tattooed shoulders now block my view from the window, which causes me to shift my attention back to the present. But Theo doesn't seem to notice my lack of focus, or perhaps he just doesn't care, as he pulls out a black card from his wallet and leads me over to hand it to the woman behind the counter. He could have gone without the nonchalant, smug look on his face, but I wasn't about to say anything when he was literally about to pay for my admission fee. But before I could begrudgingly thank him, Eleanor's side voice cuts me off. Oh, do you suppose there will be shows today as well? I saw some advertised outside. Oh yeah, I wasn't paying much attention to them. Yeah, I guess there'll be fun ones. Perhaps Leon will enjoy them. What about me? You, I don't suppose you like sharks? I could hear the clerk chime in with information on the latest hot spots and what shows were playing, but I shut it all out when I noticed Leon standing idly near the door, still spouting that concerned look on his face. Without missing a beat, I take my way over to the side and spare him a emphatic glance. I'm real sorry about all that, Lion. There's something came up involving my mom at the hospital. Oh no, is everything okay? Yeah, nah, Mom's fine. It's just important paperwork I need to fill out on her behalf. You know, since Dad is still working aboard and all. I'm so sorry, but I gotta go. I'll try to come back as soon as I am. Hey, don't sweat it, Leon. Focus on your mother first. I don't miss the way that his entire demeanor softens at my concern. Leon looks as though he wants to say something serious, but holds himself back at the very last second. As if to compensate, I end up filling the silence instead. I'm sure I could survive third-wheeling Theo and Eleanor's date alone. Geez, I owe you one. Actually, here. Before I can refuse, Leon shoves a slack of small bills in my palm, closing his hand around it. Hey, you don't have to. Besides, Theo, I already paid for everything just now. Nah, I won't be hearing anything from you. If you won't accept it, then spend it all on something for me instead, yeah? Go to town and souvenir shop. See if they have any sunfish merch in there. Alright, thank you, Leon. Leon's best friend. If Rin wasn't there, we would probably definitely go for Leon. No worries, Darl. But I really gotta go, though. I'll tell Mom you said hi. Leon turns his heel before I have a chance to respond, so it completely misses me waving him off. In his rush, he almost knocks someone over, but he quickly helps them regain their footing and apologizes before spinning off once more. Man, I sure hope everything is okay with his mother. But before I could dwell on it any longer, the sweet melody of Eleanor's laughter pulls me from my thoughts, and I turn back towards the group. I notice that Theo and Eleanor are now standing by the entrance, which also happened to double as a massive underwater tunnel, all while pointing to a school of fish swimming over their heads. I love it. When Eleanor... Wait. Yeah, it doesn't say, it's kind of funny because his will say it's right, he's right there, even though we're gonna find out he's here. When Eleanor notices my presence, she happily waves me over before her attention shifts towards the door behind me, no doubt expecting to see Leon walk back in and join us. It made sense considering how they missed his departure, but she snaps out of her curious gaze the moment Theo brushes a hand to her back to move her out of the way of a family passing by. But what truly shocks me is that he doesn't seem to move his hand. Instead, Theo leaves it there as he steps closer and blocks my coworker from my view. He meets my gaze with an intense, unreadable expression. I can't help but look away. What was that all about? Suddenly the moment felt too personal for my liking, almost as if I shouldn't be looking at something so intimate. Turning away, I decide to channel my interest into picking out a random road map from the brochure stand. Instead, if Theo and Eleanor were planning to get cozy with each other, I need to plan my escape route. Before I could move away, I noticed a lone helium tank off to the side. It was far enough from the eyes of the people still waiting in the queue, but still close enough to the entrance to entice any passerbyers to come in and take a look. Inside were countless amounts of colorful fish, coral, and other sea crustaceans, and I couldn't help but look in awe at some of the bright marine life as they flew about in the water. If only Leon could join us. I could almost hear his laughter at some of the sunfish-like creatures that swim by. Keeping the rest of the group in sight, I stray slightly to the right for a better vantage point. A group of neon Totara fish stood by, and my eyes followed them as they swim around. They seemed easily stand out against the bright orange and green corals, especially the pink and blue. Wait, pink and blue? There he is. Peering closer to the glass, I catch sight of a familiar face on the other side of the tank. Guess he's been stalking us. Rin doesn't seem to notice me yet, suddenly far to a chance by the brightly colored creatures as they swim by. His soft eyes follow some of the smaller fish as they dart across the tank before swimming over to the group of guppies swimming past. Suddenly our eyes meet the moment the fish split up, and I watch as Rin's expression morphs from surprise into a sickening sweet look. He tries to say something, but his words come out inaudible due to the glass separating us. As if realizing, Rin instead points to one of the fish off to the side, before resting his hand on the glass and mouthing something else. I still can't fully understand what he was trying to say, that is, until my eyes land on what he was pointing at. Catching me off guard, I watch in awe as a lone fish swims between us, catching both of us before our attention. Was that angelfish? The fond memory from our time at the pier comes to mind. I find myself thinking back when Rin eventually gave me that nickname. And now that had I known any better, I would assume that he was thinking about the same thing, given the way his eyes crinkle and soften as the fish scales slimmer underneath the artificial light. Too absorbed in how picturesque this all looked, I completely missed the Ren's shift departure. That is, until he was around the corner of the fish tank and taking his place by my side. Hey, hi, Lion. Oh, hey, you. Fancy meeting you here. It's like you stalked me. The first thing that I notice is how Ren is tugging at his sleeves again, though he doesn't seem to shy away from my close proximity, nor seems to mind it as well. Those fish were pretty neat, huh? Yeah, I couldn't take my eyes off them. No, I say Ren, but I know it was you were gonna say you. Hey, did you spot the angelfish swimming by? I did. It was amazing. It was, huh? I couldn't stop looking at it as well. Yeah. Are you sure about it was the fish or me that you were looking at? Yeah, I didn't even know they could be that color. Actually, this might sound cheesy, but after you mentioned the angelfish, it reminded me of our date by the pier, remember? How could I forget? It's one of my most treasured memories, top 3 in fact. Not wanting to let this opportunity pass, I decided to tease Rin a bit. Psst. Oh, please, top 3. Don't laugh. If you get to be cheesy, why can't I? Yeah, in that case, if you get to give me a cheesy nickname like Angelfish, why can't I? Wait, you want to give me a nickname? Come on, it's only fair. Though to be honest, I don't really know any pink-colored fish. Dang it. Oh yeah, that's too bad. Hey, don't think you can get away with that easily, Buttercup. I'll think of something better eventually. Let me name him. Eventually? Eventually. At that, Rin lets out a puff of laughter before returning his attention to the tank once more. He doesn't seem to stray from my side, though. And it's then that I realized what was he doing in the aquarium in the first place. So pink, Patrick Star. Without missing a beat, I take a step closer and voice my thoughts. You know, I was expecting to run into you here. Oh, really? Yeah, no offense, but you don't really seem like an aquarium guy. Is that so? I didn't have any plans today, so I figured I'll do a bit of under the sea sightseeing to pass the time. Plus, I finished the book you recommended the other day. The one about the underwater city? Atlantis? I guess it inspired me to come here. Really? Did you like it? What did you think about it? I enjoy it, especially the part where... Oh, say, look at that! Rin isn't shy about how he leans over my shoulder to point out something outside my peripheral vision. I follow his finger, and between the driftwood and coral, I spot Eleanor and Theo standing awfully close together. I don't miss the way Theo sizes up Rin, even for the distance, before he tears his gaze away from us with an audible scoff. A surprised sound escapes the back of my throat as I watch Theo unabashedly run a hand over my coworker's side. But what truly shocks me is the way Eleanor boldly grabs his arm and loops her hand around it. No way! That's, honestly, wow, I honestly didn't know she had it in her. And while her confidence shocked me, it sparked a bout of curiosity inside of me as well. Even though we all established that wasn't an actual date, Eleanor still wanted to treat like one. And now that I really think about it, isn't this similar to the date I shared with Ren at the pier as well? The next thing I know, I find my mind wandering to all the times I held Ren's hand as we walked down the boardwalk, and right now it looked like all too tempting with how it was casually resting against the glass. I could easily fit the palm of my hand in it, and I'm sure he wouldn't mind in the slightest if I were to reach out right now and... No, come on, Wyan, what are you thinking? Although, come to think of it, wasn't I the one who initiated most of the hand-holding during the moments we spent together? Maybe he won't be okay after all, should I? Hold Ren's hand. Before I could talk myself out of it, I reached out to slip my fingers around Ren's palm and glance at the tank. His skin feels uncharacteristically coarse and rough against my own, but before I could question it. I brush against something cold and metallic instead. Daring a curious peek, I glanced down and noticed a golden ring on his fingers. In fact, it appeared to look vaguely familiar to the one around his neck, but as soon as I opened my mouth to ask, Rin casually slips his fingers between my own to intertwine them. He gives me a soft smile, almost as if he knew this was going to happen, before Eleanor's voice pulls me back to the present. I want to know about the rings. Ryan, there you are. Why don't you say? Why didn't you say something earlier, Theo? Where did pretty boy run off to? Princess over here said he had to leave earlier. And dang it, if it isn't Buttercup. Is Rin actually? Not this again. Before the two can have the chance to butt heads, I casually step in and interrupt. Something came up in the hospital, so Leon had to go. Oh dear, I hope everything's okay. He's assured me that everything's fine, so I wouldn't stress too much about it. I watch as Eleanor shuffles on her feet in a contemplation before noticing the items still wrapped carefully in her hands. That's a relief, but oh, what do you suppose we should do with this ticket then? Should I ask for a refund? That's like loose change to me. I'll make it back in 45 seconds. Still, we shouldn't let this go waste. Oh, I know. Eleanor's expression shifts from reversion to something more cheeky as she turns to me with a smile, knowing grin. She leans close enough to whisper, but doesn't seem all that quiet about it. Here, why don't you give this ticket to your lover boy? Lover boy? You gotta be joking. Hey, should I tell you all about how our lovely Ryan has a secret admirer, and how he often rents out her books from the... Eleanor! I feel like I'm missing some context here. You're the context. Rin. I most hastily snatched the ticket from Eleanor's hands and ushered Rin inside the tunnel, away from my gossipy coworker and Theo's smug grin. I hardly noticed the time passing by, all the fun we're having, and before I know it, almost 2 hours go by in a blur. I intentionally been so fixated on being a third wheel that I completely forgot that the same things people could do at the aquarium. Eleanor seemed all too happy to snap pictures of everything, ranging from Rin and I petting some stingrays, which I've done that before. And it was not an aquarium, though. It was at a museum that they have animals there. It's kind of weird. It's like a zoo/museum. Theo gets splashed by a seal and all the giant sea creatures that swarm around the overhead tanks. By the time I noticed my feet starting to get hurt, we all but made it to a small food court, conveniently placed in the end of the main attractions. Eleanor used this as an opportunity to use the restroom while Theo wandered off to who knows where. So Rin and I were left to look for places for us all to sit down and rest. But we didn't get far before the sounds of footsteps draw closer once more. Lion Rin, there you are. I'm sorry for the wait. I ran to Theo earlier when he was talking to one of the tour guides. He's a friend, and I wanted to talk to him. He didn't need to wait for me. I thought you only had friends with, high up with that are in your tax bracket. Oh, but you said you were lost and needed help with something urgent. Oh, come on, princess. No need to act coy. Surely people say the same thing to get to you at the library, right? Well, yes, I suppose they do, but I don't see what that has to do with me waiting for you. Or acting coy, for that matter. You're adorable when you're clueless. I think we're all gonna be clueless to you, Theo. Anyway, are either of you hungry yet? It's past noon, and I'm worried Theo won't put his pride aside and admit that he's hungry. No, he won't. Excuse me? Oh, am I wrong? I could've sworn I heard your stomach growl earlier. Now, who's acting coy? First of all, when did they reunite without me noticing? And secondly, was Theo embarrassed? There's no way I was going to let this opportunity pass. Aw, is a big ol' baby hungry? Didn't eat breakfast this morning, did you? I did, unlike you. I can afford to eat whatever I want. Pull a spray bottle out and spray it, start squirting them. Although it came out blunt and harsh, I knew Theo was only joking. When did Then why don't I go and get us all something to eat? Any preferences? Allergies? I should be made aware of? Tomatoes. Why do you care, princess? You're planning to kill me or something? Yeah, that's exactly. Get everything put everything that is people could be allergic to and hand it to Theo to see if he's gonna be allergic. It's only a natural thing to worry about the health of others. I wouldn't want to give you something you're allergic to. Besides, everyone deserves to be cared for. You're weird, Theo. I think you're the weird one. And we have a Yandere that may or may have not already, what was that? I said wasabi. I'm allergic to wasabi. Wasabi, huh? It's like perfect. I see. And what about you? Any preferences? Do you think they have any cakes? I've been having a really bad craving for it recently. Then in that case, I'll have a... Before I could voice my preferences, Theo cuts me off by pulling out his wallet and handing it to my coworker. Eleanor takes it from him without complaint, but pairs it with a curious look and slight tilt of their head. Get whatever. I need to have a word with Dollface over here. Huh? I don't get the chance to fully respond before Theo directs me towards the opening of the food court. But I barely get 3 steps away before I feel a gentle tug on my sleeve. Curiously glance back, only to find Ren spouting a pout on his soft features. Relax, Buttercup. I'll get her back in one piece. Now that I think about it, it was kind of out of the blue for Theo to be acting like this. I mean, since when did he ever want to talk about something serious? With that revelation in mind, I offer Ren a reassuring look and give his arm a comforting squeeze. I'm sure it'll be a few minutes. Oh, his eyes flicker between me and Theo a few times before it lands on me. It lands on my hand, still resting on his arm. He lets out an audible sigh. Okay, I'll wait for you here. No, stay where Princess can see you, unless you want her to freak out and think we ditched. Her name's Eleanor, you know? Wow, amazing, whatever. Come on, let's go. Honestly, you or Rin, I choose Rin, and he might have already terminated someone. Without another word, Theo nudges me in the right direction, leaving Rin all alone and confused. Following closely behind, Theo leads me to a quiet corner near the food court, before turning around and boxing me in with his large arms. He casually leans his weight on one side before finally speaking. Hey, so I got this fun idea. Seriously, I thought you wanted to talk about something urgent. Dang, could you be a little less loud about it? And as a matter of fact, yes, I do. No, you always say, I got an idea, and it turns out to be something illegal, like trespassing or vandalism. Isn't that the whole point of an idea? No, it is not. My idea at work was to get in their vacuum and so I could be used as a hand vac and a one of those regular vacuums. Love that thing now. He was serious. He was not serious, and because I bought it myself, I could take it home with me. We are not about to discuss the logics behind. Look, I'm serious. I need you to help me with Ellie or whoever, to make Ellie or whoever jealous. She's getting a bit too cleany for my taste, and it might even get Buttercup to ease up on the juvenile puppy love crap. No, I like the little puppy love crap, sir. You seriously don't think he's being too cleany? He's practically glued himself to your side the entire day. Yeah, he might be stalking me, but I'll take that over this guy. What? Don't you think that's kind of a roundabout idea? What would this even benefit? Who would this even benefit? Him, trust me. This is for my own benefit, not yours. Then get lost, Theo. Well, Miss Princess over here is treating me like I'm a dang child who needs to be supervised all the time. I think you probably do. You're scream Nepo baby. And not in a good way. And I can't even tell if she's interested in me or not. Plus, you're not exactly... No, never mind. Either my idea works out and this gathering gets more interesting, or she realizes I'm not her type not the type to be babied on and backs off. Maybe just talking to Eleanor would actually be a better idea. When I had to jump through hoops and hurdles to understand it, Theo did have a point, but everything about his idea still felt wrong. Regardless if I agree or not, if Eleanor saw us flirting, wouldn't she just assume that you're not interested in her at all? Besides, I'm never portrayed her like that. Nor our Yandere Rin, who said anything about flirting. Crap, you really are into me, aren't you? Don't say I'm flattered, doll. I'm not into y'all. I would kick you where the sun doesn't shine. Excuse me? All I was gonna do was ignore for a bit, and make them think you're more entertaining or something. I mean, it's almost worked with the tour guide from earlier. But if you want to cling to my arm too, by all means, go ahead. You're insufferable. So, is that a yes or no? I still don't know what you want me to do exactly. Theo's gaze shifts to something behind me before the light ignites in his eyes as he sends me a sly smirk. Just follow my lead. I barely have any time to process his words before Theo places a hand on the small of my back and pulls me closer to his side. His voice is louder than usual, and then, when I notice Eleanor and Rin slowly coming into view... Rin, help me! See the storage room over there? Looks like it's unlocked. Wanna go check it out? What are you... Come on, doll. You're really not interested in having a bit of fun? Loosen up a bit. A little. All of a sudden, I feel my phone vibrate in my pocket, but just as I move to pull out, Theo gives me a pointed look, and I find myself stalling. Wait for Rin to notice you. The moment Rin notices my alarmed expression, he immediately starts to make a beeline towards Theo and I. But just as he gets cut off by a large family passing by, Theo's body covers him from my view. Looks like we gotta hurry this up. Without warning, Theo gently tugs me along by the sleeve of my jacket and shuts the door behind us with an audible click. Darkness envelops the both of us as I strain to make out the sound of Theo's shuffling in order to pinpoint where he is. I seriously can't remember I seriously can't believe he roped me into doing this. This is my side. Don't cross that line. What line? The line I drew with my fingers. Theo, I can barely see anything in here. Oh, almost. Even in the corner of this dark room, I can still make out the faint shape of boxes on the shelf, alongside a dirty mop and cleaning supplies that Theo made sure to put me near. Crap, I hope I wasn't standing on anything. But just as I pull out my phone to use the flashlight and check, bright overhead lights flood the confined space as Rin and Eleanor's concerned faces peer from behind the door. What? That was quick. Rin wastes no time to shove past Theo to reach for me, only to take his place by my side and pull me into his chest. Because of this, I could barely see Eleanor or Theo's reaction. Couldn't you take her outside? I could practically hear the venom dripping from Rin's tone as he harshly glares at Theo from over his shoulder. Who goes into a storage room just to talk anyway? Talk about cleaning. Well, whatever. I got what I wanted. I follow Theo's gaze as he takes in Eleanor's flushed expression before he throws an arm over her shoulder, taking the bag of food from their grasp and guides her out of the closet. I could hear him mumbling something about how adorable she looked with a pouting expression as the door shuts behind them. Nothing but silence is left in their wake, and it's then I notice Rin is still in the closet with me, peering down with unreadable expression. Did he hurt you? Do anything strange? No, Theo, it was just odd. I couldn't help but feel the need to explain myself. He just wanted a way to make Eleanor jealous, so he suggested going into the closet with him. I swear nothing happened. Do you like him? What? Do you like Theo? No, you could do the same thing you did to Olivia. Why else would you agree to? I didn't agree to it. I was waiting for you. Clarifying who he was talking about still didn't lessen the confusion bubbling in my brain. I could hear Rin's grasp tying around the shelves behind me as he tries to find a way to the words to say. His breath comes out staggered now. His gaze isn't any less intense. No, I couldn't care less about Theo. A foreign emotion sparks with Rin's eyes before he closes them and rests his forehead against my own. Though his head soon drops into a crook of my neck, instead his hands remain against the shelf behind me, absolutely caging me in and preventing me from running away. Right, there's something wrong with him. Though the thought of you and Theo together, sorry, I need a second. Rin? Rin doesn't seem to respond. Instead, he simply stays rooted in place, with his breath fans against my shoulder. I can almost hear the wood shelf creak as his grip tightens before he pulls back with a determined glint in his eyes. As long as Theo didn't do anything to you, then... And if he did, I'll kill him. It was like the room got cold all of a sudden. There was an unsettling look in Rin's face before it quickly morphed into his casual, soft expression. What? Was I matching things? Just kidding. Something tells me he wasn't really joking around. No, it's not, because, Olivia right here is a prime example. Angel, are you okay? Was that really Rin just now? Encourage the dark behavior. You know what? Maybe you should. I can't really stand people who do whatever they please for their own selfish reasons. I glanced at the floors as I recount how Theo had been treating me lately, like I was something expandable to throw away once he had his fun. Besides, wasn't that what he essentially did? Once Eleanor came in, he didn't look twice before leaving with her. You are okay with that? With Theo dead? Yes. Yeah, definitely. Really sure. Or technically could save Eleanor the heartbreak. Right? Sure. He stares at me with wide eyes, and it almost makes me regret saying anything in the first place. I don't really know what just came over me, but still. Some decapitated and morbid part of me generally did believe that Theo would have been better off in the bottom of Lake Blue Moss. I never really let it get to me, but I honestly had it up to here with people like him, those individuals who only care about themselves and never the well-being of those around them. Perhaps it was why I moved away from the city in the first place, to escape people like Theo. In some messed up way, at least it brought me closer to someone as understanding and considerate as Rin. And a bit of a Yandere. Okay, not a lot of a Yandere. Speaking of, I dared to glance around my pink-haired companion, only to find him start staring back at me with a soft smile. He leans in close to me, close this time, as if he wanted to whisper something for only me to hear. Well, if I ever need to hide a body, I'll know who to call. It's like, no way you're getting me involved with your crimes. No, but I think this is a genius idea. They'll respect the cute librarian. No, they might actually. If they might actually. You never know. If my handprints are on it in the scene, they respect me. Now the moon had lightened. I gave Ren a playful shove and rolled my eyes. Well, now that's all sorted. I think we should leave the dingy storage closet now, don't you? I mean, we've been in here for a while. And Ori, how's our food? I suppose we should leave, but I guess there's something sort of comforting about the closet. Or maybe it's just you. Huh? Being in the closet with you, I like it. Where was this coming from? Suddenly I could hear Rin's arms shift from behind me and move towards my face instead. His fingertips hover close to my cheek, and for a brief moment, I almost find myself wanting to lean into his touch to feel his warmth. But he pulls away at the very last second and instead rests his hands by the side once more. Rin, I don't want to be a hypocrite. He sends me another soft smile before stepping back and awkwardly tugging the end of his sleeve. A hypocrite? What does he mean by that? Confused, I press him for answers about talking to me in the closet. What do you mean? I came in here thinking Theo was playing moves on you to get a rise out of me. If I'm being honest, part of me wants to think he's still outside, waiting for us to leave. I kind of want to go stabby on Theo. He covers his mouth with his hand and awkwardly shifts his weight from one foot to the other. Rin also looks like he's weighing his options, and I can't tell if it's a winning or losing battle in his mind. All I can do is offer him a reassuring look to let him know he can speak more freely with me. I mean, we did have a heart-to-heart about appropriating the about plans to get rid of Theo a few minutes ago. I kind of wanted to make him jealous too. Oh, I mean, I'm supposed to be paired up with you today, not him. He has no business trying to take you from me. Not like we could anyway. Yeah, he won't because he will not be around the next day. Actually, won't be around the next day for this. His words remind me of the day at the prayer, and when that pushy cashier kept trying to flirt with Ren. The pushy cashier that's kind of terminated. I won't lie and say that I hadn't been affected by it. It's hard not to be when being with Ren had been the most exciting thing as of yet. And I still had so many things I needed to discuss with him. What better place to start than here? What about that? Remember the time by the boardwalk, her day? Of the date by the pier? Yeah, and the cashier tried to, well, I'm not really sure what she was trying to do, but she seemed really cozy with you. Cozy? Did it come across that way? I thought I made my intentions with her clear. The confusion must have written all over my face as Ren takes it upon himself to wrap up her. I mean, I may have friend to push her down the stairs. I would really do it though. I wouldn't really do it though. Yeah, I highly doubt that, Ren. I highly doubt that. The terminating person on the social media here gives me the idea that you meant it 100%. What, you really tried to friend her? Yes, but only because she tried to take you away from me away from you. I wouldn't want to make you upset, or leave your side for that matter. We were having fun together, and she had to come along and ruin it. Making you upset like that, the Queenie Leech had it coming. Had what coming? Oh wait, I already know. I know, but my character doesn't. Besides, whatever she had to show me downstairs probably wouldn't have been that interesting anyway. I let out a deep sigh, and way Warren's words. Was he really trying and telling me the truth? I swear, I'm not interested in her, Angel. Well, you weren't interested in her because past tense. In fact, I'm not really interested in anyone who isn't you. I guess I haven't been really forward enough with you. In that case, I watched Rin take a step towards me and reaches an arm, but before I could feel the cold touch of his hand on my cheek, he seems to hesitate. But when I take my own step closer and lean my head into his hand, Rin's demeanor seems to melt away instantly. He sends me a soft smile before fully committing to cupping my cheek. Believe me when I say my only interest is in you, Lion. No one could possibly sway me from you. I'm yours completely, all of me and more. Rin's gaze is almost intense as he peers down at me, sincerity manifest on his face and his words, and I find myself slowly believing it. You don't need to feel the same way now, but so long as you believe me, that's all I ask. And his gaze drops to his feet, and the hand that was once caressing my face now moves to cover his mouth instead. Perhaps it was the trick of the light, but I could have sworn I saw Rin gently in the tail. Maybe. Don't look at anyone else who isn't me, too. What was that? It's like, you mean from all day it's because you have You probably have a Yandere off with some of them. Oh, nothing. Just wondering if Mr. Wasabi hair is still outside the store. Miss Wasabi hair? Why don't you check it then, Buttercup? I'll wait here. No, I like being here with you instead. Ren takes another step closer, and we practically chest to chest at this point, until I could feel the warmth radiate from his body and bring me comfort. No one compares to you. I could bask in your company for as long as you let me. I'll never tire of you. Oh! Was that too much? I figured I'll be honest and open with you to avoid any more misunderstandings, but I can't dial it back. I can dial it back. Or not all, or do it all, if you prefer. I don't mind, Rin. I just was expecting, I guess. Normally you're more reserved. Much like Hanako. Right? What coincidence, huh? Yeah, I suppose. He's my favorite character for a reason, you know. And is it winning me any points? We'll see. I feel Rand's breath goes against the shell of my ear as he lets out a huff of laughter. Can't believe I'm getting jealous over an anime character. Hey now, unlike Hanako, you're real. I could touch you. Ren's face seems to immediately flush at that. Besides, imagine how Theo would be feeling right now. We've been in here for how long? You know, I didn't think you would be on board with making him jealous. Really? Yeah, but if you're up for it, that mischievous glint in Ren's eyes, making him look younger and more youthful than he normally appears. What harm would the whole prank do? I didn't want to get back to Theo for making me go through this in the first place. Admittedly, I was enjoying my time with Ren in the closet. I wouldn't have had this much needed conversation otherwise, nor would I have gone any clarity if I kept pounding over it endlessly. With a lopsided smile of my own, I come to a decision. Leave the storage closet. Actually, maybe we should just get out of the closet and face him like adults. Yeah, probably for the best. You wouldn't want to keep Eleanor waiting either. Yeah, we definitely wouldn't want that. I see the Dutchan look briefly. Take hold of his expression before Ren turns on his heel and offers a hand to guide me out of the dark room. But before he opens the closet door, I place a quick peck on his cheek before stepping out with a grin. As soon as Ren and I exit the storage room, the first thing I notice is that Theo and Eleanor and our food were nowhere to be in sight. Well, I guess the resident arsonist really got what he wanted after all, and for some reason, Ren seemed as just bummed out about the situation too. Well, they really just left? I guess so, which kind of sucks because Theo was my ride home. Oh really? I'll just drop you off if you want. Or we could go to my place. It's not far, and we still have some time to kill. All of a sudden, the chilling thought of a potential stalker working from about returns. And I will the unsettling feeling from my stomach to calm down. Perhaps going home wouldn't be the best idea right now, especially as someone might still be there waiting for me. Ren's innocent offer lingers in my mind, and I find myself feeling more and more inclined to take him up on this second pass. I mean, I definitely would feel much better if I had someone else around in the off chance that something were to happen. Plus, Rin did once offer to let me stay in his place if something ever went wrong. Yeah, but we're gonna have to stay home. go our own home, and some part of me felt almost safe in his presence. Just almost. Well, still, I didn't want to concern him with my troubles, let alone potentially put him and his well-being at risk. We did it the first day. Also didn't want anything to happen to Eleanor by revealing too much to Rin, so maybe it would be best to keep quiet about my problem and accept his offer. And if I changed my mind, I'm sure Rin would be kind enough to bring me home. So with a forced smile, I peer up at Rin with a determined look and give him my answer. Sounds good to me. We walked to the parking lot, and that was slow and uneventful, but I didn't seem to mind. I was having fun with Rin as we playfully nudge each other along the sidewalk, and the banter we shared helped brighten my mood. Eventually, though, things started to wind down. I found myself trying to find the silence. So, Theo and Eleanor, huh? Somehow, the conversation kept falling back to the pair. I couldn't help but understand why. It wasn't like I was actively trying to think about them, though maybe I just needed to work my brain around it for the thought to leave my mind. The sideway glance in Rin's direction shows he genuinely was considering my question. If the pursed lip and head tilt was anything to go by, I couldn't help but chuckle. I'm sure it's a weird combo now that I think about it, but well, if it works. That's true, I suppose. It's just hard to imagine Nori with someone like Theo. They think it's impossible being with someone who's not your type. I guess it depends on the person. You are, yes, but no one should be with Theo. Theo comes off as he would just dump her because he got bored. I see. What about you, Rin? Don't you think you could be with someone who might not be your type? No, absolutely not. His response is immediate, and it has me turning my head in my pink-haired companion's direction. I mean, you're my type. Why would I want to be with someone who isn't you? But this isn't about me, right? You're asking about Eleanor, Theo. Yeah. Do you think they should be a couple? I choose to answer the way Rin evades my intentional question, but I won't lie. His own mushrooms does have me pondering. Do I think my friend and coworker would be a good couple? Hypothetically, of course. I was well aware of the fact that Theodore would never settle down with anyone. But still, if anyone would be able to get Theo to change his ways, I'm sure Eleanor would do it. She just has a certain charm about her that makes everyone want to be a better person. I just don't want Theo to hurt her. I had no doubts that even people like Theo wouldn't be immune to it. I'm not really sure, to be honest. Yeah, it's hard to tell with those two, isn't it? Maybe it's best if we leave it up to destiny. You know, you sound awful like Leon. Soon enough, our conversation comes to a halt with a sleek black sports car bike comes into view. As I drove closer, I noticed a few faded away, always with a few stickers, decals at the door of the tank. Did Rin own the motorcycle, and was he a fan of the webcomic as well? I always assumed that the community was very small, and there wasn't much talk about the webcomic online, so it was nice to know someone else enjoyed it as much as I did. But just as I was about to bring up the topic, Rin blocks my view as he turns to me with an embarrassed smile. If I'd known I would bring you home, I would have brought my car instead. But I recently loaned it to a friend, actually. Oh, really? Yeah, he's a friend out of town though. I doubt I'll be getting it back anytime soon. Yeah, is he from the city that I was originally at, and you probably followed me at? Anyway, retrieves a spare helmet from the side of the motorcycle. His motorcycle turns to me with me once more. With a nervous glance, I let him slip the helmet on and secure it tightly. I'd never been on his motorcycle before, but I put the fear aside for the prospect of more free food and a warm home. Somehow we managed to make it to Rin's apartment complex in record time. I guess he really wasn't lying when he said it wasn't that far. And unlike Theo, Rin lawfully parks his bike in designated area before guiding me towards the elevator with a spring in his step. Tacky music plays as we slowly descend to the upper levels, though Rin only makes it even more awkward by staring at the back of my head the entire time. I practically feel his eyes on me even though I tried to ignore them, so I offer him a forced grin while we both wait for the elevator door to open. Once I do, I immediately meet with a corridor and a large spacious doors. I found myself wondering how much it costs to live in a luxurious place like this. Dang, did Rin really live here? Too lost in thought, I aimlessly fall behind my pink-haired companion as he leads me towards his door, before bumping into his backside, where he abruptly stops in his tracks. Concerned at his odd, sudden reaction, I glance up to only find he's staring intently at the door. Following Rin's gaze, I noticed the lights coming from beneath the cracks of one of the doors, and weirdly enough, the faintest hint of black smoke coming to be emerging from there as well. Smoke, did they burn their food or something? Confused, I look at Rin to see if he had any better ideas. Is there something wrong? Oh, no, I didn't realize someone had moved in. I thought I was the only one who lived on this floor. Not a fan of sharing, are we? Not particularly. Still, I guess everything should be fine as long as they don't. Never mind. Before I could caution it, Rin continues to walk until we arrive to our destination. Watching Rin dig through his pockets for his key card only reminds me to check my phone, and when I reach for it, I notice that my own pockets are empty. A wave of realization hits me as the panic slowly starts to creep in. Oh shoot! In my frustrated state, I barely notice Rin turning to me with a curious look on his face. I think I left my phone back in the aquarium. Are you sure? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I placed it on the shelf when Theo pulled me into the closet earlier. Rin seems to bristle at that. Hey, don't worry. I'll go back and get it. The aquarium should still be open anyway. I'm sorry about this. Rin locks the door and gestures for me to go inside. Don't worry about it, Ryan. Here, make yourself at home. I'll be back before you know it. Rin doesn't give me a chance to say goodbye before he speeds off towards the direction of the elevator. Leaving me to my own devices, I quickly step inside his apartment to take everything in. I venture further into the entryway, leaving the corridor and large, spacious doors behind me. Whoa! Did Rin seriously live in a place like this? It was hard to imagine, so I awkwardly stand at the entrance of his floor in shock. Yes, floor. He has a whole darn floor in his apartment. Was this even an apartment? Surely a penthouse would be made more sense. Feeling noisy, I shut the door and mingle my way further into his home, and soon enough I found myself in Rin's spacious lounge room. Aside from the hallway, the rest of the lights were off, but I could still make out most of the dark shapes within the room with ease. It was just as amazing as the rest of his house, though I couldn't help but feel like the lack of any form of life. It didn't seem like anyone actually lived here. The furniture was gaugy yet tasteless. There was hardly any personal decoration or colors, and there were nothing that really screamed Rin to me. There was no personal touches, photos, items, hobbies, nothing. Just tacky furniture and bland smell of something stale. It was, if I was being honest, it gave me the same vibe as a dentist office, clinic, or hospital. But I looked closer, I could find myself eating my words. It's then that I noticed a large desk pressed against one of the corners in the room, tucked and hidden away from view. I couldn't help but be curious of the hints that hits me as I drove closer towards it, and with the desk now close enough to see, I could easily make the shape of some kind of art station, as well as Rin's laptop still open to the side. Papers scattered all over the desk and of the table, and yet another step closer brings its contents into view. They were rough drafts for a webcomic. I had an inkling Rin would be into that, given his interest in AOG, but I had no idea he created a few of his own. One book in particular, however, piques my interest in its unique cover, though it might have been the book lover in me. It was thick and worn out, but yet it looked like it was well taken care of. I know some kind of smudge marks, possibly red paint, stained the back of the cover, as well as some sort of circular indent notch right in the center. Does something go inside here? The contraption is foreign to me. Kind of reminds me of Death Note. Does he have a Death Note in there? And whatever fit inside must have been how you unlock it. But as I look at the book in my hand, I noticed that the latch was already detached, and a few loose pages spill out from the desk onto the desk. With a panic cry, I quickly scooped the papers back in and opened this book to stuff them back inside. But as I do so, something catches my eye. Weren't these sketches from Always With You? I could easily make out the male lead hairstyle anywhere. After all, it's similar to Rin's or rather Hanako's, yet this one had a contrasting shade of black instead of pink. Maybe another character then? Strange, I don't remember seeing any familiar black-haired characters in the webcomic. Still, the likeness of this style was insane, and Always With You was only a webcomic published by anonymous author. Their debut into the online industry was a huge success because of it. Okay, did Rin create Always With You, and so part of us will be like, happy? So fan art? It was already cute to think that Rin might made his own self-insert character, though if I were any fair art, I probably would have done the same. Or it can be like me, just read it. Curiously, once again, gets the better of me. Or was it my hyperfixations? I was half tempted to peek through the rest of the book to learn more. Should I? Let Rin have his privacy. What am I thinking? I wasn't about to invade someone's personal space like that. Rin has been nothing but respectful to me, so I wasn't right to simply rummage for his stuff. With a resolute nod, I step away from the laptop, not before realizing that the item still grasped in my hands. Oh, closing the book, I make sure to shut the latch properly and place it back onto the table, but as I do, I accidentally knock over one of the ink bottles, which stains the desk a deep shade of black. Crap! I practically skitter about to look for some paper towels. Eventually, I find myself in front of what I assume one of Rand's bathrooms. Oh! Everything in his restroom expensive. I was afraid of touching anything. I feared I'll accidentally break it and end up paying for it. Glancing around again, I noticed how his countertop seemed to be void of any dental care, hair brushes, and skin products, though a few bottles of concealer and an open box of hair dye set in the corner near the sink. Well, I guess answers my burning question on whether or not his naturally had pink hair. But how it made me wonder if Rin does dye his hair. Then what was his natural hair color? Probably black. There was still so many things I didn't know about the soft-looking guy. I was beginning to question whether coming here was a good idea or not. With a sigh, I decided not to waste any more time in thinking about things. Instead, turning my attention back to the mission in hand, which was finding something to dry the ink with. It takes me a moment of contemplation, but eventually settle on the roll of toilet paper before rushing back to the living room, and by some miracle, I easily lift the mark from the desk, though it was only seems to transfer onto my skin instead. Great. Now, just when I thought it wouldn't get any worse. It takes a solid minute or two to scrub away until I'm satisfied, and once I'm sure no stains were left in the table, I haphazardly throw the toilet paper onto the trash can and wash my hands in the kitchen sink. That alone takes another 5 minutes of scrubbing and rinsing. I somehow managed to lift all the ink from my skin and wash it down the drain. After all this, I definitely learned my lesson not to snoop ever again. With a bare sigh, I popped myself onto the couch and loud groan. A small part of me knew Rin wouldn't get upset over something so small, but still. I didn't want him to know that I'd been casually looking at his things in his apartment without him knowing. The queasy feeling in the pit of my stomach only seems to worsen at that. I contemplate running away from such a comforting scene and locking myself at home for the rest of my life. Forget my phone. I could always buy a new one. I'm sure I still had a spare one still lying around in box collecting dust somewhere. Sure, the screen was cracked, but it still got the job done. Still, I wouldn't help but feel like I'm making a mountain of Mallow, and there was a looming threat of potential stalker waiting for me to come home. Well, we're in the stalker's home now. Maybe it was best if I stayed here after all. With that thought in mind, I settled further into Rin's plush couch and anxiously wait his return. I could hear the faint ticking of the clock from somewhere in the endless maze of an apartment, alongside the occasional humming of the central heating he turned on before he left. Aside from that, the silence is almost deafening, and I have half a mind to reach for the remote and turn on the television. Surely it won't hurt. I mean, Rin did say I could make myself at home, potential snooping aside. Perhaps it was to get rid of the guilty feeling swimming in my stomach. But I quickly find myself shaking my head to dismiss those thoughts and reach for the remote on the table. Flicking through the channels, I land onto one in particular. Though the signal was weak, I could discard the image of news for in a blazer that looked far too flimsy to keep her warm. She's droning on about the local happenings in Coralland Bay before a familiar backdrop comes to sing. It captures my full attention. Oh! The entrance of the aquarium appears in the television as ambulance lights flash and sirens go off in the background. There's a sober expression on the reporter's face as she communicates with her counterpart, who's currently at the location. victim's body has been found, mauled and ripped apart in one of the shark tanks. Authorities have confirmed that it's a body of Tristan Dawson's son, sole heir to the corporate giant tech marketing. Also believed that was a self-inflicted incident. Here on the scene with us is the mayor's chairman and the mother of the victim to talk about. The TV churns to sack, and I quickly reach for the remote to find another channel. Although news pops up, this time showing grainy black and white recording of CCTV footage taken from the aquarium. Although it's hard to make out, the footage depicts a person placing around on the wooden decks until the upper half of their body is just out of frame. The rest of their body was still in view, though, being illuminated by their phone screen, and they fiddle with it. Then all of a sudden, the person immediately drops it, almost as if it was too hot to touch, and takes a step back. They must have lost their footing or something, as they end up tumbling into the tank and submerging themselves underwater. The footage cuts out shortly after, seemingly too inappropriate to air on live TV, as noted by the reporter. I let out a breath. I hadn't known I'd been holding. Let reality sink in. I was just at the aquarium. I looked at those sharks with everyone just hours prior. I had the hunch that I know it's kind of that is kind of a extremely sucky way to die. Everything felt all too surreal in this moment, and I suddenly wished I had my phone to text Eleanor and Theo to see if they saw the news. We're literally getting glimpses of it. That was Theo's mom and dad they were talking about. That was Theo. With a heartbeat still hammering loudly in my chest, I end up subconsciously turning the television off to avoid hearing about more heavy topics. Seeing all the recent talk of gore and murder on TV, it makes me feel... Well, I'm not going to be that. Because that is a really sucky way to die. I just feel sick just hearing about it. Thinking about all the gory violence and death, it makes me feel uneasy. In fact, it was one of the reasons why I left the city in the first place. Prior to moving to Coeur Bay, I was always been surrounded by petty crimes, selfish losers who called themselves my friends, and even the stench of death. Moving here had been the good decision at the time, but now I'm not sure. Everyone would always say that nothing bad ever happens in the Bay, but after recent events, it was slowly becoming untrue. But I suppose it wasn't all bad. I have supportive friends now, an amazing boss, a coworker, and a timid library patron who goes to great lengths to keep me safe. Yeah, a lot of great lengths. Man, I guess I never really appreciated Rin's thoughtfulness until this moment. I mean, I really want to do it where both the routes that he doesn't kill anyone, and then the one that he basically he doesn't do anything, and then the other one. He's done so much for me in the past few weeks, and not once did he ask for anything in return. And as if manifesting him with my thoughts, I hear the telltale sound of the front door unlocking before Rin shuffles inside and flickers on all the lights. In one of his hands is my beloved phone, alongside a bag of delicious-smelling takeout and an angelfish plushie, peeking out from on there. And almost like a puppy, Ren immediately makes his way over to me, still perched on the couch, before depositing the toy in my hands. Wyatt, are you sitting here? Why are you sitting here without any lights? Sorry, I could have turned them on before I left. But I brought some food with me. Figured you might be hungry. I didn't really have much food in the pantry right now. Also, well, Ren looks as though he has something deeply serious he wants to say, so I had some kind of indication of what it might be. Something happened in the aquarium, Wyatt. You might want to. Actually, maybe we should move this conversation to the kitchen. I don't even know when. You knew about... Yeah, I saw on the news. Is it true? Then someone really did die? I didn't really stick around to find out once the first cop car pulled up, but I don't know, something doesn't add up. Yeah, I wonder why. Actually, oh, it does add up. I already know who did it. What do you mean? Ren looks conflicted with what he wants to say. I passed by the Shark Tank when I went to retrieve your phone, and I didn't exactly stop to look, but I didn't see any dead bodies in there. Look, I know I said something incriminating things today, but I swear, I didn't, Angel. I would never. I could tell that Ren was taking this hard with how he went me, my gaze, and his shoulders seemed to shake. About what? I wasn't the one who killed them. You were, but it's okay. It's okay, I believe you. You do? It was like the weight was taken off his shoulders, and without thinking, I feel myself stepping closer to bring Ren into a comforting hug. I know you, Ren. You never hurt a fly. And I saw that what happened on TV. They fell into the tank. The reporters say it was a self-inflicted incident. Accident. Man, you really are an angel. I could feel his hands clenched around my back and my shirt before he pulls away with a forlorn expression. He attempts to put on a smile for my sake, though I could see right through it. Here, why don't we eat something to get our minds off this? Are you sure you're feeling up to it? I know this might be a lot for you to stomach right now. Yeah, some food might be nice. Great, let me get some plates so we can eat then. As Ren lifts himself from the back of the sofa, he makes sure to hand my cell phone back to me, as well before heading off towards the kitchen. Now reuniting with my beloved phone once more, I unlocked it and checked for any notifications. One update in particular let me know the security camera I ordered had been successfully delivered, and that alone makes me feel safe enough to return to my apartment. Should I change my mind about staying here? With satisfied hum, I quickly pocket my phone. At least I lose it again and fall right into the kitchen. I watch as he turns on the lights in there as well before he places the takeout on the countertop and stops to sniff the air. Oh, what is that smell? Oh crap, I almost forgot the ink I hastily threw away in the trash. In retrospect, I probably should have flushed it down the toilet or something instead. Oh, about that, be honest. I figured it would be best if I simply come clean. After all, Ren didn't deserve to be lied to, much less have a guest he trusted snoop through his belongings while he was away. Man, if only I could say the same about my stalker. We should apologize for it because he is our stalker. Before I could dwell on any further, Ren's worried look pulls me away from my thoughts and back to the present. Well, here goes nothing. I also spilled some ink on some of your ink earlier. You what? Food now gone, long forgone, Ren rounds the corner within seconds, peers down at me with soft eyes. Are you okay? It didn't sting you, did it? Let me see. He's still concerned about me. I watch as Ren reveals his hands from within the sleeves of his cardigan to hold and inspect my own. His blue eyes are full of concern as I feel the rough pads of his thumb caress my skin once again. I'm reminded of the ring on his fingers, and I can't help but ask, "That ring, it must be special to you, huh?" My ring? Ren follows my gaze as his hand before awkwardly pulling away and scratching at his jaw. Yes, it's a ring I made when I was younger. I'm surprised you noticed it. This ring, it means a lot to me. I just didn't know what I'll do with it if I lost it. It's very pretty. What about the one on your neck? That's... Ren clamps up the moment I meekly reach out to touch it. He stares at me with wide, cautious eyes. His own fingers wrap around my waist, then he makes no effort to remove my hand from his necklace. In fact, he only seems to hold them in place as he peers at me. I run my fingers across the cold metal of his ring and take in all the small details. Much like the ring in Ren's fingers, the only one is the one around his neck had a handmade feel to it. If the faint scratches and chips were anything to go by, though the craftsmanship was no less impressive. There also seems to be some kind of description inside the ring, but it was too difficult for me to read due to the glare coming from the kitchen light. Part of me wants to pull it closer to get a better view, though I doubt it'll be a good idea to yank Ren down by his necklace, especially considering how he was already hunched over enough as is. Still, I couldn't stop my bubbling curiosity from pulling one of my fingers aside the ring to see if it fit. Almost immediately, Ren stumbles forward as his fingers gently squeeze my wrist. Do you want to try on? Before Ren could speak, a loud bombing sound erupts from the outside the apartment and startles both of us. Man, was it seriously about to start raining again? You're joking. With a sigh, I pull away and glance around the large ceiling to 4 windows. Dark clouds were rolling in from the distance, though they weren't any telltale signs of the rain yet. The almost black smoke was new. I didn't know it got this bad. We weren't even that high up for the fog to appear. Was this some kind of sign? Still, it wouldn't do to be stuck waiting yet another storm again. So I glanced in Ren's direction and offered a civic smile. Maybe I should head home before it starts raining. Go home. Yeah, it's probably best for me to go home before the summer gets any worse. I still had to go back to work tomorrow anyway. Thanks for today, but I guess I should probably start heading back now. Oh, it's really no problem. Hey, here, why don't I put your food in their bag and drop you off? Are you sure? I don't want to be a bother. You're never bothered to me. Tapping the table, Ren pushes himself up and sets off to find something to put my takeout in. What did I do to deserve someone like Ren? With a smile of my own, I get up from my stool and slowly make my way towards the entrance once more, but only before throwing Ren one final compliment. It's great that I can rely on you for anything. I mean, of course. The ride back to my place was nothing short of ominous. The looming clouds on the horizon made the scenery seem dark and eerie, but thankfully Ren and his pastel-colored hair were there to brighten things up. He even offered to walk me to my door and then greeted the both of us with a single package on top of my doormat. Panic flashes through my free as the thought of being another gift from my postdocker. Then I remembered the purchase I made this morning, the notification I received on my phone. And that must be my security cameras. Daphne picking up, I put it under my arm and fish for my keys in one of my pockets. I could sense Ren's eyes on me, or rather, my package. But even as I glance at his direction, I can't help it. I can tell he's trying to hold himself back from asking. Surely there wouldn't be any harm in telling him. Well, I brought a security camera this morning. Because of how shady this neighborhood is, I figured it would be a good idea to be safer than sorry. That creep didn't come back, did they? Yeah, they're talking to me right now. Without thinking, I dropped my keys and slapped a hand over Ren's face without cautiously looking over my shoulder. What was I doing? I was getting worked up and acting paranoid again. With a embarrassed look, I turned back to apologize to Ren, only to find his cheeks deep red and hand wrapped around my wrist. What did he? Quickly withdrawing my head, I squeak out apology before picking up my keys and turning back to my door. I still didn't want to get Ren involved in my problems, and I also didn't want to risk being alone tonight either. To lost my thoughts, my own world, I noticed Ren still coming closer, nor his hand covering my keys in a steady to stay my fidgeting. Do you want some help? He must have seen the look of confusion on my face since he continues talking. Setting up your cameras, I mean, I'm pretty good with tech. I guess you could say I'm a programmer of sorts. I'm sure I can figure it all out, plus it'll save you having to call someone to install them. He did have a point. I honestly feel safer if I weren't alone tonight. Still, I'll be spending so much time with Ren lately. I didn't want him to get fed up with me and my presence. Would it be a good idea? Decline and say goodnight. No, I wouldn't want to risk it. I really appreciate the offer, Ren, but I gotta tough this one out on my own. Oh, if you say so. Your concern for my well-being is evident, but I didn't want to get involved. This is my problem. I would handle it on my own. Still, part of me knew I wouldn't hesitate to call him if anything went wrong. After spending so much time with Ren, I've grown to appreciate his company. Something about him felt so comforting to me. In the way, you should probably head home before the storm comes. Thanks for dropping me off, and for the food. I make sure to lift my bag full of takeaway for him to see. Of course, thanks for paying for my ticket. You could thank Theo for that. I think I'll pass. Ren's face playfully scrunches at the mere thought of mention of Theo. I find myself laying out the small chuckle before unlocking my door and stepping into my apartment. Well, I should probably go get the camera set up and head to bed. Stay safe on your ride back. You too. Oh, well, you're not driving anyway, so dream safe. Oh, I mean, drive sleep. Stay well? I still can't get this right. Good night, Ren. I sent him off with a smile before closing the door. It takes me a while and countless online video tutorials, but I somehow managed to set up the security cameras and connect them to the app on my phone without too much trouble. It would warn me of any unusual activity and movements when I'm not home, and I feel immediately safer because of it. Though I still had a faith that my new lock hadn't been tampered with since I got it. I concerned not how the letter had been shoved underneath the door rather than being placed on something as consistent as a table. If I had found it on my bedside table instead, I definitely would have felt true fear. I was getting worked up again. If I continue to think about this any more than I should, I swear I could start to go crazy. The sign that it was a problem for the future me, I lock myself in my bedroom and hide within the safety of my developed. A fake glow of me, it's from my phone. I check to make sure I have all the angles of my apartment covered. Satisfied with my handiwork, I lay back on my bed and idly zone in and out with one of the camera screens until I grow bored. I doubt I'll be able to sleep quickly, but it wouldn't hurt to try. Besides, I had to be up bright and early for work tomorrow. With that thought in mind, I lock my phone and shove it under my pillows, and will myself to fall asleep. Nostalgia greets me like old friend, and before my conscience fade away, I try to chase after a foggy memory that had been plaguing my brain as of late. Those 3 kids laughing and playing together near a lake. Who were they? Probably us, Ren and Leon. And who was the one that stayed right by my side until even after everyone else went home? Almost desperately, I try to recall their face or their defining features. Really, at this point, I'll take anything. The faintest recognition of muggy cheeks, twin pintails, and frowning expression swirls my mind, but it slips away the moment I drift further into dreamland. Day 5. Rather than the faint chirping of birds outside my window, it's the sound of something buzzing that rudely pulls me from my slumber. Muscle memory immediately kicks in, causing me to haphazardly throw my arm above my head and foam around in search of the noise. When my head lands on what I think is my phone, I gladly pull it closer to see what's all the fuss is about. My boss' name flashes on the screen, caused me to awaken fully, and unlocked my phone to read his message. Library closed today. Police closed down the entire street, unsure why. We'll text you if more information becomes available, Conan. What? Conan's odd texting quirks aside. What did he mean the police closed down the entire street? Did something happen? Did that have anything to do with what was on the news last night? Probably. That reminds me, I still needed to call Eleanor and Theo to see if they were alright. I mean, it's been almost an entire day since I heard any kind of reply from them. I'll try Eleanor first. Not wasting any time, I find her number in my contacts list and press the call button, only for it to immediately go to voicemail. Strange. Maybe she's busy. I hope she's at least received Cohen's text. I'd hate for her to show up bright and early to the library only to find out it's closed for the day. Speaking of text, maybe I should send one of my own, just in case. Trying to quick spots before doing the same for Theo. And maybe it's because of what happened during our double date yesterday, but I was in the mood to try calling him for some reason. Oh, we're not gonna find out it goes straight to voicemail, or it's in the bottom of a Shark Tank. With that out of the way, I let out a tired sigh before haphazardly throwing my phone back onto the empty space near my bed. Well, now that I've gone the day off, I wonder what I should do today. But before I decide on something, my phone goes off. For what felt like the 100th time this morning, I fished around for it with another groan. Not bothering to look at the screen this time, I wiped my fingers across the screen to answer the call. Wait, call? Hey there, sleepyhead. I got something big to share with you. Do you remember how I told you about that drawing raffle I won? Yeah, no, the other day when you were at the manga store. Good morning to you too. Oh, and yeah, I do. But you got cut off near the end, though. Oh yeah, because Moth is coming to visit us. I couldn't really make out what you were saying after our call disconnected. I did. Weird. Maybe I'm remembering things different again. Dang. Well, there's no harm in telling you again. You can hear me this time, right? Yes. With a tired laugh, I nod my head and give Moth a thumbs up. Loud and clear. Alright, drum roll, please. Guess who won a free trip to New Slavis? Me, that's who. No way! Yes, way. I'm passing through Coral Bay right now, and I figured if you were still in the area, maybe we could. Do you want to meet up? Knowing that this could potentially be the first time I meet Moth in person, I don't bother to hide my joy and excitement. Following after years and years of field calls and messaging each other online, we now had the chance to do it face to face. But before my thoughts can dive any further, Moth interrupts in a tone equally excited as mine. Would that be okay? I mean, the shuttle won't pick me up until tomorrow morning, so I haven't gone much planned, and I wouldn't want to intrude on your plans or anything. Oh, you got a free room to stay in. I know this is all sudden, and we never actually met in person yet, or even made any plans to. He's fine. I could show you around the bay, take you to the infamous beach from Attack on Giants. Say less. I'll be waiting for you at our special place, or whatever that meme is. Anyway, I'll be at the ferry terminal, but don't make me wait too long. Watching the ocean makes me feel nauseous. Also, I want to be the one who hangs up first. Bye! Before I could get a word in, Moth flashes me a cheeky grin and ends the call. Laying out a puff of laughter at their antics, I eagerly get ready to start my day. Now, appropriately dressed and prepared to face the day, I barely take 2 steps out of my apartment before the muffled sound of chatter captures my attention. Our resident stalker, stalker boyfriend already came to visit, glancing towards the only functioning elevator on the far side of the hallway. I noticed violent Rin in what seems to be animated conversation, though it looks like my neighbor was the one doing most of the talking. Oh, hello, Ryan. Good morning. Heading somewhere exciting today. I'm just on my way to the ferry terminal. Angel? I could practically see sparkling particles effects appear around Rin's face as he beams at me with a sunny smile. The next thing I know, he pivots away from my beeline towards me, invades my personal space by curiously leaning closer. Hi? And wow, isn't that an unlikely surprise? It's a very likely surprise because we know. For me, because I know he's stalking us. Oh yeah, I actually bumped into Violet this morning while on my walk. We started talking about you, and she mentioned wanting to see you. I did? Yeah, you also asked if I wanted to follow you upstairs to see if Wyatt was home, and, well, here we are. I see. I could have sworn I went upstairs to check. No, never mind. Violet seems somewhat confused at the lucidity of Ren's words, but ultimately brushes off with a shake of her head. It's like, I know he's the stalker. She's putting it together. Is everything alright with her? He might have friended her, like he friended Olivia. Well, I should probably let you both be on your way. Then have fun, you two. Remember, no funny business, you two. Before either of us could muster a response, Violet swiftly turns on her heel and makes her way towards her apartment. A wave of concern washes over me as I notice how she ignores the pod plants by her door. Normally, she would give it a pat, or even bring it inside on certain days, but Rin's timid voice pulls me away from my thoughts and captures my attention. So, you said something about visiting the ferry terminal earlier? The ferry terminal earlier? Oh, right. I was on my way to meet an online friend of actually. Yeah, that sounds exciting. But is it really good practice to be meeting random strangers online? Rin, I'm gonna say it. In game, we've probably known Moth longer than you. His concern is powerful, and it strikes a chord with me. Although Rin definitely had a valid point, Moth was no stranger. All 5 years of our friendship can attest to that. However, I did appreciate his concern nevertheless. In fact, it reminds me so much of Hanako and how he always looks out for the safety of his friends. All of a sudden, a mysterious thought crosses my mind. One that involves Moth in the real life manifestation of Hanako. Oh yeah, they're definitely gonna freak out if they ever saw Rin in the flesh. With such a ingenious plan now firmly attached in my mind, I turned to him with a flax innocent glint in my eyes. Rinny Poo, my favorite pink-haired guy. Do you want to come along? You want me to join? Sure. Of course. I even know the quickest route to the ferry. You can count on me. And that's how Rin and I find ourselves catching a ride to the promenade to meet Moth. The salty aurora of the sea is the first time I notice the salty aurora of the sea is the first thing I notice before a large ferry boat comes into view. Rin becomes a temporary second thought the moment I realize who might be on that ship. I hurriedly make my way towards the dock where Moth is waiting. Why in? Moth! Why in? Moth! Almost immediately, Moth runs towards me with outstretched arms before pulling me into a warm hug. Their excitement is almost palpable as they laugh in my ear and give me the tightest squeeze I ever experienced. They nearly swept me off my feet, too, had it not been for the potential safety hazards of swinging someone around on a slippery dock. Man, I couldn't wait to get off that thing. Never again am I going to ride it on a ferry. Ever, ever. Oh my god, you're actually here. You're real. And you're taller than I expected, too. Oh, wow. I love your outfit. I mean, how tall am I supposed to be? Because for me, personally, I'm only like 5'2". He must be the shoes. Wasn't more of my Converse. Platform Converse. Then I'm like maybe 5'3", 5'4". I have to get a similar pair of. Holy crap! Is that? You're joking. You're actually joking. Is this real? No way. The real life Hanako is standing before my eyes right now. Following Moth's gaze, I notice Rin sheepishly walk up to both of us. Standing by my side, he doesn't seem to greet Moth in any way. But just as I turn around to fully face him, Rin removes a hand from his pocket and gives a shy wave. He's like, you're trying to get from my territory. I guess I got to get used to Rin being more forward around me than I almost forget that I forget about his reserved side. It's nice to meet you. I'm, Rin. Holy, you even sound like him. Wait, don't tell me. Do you also Crap, did I say that out loud? Whatever, doesn't matter. You can't blame me when I got the real life Hanako standing in front of me right now. Where'd you get your hair done? Can you save me from a giant? Do you have a spouse? He just pulls us. It's like, this is my spouse. God, I've seen what you've done for the others. Moth, I'd never seen them so animated before. It was almost hard to believe that this was the same Moth who'd always shy away from social situations. Well, it involves anime. Yeah, sometimes you end up talking. Sorry, I'll try to tone it back. Keyword being try here. But for real, though, thanks for coming out and meeting me like this. I know it's really, really last minute. No, I had nothing planned for today anyway. I'm glad Rin was willing to tag along. Oh, of course, I like making you happy. Okay, he really is Hanako. Oh, it's Rin, and I guess, well, apart from the hair, I suppose, it's just a major coincidence that Hanako and I happen to act the same. Likely story, Rin. Likely story. It's one of the reasons why he's my favorite character, actually. It's hard to miss the way Rin looks at me when he mentions Hanako as his favorite, but it happens all too quickly that I fear it was just a trick of my imagination. Yeah, I like him because he's hot. That's why most people like Gojo, so... I love anime, I love characters. I like Gojo because he likes Digimon. Plus, he whimpers and pouts in the most cutest ways whenever he's upset. I almost laugh at the way Rin's eyes widen at Moth's words. Also, have you seen him in the latest episode? I swear, the Hammers knew what they were doing when they ripped his Wait, I haven't seen it yet. Don't spill it. Oh crap, sorry. Why? My bad. But hey, if you got the time, why don't we all watch it together later? Sounds like fun, don't you think, Angel? I was expecting Rin to join in, much less witness Moth be so social with someone. But then again, much like me, Moth has been obsessed with Attack on Giants since it first came out, so it made sense for them to be able to gush about it without any restraint. Plus, it's nice to see Moth having fun, so who am I to put a stop to it? Speaking of, did I tell you the reason I'm here in the first place? 'Cause you want a trip? Well, you know, that one anime convention being held in New Celeste, they were hosting this AOG art contest online, so naturally I joined and won. So now I get to go to the convention for free, and I get to have one-on-one time with all the voice actors. I mean, come on, I finally get the chance to talk to the voice actor for Hanako. This is a dream come true. I've never gone to an anime convention, though. My friend has, and a couple of my friends have. I want to go. I just don't like crowds. I wonder if I could get him to say he wants to marry me. Wait, why didn't I know about this? Yeah, now they mention it, it's kind of strange how you never said anything to me. You must be really busy with work, huh? Work, I guess you could say that. However, with everything that's been happening recently, I'm not entirely sure I can blame my distractions on my job and my love for Attack on Giants. Alright, we could blame Rin right here. It's weird how I never got any recommendations or ads for the convention online. Probably Rin hacking our computers. So much for personalized feeds. Well, don't worry about it too much. I'll be sure to buy you all the Hanako charms I can find. I mean, I still owe you, don't I? Besides, the convention isn't until tomorrow, and we still got tired day to kill. Didn't you once say you wanted to show me some of the sights here? You remembered? Well, since we are all here already, why don't we start with the main beach? Oh, but you don't really like the water, do you? Maybe we could just... They don't? Yeah. Though it's not really the water that gets me, it's the working beyond. What's working beyond? Unknown creatures, ships, planes, they go missing for no reason. Endless depths that have yet to be explored. Yeah, nope, not for me. Oh, and I almost drowned as a kid. Which will give you trauma. What? Unfortunately for you. Why, you need to unlock my level 80 friendship to hear that one. Okay, we're gonna unlock your level 80 friendship. Now, what did you say about a beach? After what happens in the latest episode, I hope I get to see Hanako's glorious butt imprinted in the sand. Please don't look at me when you say that. The walk along the promenade is awfully quiet, and it has me wondering where the usual crowd of people are. Usually I see Jay and Theo hanging around near the food kiosk, but today no one seems to be around. I do want to see if this changes if we did not, have Theo terminated. Did something happen? And why was nobody answering their phones? I'm sure we've been over a few hours by now. And Eleanor has never been one to screen a text for this wrong. Theo too, for that matter, even if he's often finds enjoyment in ghosting others. It's such a quiet day. At least we won't have to worry about fighting someone over a spot to put down our stuff. That's true. But we can't go in the ocean wearing these outfits. Here, why don't I buy some swimsuits for us? There's a beach apparel stand just over there. You don't have to. Besides, I'm mostly joking. You already know Moth doesn't like the... Oh, it's fine. I won't be long. Before I could spawn, Rin is already bounding towards the nearby stall with a sight spring in step. Well then, it's fine. Why? You two can swim if you want. I don't mind sitting under a palm tree or two and catching up on some webcomics. Are you sure? Yeah, besides, now might be a good time to try to conquer my fears. Probably. I recently watched this anime where the main protagonist gets isekai'd to an underwater city. Like, you got me on isekai. When Rin returns, he got a bunch of bathing suits, towels, and beach bag bundled up in his arms. He wastes no time to hand me a swimsuit, and before I could tell what's happening, he already is ushering me towards a changing stall and promising to watch the door from outside. A small part of my brain picks up on the fact that the swimsuit is my exact size. Actually, for me, it wouldn't be that weird. You'd probably go, they're small or extra small. But, I mean, my exact size is kind of, it would give you a red flag, but I put it on the back burner for now so I could focus on changing out of my regular clothes. Unless you could point as he's been in our house, in our bed, with us. When I look up at the items Rin got me, I noticed that. I'm gonna say it shows part of my skin. Design in the front somewhat resembles my comfy aesthetic. It makes me wonder if that's the reason why Rin intentionally picked it out for me. Me, it's a Batman one. However, another part of me wonders if he only picked this swimsuit because it shows off some of my legs. I know what you are. I know what you are, Rin. I could hear Moth moving about in the stalls next to me, alongside the rustle of fabric and a few murmurs. But I take my time changing. But it doesn't take long before I'm fully dressed and ready to throw myself into the ocean. If it kills time and gives everyone else a few more minutes to get dressed, I stuff my regular clothes into my bag extra slowly and swing open the door, only to find Rin still waiting for me on their side. All done. That was quick. Guess it's my turn now, huh? It's then that I noticed that there were only 2 stalls available, and that Rin really was taking his guarding job seriously. Okay, get out and let Rin use my stall. Let Rin join me in the stall. Well, it's not gonna be. It's not. It's actually the streaming version, so it'll be fine. I'm not quite done yet. Do you want to share my stall? Almost immediately, Rin's cheeks turn a bright shade of red and he practically chokes out his own spit. Join you? Are you sure? I can wait outside until you're done. I don't mind. Really? Besides, the stall probably won't fit the both of us. I'll be... Oh, for Hanako's sake, just use her stall. Moth's words catch us both off guard before Rin turns his gaze back towards me and pairs it with a sheepless smile. Figuring that his timidness was holding him back from taking the initiative, I moved to the side and silently beckoned him closer with a wave of my hand. And almost shyly, Rin stumbles forward and tries his best to squeeze inside the stall without disrupting me, despite his large frame, as if to offer him some sort of comfort and breathing room. I give Rin a reassuring smile and turn my back. Don't worry, I won't look. Wouldn't mind if you did. What was that? I said, I won't look either. So don't mind me. I can still hear you two, you know. I'm off. Yeah, whatever. You guys better hurry up. I'm almost done here. The walk to the beach is nothing short of eventful, and soon enough we find ourselves in the entrance of the infamous Giant's Cove. Moth can barely contain their excitement as they take in their familiar scenery before them. I don't miss the way they start to babble about striking similarities between the beach, where scene from AOG and the current scene laid out before them. I already visited this cove enough times for the excitement to wear off, but watching Moth have the time of their life right now only seems to hype me up even more. When I look back to Rin to see whether he was feeling the same, I find that he's already staring straight at me with a soft look on his eyes. He reaches a hand out to me, but just as he's about to say something, Moth cuts him off. Oh, I like this guy wetsuit. They actually built a monument for attacking giants here? That's so cool. Oh, we should take a photo to celebrate here. In a bore, Moth silently shoves their phone into Rin's hands and tugs me towards the stone statue, made in Hanako's likeness. One of their hands hook over my shoulder and pull me closer to their side, and I can feel their smile grow the moment they press their cheeks next to mine. Rin, however, seems to have a bout of confusion as he takes in the scene in front of him, but before he snaps out of his gaze and lifts Moth's phone to take take a photo. The camera flashes every time he takes a picture, but after the 7th flash, Moth decides that that's enough time and signals for their phone back. Oh, let me see the results. When I peer over Moth's shoulder, I see the photos Rin took were actually kind of bad. Although the statue and I were perfectly in frame, Moth seems to be cut out entirely. I think that was on purpose. But only the arm around my shoulders making the shot. Hey, what about me? You're right there, see? My arm, you mean? Yeah. That doesn't count. Here, take another one. This time, Moth curly hair curls their arm around my waist and leans closer to my side. I don't miss the way Rin's eyes widen, nor the way he takes a second too long to take the photo, by chalking up to him being surprised at Moth's sudden cleanliness. Rin, this is my best friend, and he's jealous because we didn't have any pictures like these of our own? Before I think about it further, Rin's voice grabs my attention. There, better? When Rin hands the phone back to Moth, they hunch over to the screen and look over everything with a critical eye. It's almost comical watching them zoom in and out of to scrutinize every little detail, but I figured it'd be best to leave them to their own devices once I see them open up a photo editing app. No doubt to cover our faces with AOG stickers before they share it to their family group chat to boast. Turning to my side, I look at Rin with a teasing expression. What about you, Buttercup? Huh? Don't you want a photo to commemorate this moment as well? Without waiting for a response, I playfully shove Rin's phone from his pocket and aims it to my pink-haired companion. Ah! You're so cute, Rin. Rin immediately covers part of his face with his hand, but quickly realizes that he isn't wearing his thick cardigan, so the sleeves of his rash guard hardly do much to hide his growing embarrassment. He seems almost camera shy, with the way he turns away from me with a soft blush on his cheeks, although he doesn't complain when I start to take a few pictures of my own. In fact, Rin appears to reveal on all the attention I'm giving him, with the way he indulges my request with a warm smile. Feeling a sudden urge of a confidence, I reach out my hand spectacly and gesture for Rin to place his cheek against it. He wastes no time to lean down, pressing his face against my head and nuzzling into my touch. Rin almost looks like a cute puppy like this. I find myself taking a few more pictures to savor the tender moment. Although admittedly, the eye contact he's giving the camera feels a bit intimate, but I brush it aside for the sake of my rapid heartbeat. If I send these to you, will you make it your lock screen? Hanako, I mean. Rin, can you come here for a second? I need you to compare hairstyles with the statue. My bird thinks Hanako's hair isn't fluffy enough, but... I stifle laugh. Stuff my laughter as Rin confused look at Moth continues to rant how they tug him towards the Hanako statue. I look away for the moment they ask him to start posing, and it's then that I realize I still have his phone in my hands. But just as I move to return it to its rightful owner, the screen immediately lights up and starts to vibrate. Perhaps it's muscle memory kicking in from all the times my phone would go off I find myself unconsciously lifting it up to look at the screen before realizing what I've just done. Understand why the offering wouldn't work with... Oh, but did you really need to fish out that? Crap, what exactly what are you doing now, Ryan? I shouldn't be reading through someone else's private notifications like this, and yet... I couldn't help but feel weirded out, asked Rin to leave us alone. I feel fine hanging out with Rin a little longer. What am I thinking? Reading private messages like this? Rin didn't deserve to have his privacy disregarded like this. With a resolute nod, I make my way towards the group and call for Rin's attention. Angel! Oh, sorry. Did you want to take more photos as well? Here, I'll move out of the way. Actually, I was thinking about heading to the manga store to check out some of the new merch. Do you want to join us? Oh, and here's your phone. That sounds like a good idea. I'll go get our bags while you finish taking your photos. Let me know when you're ready to go. Almost like a puppy, Rin bounds off towards our belongings and starts packing them up with a blissful smile on his face. Man, he really is just like Hanako. Just a little bit more, stabby. I want him to turn into a sticky hand just so I could repeatedly throw him against the wall over and over again. Would that mean that Hanako's not your favorite? Because that would be abuse. That would be abusing him. Doesn't mean doesn't deserve it for, well, terminating 2 people already. Plus, your levels of cute aggression generally terrifies me sometimes. But he's our boyfriend, our Yandere boyfriend. Very adorable Yandere boyfriend. A very adorable Yandere boyfriend. The moment we reach the main street, I immediately pick up on the lack of, well, noise. Aside from the lone cop car, there was hardly any other cars or people on the street, and most of the stores appeared to be closed. Weird. Was today a public holiday? I doubt it, considering I was initially supposed to work today. But before I could dwell on it longer, I suddenly find myself being thrust upon and onto the road by an unknown force before Rin reaches a hand out to pull me back. Once the initial shock wears off and gathers my bearings, I wipe my head around to figure out what or who tried to push me. But it proves difficult with Rin's large frame blocking my view, so I move his hand from my shoulders, sidestep around him. Who is this? When I do, I come face to face with a dark hooded figure who doesn't even bother to acknowledge our existence. What the? This loser really tried to push me into oncoming traffic and walked off as if nothing had happened. Wait. Was this person Vite was talking about? The tall build, the hooded jacket. The only thing that's missing is a crazy amount of belt on the leg. That actually would be right. That person that's been stalking us is right here, but I don't know who this is. So this is my stalker. I have half a mind to just pull out their mask and hoodie to expose their identity, but I don't want to cause a scene or make matters worse. Rin, however, seems to have other plans. Before I can react, he surges forward to the hooded stranger with a nasty scrawl on his face. What's your problem? Don't ever... Not even going to apologize? With no response coming, Rin reaches for their shoulder to get their attention. All it does is cause them to turn around slightly before they shrug it off and break into a splint. Everything happens in the blur, and just as the smudge of the black fades from my view. Rin's pink hair replaces it as he gently grips my arm to ground me. Are you right? Did they hurt you? Concern and worry wouldn't even begin to describe the range of emotions present on his face. Ren appears even closer than when I don't respond to his questioning, and in the moment I find myself too stunned to speak. All my attention goes straight towards the warmth radiating from his sudden closeness, and the soft, boring eyes peering into mine with so much worry. I could feel Rin's fingers pressed deeper into my shoulder, not enough to hurt me, but present enough to anchor me as he pulls me closer towards his chest. I feel safe being surrounded by his concerned presence, and it's nice to know that he cared so much for my well-being, so much so that he's willing to pick a fight with some stranger for a simple apology. But the moment only lasts for so long before I realize he's trying to get me to respond. Angel, what's wrong? You okay? Why? Do you know them or something? No, I'm fine. They scared me is all. This has never happened to me before. You sure you're fine? You're still shaking. Wanna sit down? Should I call the cops or something? I could barely hear Moth's words over the rapid sounds of my heart beating and the ringing in my ears. I wasn't able to see the person's face because of their mask, but their scent I could recognize the smell anywhere. It was something unmistakably earthy and muddy, and it felt oddly familiar in some way. Like, why is it familiar? Is that of someone we know too? Before I could let my thoughts travel any further, I noticed my friends were still staring at me with concerned looks, not wanting them to worry. I masked my fear with a determined glint in my eye and tried to ease the mood. It kind of makes me want to go to the other route too to see if that actually happens when everyone survives. I have a feeling maybe we should head home instead. Sure, but are you sure you're right? You still seem a bit dazed, Wyan. Yeah, I'm fine. We should probably get off the street, though I suppose peak hour is starting soon. That's might explain why they were in such a rush. Still, it wouldn't hurt to apologize for bumping into someone. Well, whatever. You said you wanted to head home? She did, so where do you want to go, Angel? If you like, we could go to my apartment. It's not far from here. Or we could go back to your place if you prefer. We should go to my place. My apartment might be the best. It's not far from here either. Piri on the inhabitants of the loser being my stalker. I'm sure they wouldn't have the guts to try anything. Well, I have still had company over. And somehow, having Moth and Rin nearby seems to boost my confidence, so I boldly commit to my decision with a nod of my head. Is it fine with you guys? Yeah, of course, it's fine. Moth still seems a bit peeved by the person who bumped into me, but they still nod their head at my question. Alright then, let's go. I'm not sure who exactly suggested it, but once we settle into my apartment, we all find ourselves huddled in the kitchen with the recipe pulled up on Ren's phone. It was by some miracle that we had all the necessary ingredients in my pantry, though the only thing missing was a teaspoon of sugar. Yeah, one single teaspoon. It's like, we can substitute it, right? It's fine. I doubt it'll taste any different whenever we add sugar. Yeah, but the recipe calls for sugar. I'm sure the recipe will continue to live a long, prosperous life without it. I like Moth. Didn't you read the chef's family story? The sugar's mandatory. Honestly, skipped over it. It's like, It's like, yeah, don't eat it. Rin genuinely looks heartbroken at the prospect of Moth skipping past a long-winded story about how the recipe had been passed down from generation to generation, so I assumed I had to admit the slight was kind of funny. But the bickering could only go on for so long before it started to become something more serious. It's fine, Rin. Besides, we're only waste time going to the store to buy some. I could get some delivered here, and if Angel needs sugar for something else later, she'll have to go out. She won't have to go out of her way to buy it. We'll save more money by doing it now, but we'll still have to wait. And it's just a tablespoon. It's not just a. All right, look, we shouldn't be arguing over this. Once I pick up, the two of them are immediately piped down. I catch a glimpse of Moths rolling their eyes at Ren's reaction, which was stiffened his lip, picked up his jaw, and looked down at his feet. Well then, what do you think we should do? I don't make Angel decide. Why not? It's not like you're going to agree with me, right? Still think it's okay, I don't mind. Whether or not it was true, it was too late for me to take it back. What should I do? Continue without any sugar. Ask Ren to do an online delivery. Suggest asking your neighbors. Don't say anything. I mean, this is technically the best. Go Violet and ask her if she has sugar. Oh, good idea, man. Why didn't we think of that? I could go ask if you like. It's fine. I quickly pop over to Violet's place and see if she has any sugar. You guys keep working on the main dish. I'll be just in a few minutes. Wait. Now that Wyan's gone, did she ever ask you to wear Hanako's cooking outfit? What? Wyan, no, please come back! Chuckling at their interaction, I make my way towards Violet's door. As soon as the cursive welcome mat comes into view, I clear my throat and gently knock on Violet's door, making sure to avoid hanging ivory near the peep-out hole. It barely takes 5 minutes before I hear the sound of feet shuffling and my neighbor's head peering from behind the door. Oh, Ian, hello. Now isn't this a surprise, Hey Viv, I'm sorry to bother you. I was just wondering, you don't happen to have any extra sugar I could borrow, do you? Sugar? Well, of course. I was just using some to bake a batch of blueberry cookies the other day. Here, I'll be just a moment. Aw, this was the best idea. Just ask Violet. Before I can respond, Violet goes back into her apartment and leaves the door open for me to peer inside. Once again, I hit with the calming aura of lavender and herbs for the smell of something luxurious and the smell of something luxurious and new. Leaning closer, I pick up the faint sounds of chatter in the background as well. It has me wondering, did Violet have a guest over? Curiosity washes over me. In its then, I notice a pair of high-end heels by the door. Were those Violet shoes? And they look awful like... I don't have time to wonder for long. However, as Violet soon returns with a small container full of sugar. It's like, what? Oh, what are we remembering with Violet here? Here we go. Is that enough? Or would you like some more? Oh no, this is fine. Thanks, Violet. No problem. Feel free to stop by anytime. You're always welcome here. Oh! She follows my gaze towards a pair of heels. Almost shyly, she retreats behind the door with a sheepish smile. Old friend of mine is in town for a while. Her name's Carla. We're catching up and reminiscing about old times together. A small world. Actually, it's a small beach town, so yeah. Carla, you mean Eleanor's sister? I didn't know you two knew each other, or that you guys were friends. Yeah, Yes, well, it's quite a surprise. Quite a bit more complicated than that, actually. The faint blush on her cheeks, saying everything. I have a mind to tease her, but ultimately go against it, considering how she literally just let me borrow some of her sugar still. It curbs Violet's crush. A bit more complicated than just friends, huh? Does that mean you're planning on giving Kara some sugar later as well? Yeah, Ryan. What are you just... Everything alright there, Violet dear? Kara's concerned voice can be heard somewhere deeper in Violet's apartment as she shoots me a incredulous look, though it only gets softened by the red blooming on her cheeks. Oh no, everything's fine. I'm just saying goodbye. Well, alright then. Taking the hint, I let out a snort and turned towards my door. Alright. I'll stop now. Thanks for the sugar, Viv, and no funny business, you two. It's going full circle, Violet. Full circle. With a wink, I give my neighbor 2 thumbs up and head back to my own apartment across the hall. With everything settled, we go back to making dinner. Admittedly, I was a little worried of letting Rin watch the stove, considering how distracted he was with something on his phone. Yeah, he seemed to be doing well so far. Mop, however, is all too happy to wash the dishes, which leaves me in charge of dumping the remaining vegetables into the pan with, Rin stirs. You know why? If you were a vegetable, you'd be a cucumber. Okay, here's dad puns. Cringe. Well, if you were a potato, you'll be a sweet one. You think I'm sweet? Ah. You two are acting like an old couple right now. Gross. We can go back to our conversation about Rin not knowing the difference between a cucumber and a zucchini. Because it's kind of funny watching him married. That's all I'm thinking. It's all Rin's thinking. It's like Rin didn't hear a word Moth said. Really look like we're married? Rin, your hand's getting awfully close to the flame. Huh? Oh crap, I didn't notice. You didn't notice? Didn't notice the heat. Now that I'm here thinking about, Rin did have quite a number of strange markings, littering parts of his hands. Some look like deep cuts, others closely resemble inflamed blemishes and burn marks. Did something happen to him in the past? Was that why he wasn't able to feel the heat coming from the stove? Before I can ask, Rin seems to notice my glaze fixed on his hands. It beats me to the punch. Yeah, I kinda wanna know. Curious, I once saw that I'll tell you about my entire story. My story, didn't I? All you have to do is ask Angel. Was he really being Joan right now? If so... Alright then, how did you get those burn marks? There's a flash of something in Rin's blue eyes as he steps closer and fills the space between us. Kinda wanna know. He effortlessly cages me in between his chest and flat surface behind me before he leans down and lowers his voice in a hushed whisper that sends a shiver down my spine. You have to keep this secret between you and me, okay? It's pretty embarrassing. And no telling your friend either. The friend's in the room probably hearing it. Now in my head, I try my best to focus on Rin's words and or the way his unique scent floods my senses and has me unconsciously leaning closer for more. Well, when I was a kid, I went camping with my sister. It was only our first time doing something like this. We didn't have much experience. And you burn your hand while you're camping. I guess kid me wanted to prove just how reliable and capable he could be, so I volunteered to start the campfire while my sister pitched the tent. Big mistake. The fire got way out of hand. Before I knew it, the only thing I could feel was the flame scorching my skin, and this horrible burning sensation tearing me up. And then you had a, like, 2nd degree burns or 1st degree? Which one's the... I know 3rd degree is bad. Probably 1st or 2nd. The heat ended up marring most of my arms, and I suffered a lot of nerve damage from it. It could be 3rd, too. And now it's left me practically unable to feel most things. And what's worse is that my nerves continue to deteriorate with each passing day, no matter how hard I try to prevent it from happening. It's reached the point where I could barely feel anything at all. If to prove a point, I hear Ren's hand grip the counter by my sand and was alarming tight. But I guess that's why I always like to touching you. It's sad, isn't it, that someone who can barely discern things by touch, no matter how hard they try, yet always yearns to see how much they can still feel. Like, I want to give him a hug. I didn't mean to think, like, how do you not touch the heat? Joke, but I want to experience everything I can before it all goes away, and you make it possible. Wow, after hearing all this, it makes me want to hug him, reach for his hand, reach for his face, reach for his chest, don't move at all, reach for his hand. As if testing Ren's words, I suddenly reached for his hand on the counter and gripped it tightly on my own. His eyes widened in surprise before I feel a puff of air against the shell of my ear. When I glance up, I notice the way Ren's gaze seems fixated on the way our fingers are laced together, and his expression shifts into the almost wistful smile that tugs at the corners of his lips. But before I could open my mouth to speak, the soft, intimate moment is interrupted, leaving me my words unvoiced and hanging in the air between us. Dude, watch what you're cooking. We're making Mystery Food X. Although dinner ended up being a little toasty, it does a little to sour the rest of our evening, despite the slight pout that lingers on Ren's features. We decided to eat in the living room so that we could watch AOG. Eventually, we blazed through 14 episodes, and even a few MeTube fairy videos before the events of the day slowly start to catch up to us. Mauve was the first to let out a yawn. Eventually, the rest of us fell victim to it. I didn't want to leave the warmth of my blankets, but someone needed to turn my couch into a temporary bed for Mauve to sleep on. Leaning back at them, I see that they're already halfway to dreamland. Giving the way to their head was awkward to throw over the seat of the recliner with a jewel peeking out from the corner of their lip. Getting up quietly as I can, I slowly tiptoe towards my bedroom to retrieve a few spare pillows and a blanket, but what I didn't expect was for Ren to follow close behind. His presence practically startles me, and it takes all my willpower not to yell out in surprise. Had he always been so stealthy? You'd think that with his large, lanky frame, he'll be a little more noisy, right? And if noticing how quiet I'm suddenly become, Ren offers to fill the silence. Sorry, I just want to see if you need any help. Here, I'll carry these for you and help your friend gets up. Do you want me to get changed in the meantime? Sleeping in that might be a little uncomfortable. Did you want to get changed in the meantime? Sleeping in that might be a little uncomfortable. Oh sure, thanks, but I could easily distinguish the corner of his voice, concern in his voice, but my thoughts were elsewhere at the moment. I can't believe it took me this long to realize, but where was Rin going to sleep? Probably back in our bed again. Where would he mind sharing the bed with me? I mean, we did it before. I mean, we both were really adamant about Rin being my boyfriend. And we've shared the bed before, the first day. He's shown no complaints up until this point. Would he mind? Decide I won't get my answer by simply thinking about it. I turn my attention back to Rin once more. Do you want to sleep with me tonight? Sleep with... You mean like, you know, or did you mean... I'm talking about sharing a bed with me, you dork. I mean, we already did it before, so... When he was when Red was more of a stranger. Oh, right, yeah. Yes, that's fine. I don't mind. But what about you? Are you okay with this? Share the bed with Ren. Yeah, why not? Why wouldn't I be? You're my boyfriend, aren't you? Yes. Yes. I should. I'll go bring this to your friend and come right back. Okay. But just to make sure, you really want me to share a bed with you? Yes, Ren. And I'm really your boyfriend? Yes, Ren. Really? You promise? Hurry up before I change my mind. And with that, Rin practically teleports out of my room and sprints down the hallway. Sinking into bed, I allow a deep sigh and sink deeper into my pillow. Rin joined me earlier, after he stripped himself of his outer cardigan and belt, though I figured the jeans must have been comfortable enough for him to sleep in. And it wasn't like I had any spare clothes that would fit his large and lackey frame, and there's no way I was going to ask him to take his pants off. Ren, however, didn't seem to mind sleeping in Dimum, as he paid them no mind to the moment he joined me under the covers and pulled me closer towards his body. I was so close that I could feel his chest slowly rise and fall against my backside, signaling that he already fell asleep, and I found it oddly smoothing. Somehow it was so smoothing, in fact, it almost felt like me dozing off as well. Yet, for some reason, my mind didn't seem to get the memo. Today had been an eventful day, to say the least, but despite everything, I was glad that Moth seemed to enjoy themselves. All I wanted was for them to have fun and memorable experience here in Colorland Bay, much like I did all those years ago. Nothing could place those fond memories of me exploring the wonders of this town on my own as a child, even going as far as Lake Blue Moss before an adult would find me and tell me it was time to go home. Just like a kid exploring. Thinking back to that memory, wasn't there someone else with me? I remember leaving the playground and venturing deeper into the woods, far enough that I could see the actual lake itself, and there was always be someone waiting there for me. Was it Leon? It was him, right? I also couldn't remember anyone else coming from my childhood. Well, all that thinking wasn't going to do me any good. I had to be up early if I wanted to catch up with Moth before they left. Sighing once more, I turned to my side and tried to count sheep. Eventually it works, and I soon find myself falling into deep, comforting slumber. Now we are going to get the dead end because it gives us a little noosing. I feel weirded out, Rin, ask Rin to leave us alone. I couldn't shake up the feeling that something just isn't right. Well, the text almost seems harmless, and granted, I had barely any context to go off of. My instincts were telling me not to fall for it. With a resolute nod, I made my way towards the group and tried to grab Rin's attention. Angel! Ah, sorry. Did you want me to take more photos as well? Here, I'll move out of the way. Actually, I was thinking that taking Moth back to the pier so I could finish up the rest of the tour. I want to return your phone first. Alright, thanks. Here, let me get my towel. We can all go back to the... I was thinking maybe it could be just me and Moth. You and Moth? Don't you want me to come along? Is there something wrong? Did I do something wrong? No, nothing is wrong. I just didn't realize that having the real-life Hanako tagging along would be too overwhelming for them. Once things settle down, maybe we could all meet up again. That was a bald-faced lie, but I hope Rin didn't see through it. You really don't want me, I see. Yeah, sure. Okay. I guess I'll see you later then. You have my number anyway. I only be a text away. If only he knew. The moment we reach the main street, immediately pick up on the lack of, noise. Aside from the long cop car, there's hardly any other cars or people on the street, and most of the stores appear to be closed. Weird. Was today a public holiday? I doubt it, considering I was intentionally supposed to work today. But before I could dwell on it any longer, I suddenly feel myself being thrusted forward and onto the road by an unknown force before Moth reaches out a hand to pull me back. I turn around to confront the offender, but I'm not able to get a good look at their face because of the mask and hoodie they're wearing. Despite that, they seem to elude something sinister with the way their shoulders hunch over as their hands remain in their pockets. What if they were hiding a knife in there? Any semblance of a retort dies in my tongue as I take a step back towards Moth. I can feel them reach for my arm, and with one more glance, I turn away and hurriedly pace down the street. What the heck was that? Ryan, are you okay? What the heck was that? What's their problem? I mean, come on. How hard is it to look where you're going? The dude's a grade A loser. No, they're S tier of losers. Moth words of reassurance do little to comfort me, but I appreciate hearing them nevertheless. I just couldn't seem to shake off the eerie feeling or calm of my rapid heartbeat after their sudden encounter. What if they were my stalker, the person who was? Maybe we should head back to your place. I guess peak hour is starting soon since everyone seems to be in such a hurry. Yeah, good idea. Whether or not Moth picks up on my hesitancy is lost on me. I don't want to worry them, let alone ruin what's supposed to be a fun day for them, so I try my best to mask my fears for their sake. But also, I won't lie, the thought of being within the safety of my own home is generally a comforting idea. Having Moth close by somehow seems to boost my confidence as well, and from that thought alone, I give a resolute nod and lead them towards my apartment. Admittedly, even after we made it back to my apartment, I couldn't help shake off the sense of fear still lingering inside me. I felt terrible for dismissing Moth's concern for nip time tonight, and even more so when I shut down their request to watch the latest Attack on Giants episode together. I also couldn't get myself in the mood to do so, and whether or not Moth picked up on it, they chose not to say anything. Instead, they offered to head straight to bed so they could wake up early and spend the morning with me before they have to leave. It made me smile to know that Moth still wanted to spend more time with me, so with a promise to do so, I helped prepare my couch for them to sleep on and make my way towards my bedroom. Perhaps out of habit or out of fear, I triple check to make sure that my window is locked tight and my bedroom door is shut completely. I almost could triple check that the front door was locked before I turned in for the night. So with a satisfied hum, I crawl into bed and try to get comfortable. Though sleep proves to be difficult given the recent events, as a result to counting the faint ticks of the clock to help me drift away to dreamland. 12, 13, 14. Soon enough, everything starts to fade, and I find the cold embrace of sleep wash over me. All of a sudden, a blood-curdling scream rattles in the walls and pulls me from my slumber. What was that? Was that Moth? Crap, what was that? Don't tell me, the creep from earlier. Panic takes a hold of my body, and I find myself frozen in place. The logical part of my brain tells me to reach for my phone, to check the cameras, to look for any signs of danger, but I can't seem to move. My body runs cold as I sit in my bed, and no matter how many times I reassure myself that the footsteps outside are just Moth, I can't seem to convince my brain otherwise. Crap. The faint glow of the hallway light sweeps in from underneath my door, but it soon fades away the moment a shadowy figure appears. I somehow find the strength to turn away, yet when I brace myself for the worst to happen, nothing comes. Instead, there's a eerie silence and sense of dread hanging in the air. I know I should probably scream, yell, throw something, anything that would make enough noise to alert my neighbors, yet I can't seem to get any of my limbs to move, no matter how hard I try. My body betrays me as it stays rooted in place, and all I can do is lay as still as a statue and hope that this is all some kind of messed up nightmare. Well, I would give to just wake up and see my friends again, to see Eleanor again, and even Ren, if he were here right now. Crap, if only I asked him to stay. Why did I turn him away, all because of some stupid text message? Even more powerful, silence passes, and just when I begin to think that was all in my head, here's the thing. From the corner of my eye, I swear I could see some kind of ghastly apparition begin to form in the foot of my bed. So I'm gonna get haunted by them. The thinness of smoke seemed to rise from the floor, wrapping around my form, before it envelops me in a dark haze, rendering me unable to move or make a sound. All I can hear is the sound of thumps of my heartbeat before a blink of an eye, the otherworldly manifests closer to me, and it's then I notice a eerie sound spilling out from the darkness. It's a macabre noise of bone cracking, flesh bending in ways it shouldn't, unnerving crying, and a muffled pleas and shouts for help. Upon hearing that, a bloody, severed hand emerges from within the dark abyss and hovers above my face, and I let out a pitiful sob of a moment of drop of blood lands on my cheek. The hand reaches for the blanket below my chin. An attempt to peel it back, and I muster all of my strength to keep it cocooned around me. It was my last line of defense, and I wasn't about to have my final source of safety ripped away from me. Not wanting to look and see how the spectral form would respond, I squeezed my eyes shut and tried to bury my face in the pillow. But the eerie sound of water running and reeds rattling in the wind draw my attention, and I crack open an eye to see nothing. Before I can make sense of what I just witnessed, the world around me starts to go blurry. But even as I lose conscious, I don't miss the faint shape of something large disappearing from the corner of my eye, along with the lingering smell of paper, something muddy, and a foul stench of blood. Okay. So technically they didn't die yet. Though I try at least to keep them off alive. Are you alright? Don't overwork yourself, Lion. I should apologize. I didn't mean for this to happen. I should have helped you out more. The choices you're making and the path you're going down is not what I... No, never mind. Look, you have to know. I can't keep doing this for you, Lion. I can't keep preventing you from getting my bad in. You won't like what happens. You won't like it. It's not as kind as me, not as soft or lenient. I'll have to get the bad in and the good in. It will sense your fear and feed off it. Even if you give it just a small dose, it won't. It won't. It won't. See, it's scary. It won't hold back. It deserves to rot in here with me. It deserves to die. It deserves to drown in its own filth, choke on the grass until it's nothing but a husk of disgusting darkness of void. Okay, it doesn't deserve the light. Okay, I can't say that one. That's too boring. I'm sorry. Did I scare you again? I can't help it. Being here so long, everything takes a toll on me. It makes me feel this way. Forces me. I won't hurt you. Don't worry, I'll protect you from it. It doesn't deserve you, but I do. 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 Do I? I love you, Lion. I love you. More than I ever could. More than anyone ever can. That wouldn't be... They wouldn't do this for you. No one would, only me. Your light, your light doesn't deserve to be tarnished by what happens in here. Sorry. Look, all I want is for you to stop trying to go down this path. If you really want to see it, you won't need to keep making these wrong choices. I'll always be watching you. I'll always be with you. And I'll always protect you. From the people who try to take you away from me, from the bad ends from it, there's nothing that will keep me from you. But you really want to continue being me like this, I won't stop you. I'll hold back the inevitable, but just know there will come a time when I won't be able to bring you back to this place again. There's a limit on how often I can. No, never mind. I don't want you to worry. All right, I'm going to send you back again, okay? So promise me this time you listen to my warnings. I'll help you as much as I can next time, but don't concern yourself with meeting me here again anymore. I'll find a way to reset you instead. I already can. Anyway, I have you figured out. Have you ever figured out yet? Yeah. Promise me, Wyan. Promise me. You won't hear it anymore. Oh, it changed. So if you like my content, please subscribe, like the video, help out, and comment down below. See you guys next time.